Okay, guys, welcome to another stream on a Saturday evening. Good to see you guys. I have one in the house. That's awesome. So, please type in the chat so I know who you are. Okay, that we'll start first one. Well, guys, let's hope everything will be okay for this stream. And I hope you guys will drop in as soon as possible, because it's not fun to stream with no people in the chat. But anyway, guys, there is one thing I would like to discuss, and we will take that when people drop in. And I don't know why they're... Well, anyway, guys, this is just another Saturday stream. Oh, hey, PLE, good to see you. Good to see you, PLE. How are you doing, ma'am? I hope everything is okay with you. And I hope you have had a great week. And for those who feel are up for it, you can click the link to join me up here. And the link is in the top of the chat as usual. I pinned it there. So, how are you doing, PLE? I hope everything is okay. That's awesome, PLE. Good to hear. Really good to hear. Good news. Well, complaining is not, it's good. It's just waste energy. It's better to think positive and use the positive to make the day better. So, but it's good to see you anyway. So, now people begins to drop in here. That's awesome. We have 3 in the house. That's awesome. So, if anybody are up for it, please hello, Crazy Cat Woman. Good to see you. How are you doing, Crazy Cat Woman? I hope your week had been great. Oh boy, PLE, 33 degrees Celsius. Ooh, that's hot. That's really hot. Abraxas Paranormal. Hey, good to see you, brother. Hey, Ann. Good to see you. Hey, Abraxas, feel free to click the link and join me up here, buddy. It's always nice to have you on panel, buddy. It's always nice. It's good to see you. Yeah, I believe your list is really long, Crazy Cat Woman. No, we think positive here, okay? That's the best for everybody. Okay, no problem. No problem, man.
Hello.
Good to see you again.
How you doing today?
Well, I'm doing good so far.
Talking to Amy? No. Jorn. Mr. Shadowberg.
Yeah, that's me.
Kid wondering who I was talking to.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Mrs. Abraxas.
So, how's everything going over there so far?
So far, so good. But the news here is we applied for NATO membership this Wednesday, this week.
Yeah,
Sweden and Finland did the same, sending their apply for NATO membership this Wednesday, this week.
nice.
Yeah, and that will put some pressure on Russia.
Yeah.
And there was a, I don't remember the name of the dude, but I think he's defense minister or something in Russia. Uh, he said that now they will increase the uh, therefore put some forces on the west near Finland, extra troops,
Right.
new created troops. So that was what I heard, but I'm not sure if that is correct information because we can expect now disinformation. We will probably count on more cyber attacks, more the espionage will go up more than usual. So
Right.
we will have a tough period until we
Until
get
everything goes through and stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I want to warn you right now.
Okay.
Where I'm at, they're doing a music fest.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the stage is right outside my door, and they're doing
Okay.
sound check right now.
Okay.
So what you hear is them doing their sound check.
Yeah. Good to know.
Yeah, I doubt it, but okay. But
Oh boy.
yeah, so if it gets too bad, I'll probably be dropping.
Yeah. Yeah. That might be a good idea to do if when it goes too bad. But thanks for the warning.
Yeah, unfortunately, with them going on, I ended up taking a melatonin when I went to bed this morning about 10:30, and I was woke up.
Oh boy.
So yeah,
And why did they have to put the stage next to your front door? That was the.
right.
How
They
did
could have
they
moved it
think?
down the street about a half a block, and it'd have been a little bit better for me. On top of it, you got businesses down that way instead of apartments down this way.
They're going to get it here from Monday.
Oh boy.
I probably would have still been sleeping.
Yeah. Well, I guess, and for how long will that music feast go on? 4 hours, I guess.
From 3 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Hey,
Oh Lord, that's a long
7
time.
hours.
hey, did they ever get accepted in?
It was all set up and turned in Wednesday.
Oh boy.
Now it's the waiting game to find out if they get accepted, which I don't see why they wouldn't.
What are you going to do Monday?
Take you into the school so you can get your diploma.
What are you going to do Monday? You got to work Monday. Yeah, we're gonna be here for 3 days, right?
No, it's only one day. Yeah.
Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you, brother.
Hello,
Good to see
everyone.
you.
And then on top of it, the dog's stir crazy over it all.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed.
They
Severa!
they start playing the drums door and then she goes off.
You want to come up, Uncle Al? Do you want to join me up here? I know you want to.
Boy, here?
That's Dylan. What's the
Oh. ShadowSwede or ScoutSwede.
ShadowScoutSwede.
Yeah.
Somebody was wondering what your YouTube channel was.
Then I changed my channel name from my real name to ShadowScoutSwede.
Yeah.
Because that was the recommendation I got.
Oh,
They said
really?
they said you should not use your real name on YouTube.
Right.
Hey, Metakur Cat Boy, good to see you,
So
and
I wonder
welcome to the stream.
if you ever get monetized, are they gonna tell you to change it from a practice? Even though that's not your real name. Well, it kind of is, but not really.
No, I'm not going to change it. Hello.
How are you doing, Uncle Al?
Okay, let me double check. Hold on.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry about that. Had a little bit of feedback.
Oh, you
Yeah.
might get a little bit more when the music starts going. No, we got a music festival going on.
Yeah, as long as it's the background. Hi, everybody. Like I said,
Unfortunately, it's set up right outside my door.
ooh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's really bad. I agree.
And they woke me up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too. If somebody had woke me up that way, I would be pissed off.
Right.
I got something here. If they keep it up, I might shoot out the generator that they're using.
Yeah.
The bad problem with that is you have to be careful on live streams. They docked 2 live streams because they had music in the background and their live stream went poop.
Well,
We're probably gonna
this
drop.
one here, none of them are signed, so I don't see any of their shit being copyrighted.
Right. You have to be careful because I think the one at the concert was copyrighted and that it was in the background, but the person that was doing the live stream got docked. So we have to be careful, folks. If you hear something,
well, we're gonna drop when it starts. It's not
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Right now, all they're doing is sound check.
oh, good.
But yeah, a lot of the bands they got going on is like local bands.
Right.
The people that haven't hit it big yet.
So people that doesn't have anything that's copyrighted anyways, at least.
Well, that's good.
Hey, Huga. Homestead, good to see
Hi,
you.
CB. Hi, Ann. Hey, everybody. Just call me Uncle Al. I'm old as dirt. And
Okay.
Call me Al.
Call them old as dirt.
yeah, or old as dirt.
Call me Al.
No.
But I have to warn people. This is because I watch geopolitical and I digest a lot of news medias from 16 different news channels. The worst is the Young Turks. God, they're idiots. And then CNN, they get everything wrong. Okay. Smithfield Bacon recall. That affects Barky.
Baby girl, stop.
AP up there. In their area, Smithfield pre-cooked bacon is being recalled because of metal pieces. You're going to hold a metal detector over it and it'll go off. So don't eat any Smithfield pre-cooked bacon in your area for practice. Okay. Spain has a heat wave. How hot is your area?
Today we had probably 14 degrees Celsius.
Well, that's not bad. Spain right now is hitting at Celsius 42. That's pretty bad.
Whoa.
Yeah. And it might drift up northward. You might have an early spring and it might go up to 20 or 30 really quick. That's Spain. Australia has fallen. They just elected another Chinese bozo. I said not Chinese, but CCP bought out politician, and his name is Anthony Baldanese, a big time supporter of the Chinese party, the CCP party. That's Chinese Communist, not the regular Nationalist Party. Because what's funny, if they invade Taiwan, all they have to do is we're part of Taiwan, place us in the ballots, and presto, it's West Taiwan. Everybody in China would fire the CCP really quick. Yeah, it's Smithfield, pre-cooked Smithfield, 1,085 pounds of it, and it's in your area. So please be careful. Don't eat Smithfield.
We don't buy pre-cooked bacon.
Welcome, B Savage. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I
Well,
got some new.
oh, go ahead, Jordan.
I got B Savage. He's a new one. Who is one of my new followers recently, actually. So that's nice. Good to
Yeah.
see you.
Well, I'm just gonna say I was gonna drop out before
Yeah.
all this shit gets started.
Yeah.
That way
That
it
sounds.
doesn't rock your head since you got headphones on.
Yeah.
Our windows, so
Yeah, it's so bad when they hit the base, our apartment windows shake.
Oh boy. That is what I call bass.
Right.
it's 10 times worse than a loud ass car going by. So
So you guys have a good day. I'll probably be in the chat.
Yeah. That will be just fine.
You know, trying to save your ears and anyone else that's wearing headphones.
help me out.
Yeah. Thanks. Much
Yep.
appreciated.
Later, guys.
Later.
Let me double check on something. Yeah, let's see. Europe's not too bad. You're going to have price hikes all over the place.
Yeah.
Finland's, whatchamacallit, they're going to have brownouts because the Russian Confederation just shut off their natural gas lines.
Yeah. I read something about that.
Yeah. On power on our side, on America, it's Canada and Canada and United States. They have like the world screwed up grid. Mexico is a separate nationalist grid, and it's run off of natural gas, oil, and no coal. So they don't have any problems. Their grid's fine. It's only let's see, Alaska interconnected area. Alaska is kind of, it's the newest one. It's also kind of wacky because Alaska is only divided in like two sections. One that's part of Canada and the other part by itself. And it's only a narrow strip because there's not many people living up there.
Yeah.
But their biggest headache for the Alaska interconnection, it's highly dependent on fuel generators and natural gas. It depends how far they can reach. And mostly this is the coastal areas. Rest of Alaska is like you're on your own. And I hope you haven't heard that. It's my mom screaming. The other one is the newer one is the Western interconnection of states, and also Western states of only three in Canada. That's from the Pacific side all the way to Alberta, Calgary, to that location. Then it stops and it switches over to the Eastern connectivity. Now, all these are interconnected, and we're going to face brownouts. We're used to brownouts because of the drought. And I do warn people, if you have a generator, get a generator now. And I can't pronounce his name. Hi, blogs. Adora?
Adovo.
Adobo blogs. Hi. To answer CB's question, yes, the U.S. grid is old. Only Eastern interconnection. That's the oldest one, and it's totally messed up. It's on it's actually 15 different systems hooked up together.
It's B Savage says they need to bring back to water, generate electricity wherever possible. It will help.
Only one problem: we don't have water. We're in a 10-year drought right here. So we have the dams, no water, so no electricity.
Yeah. And I read a couple of days ago that Russia are planning to create 10 new military units, 10 different new military units.
Kind of. It's 10
But
different units. Go ahead,
yeah,
Jordan.
but I am not sure if that information is correct, but probably it is. And the one of them will go near the border to Finland. And because we had now applied for the NATO membership at Wednesday this week, Finland and Sweden, the same time.
Right. The big problem, Jordan's right on the units, but they're going to develop the bases first, and then they're going to put in the units.
Yeah.
The trouble with the units is it's kind of iffy right now, because on my side, what I got is for each 10 bases, they're going to have 2 units. They're going to have the base unit, and they're going to have a mobile unit. And so it's 20 units total.
Yeah.
Instead of 10. So that is Jordan's right. Some media is listing as 10. My media from my side, I got this off of NHK, that's Japanese. They're talking about Putin's really mad because the war lasted so long, and the EU should have had stuck their nose in there. And they found paperwork that the EU had some deals with Ukraine. They're going to publish that pretty soon. That's going to be fun.
Yeah. And what I know, I think it was the Russian defense minister. He said that they will take some measure, take some, do some. Now I lost the word. They will increase probably the disinformation. They will increase the cyber attacks. They will increase their espionage against us. So we will have a couple of months now that will be pretty tough for our government and every authority who works with this. So
yeah, Jordan has a big problem because they're going to do the soft punch. That's Russian. What they're going to do is hit them with disinformation, cyber attacks, and their old ways of, hey, let's bribe this politician or that politician, or let's get this minority to group so they could strike in Sweden. They support us, so let's support them. So look for more violence this summer. Jordan know who's I'm talking about.
Yeah, and our prime minister said that we should be careful and keep an eye on the information we get because that can be disinformation. So we need to be extra careful if we get something new.
Right. Uh, I got to say hello to Mac Bean Scottish Fitness. Hey there. Check out his channel. It's a very good channel.
Yeah, he has a great channel.
Okay, on Be Savage, solar power should be free to everyone. There's only one problem. We don't produce panels in the United States or Europe. It's mostly China, and they're kind of crappy quality solar panels. So unless you want to change them every 10 years, plus you have the solar panel waste, which is really um
If you cannot dazzle them with brilliance, then baffle them with BS, disinformation.
oh yeah, that's true. Also, it's a soft punch because they don't have to use any kind of hardware, and all they're doing is spreading panic and rumor. Right, Jordan?
Yeah, that is what they will try to do at least. But I don't think they will be that successful actually, because our authorities who work with this, they are really good and they know what they do. So they have their eyes open, and
Yeah,
if something happens, we will get some support from UK, US, Germany, France.
true. Unfortunately, on the U.S. side, it's kind of iffy because Captain Crazy has overstretched us to a point. He can't
Welcome,
put
Big Sun
more
Lord
people.
Long
Be-
Care.
eh,
Well,
let's see.
Reality 88, welcome. Good to
Yeah,
see you.
Metal Reality and Big Sun Lawn Care. Hey there. Um, back to the what you call power grid. Eastern power grid's one of the worst. Texas is God, that's so messed up. I don't want to even talk about it. And then we got Quebec. Quebec's one of the best one in all three out of North America. It's Quebec, West Coast, and then what you call it, the Alaska Interconnect. And there's Ann. Hey Ann, and thank you. Did she sign up?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I try
yeah.
to. Yeah,
Go ahead.
thank you, Anne, for the membership. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
You're awesome. That's all I can say.
yeah.
I have great people here.
Yeah.
So
So go ahead, Jordan.
go ahead, Uncle Al.
Yeah,
Say what you're gonna say.
I got to deal with my mom, so I got to keep this short. But it's been fun with Jordan. Check out Jordan's channel. It's a great channel. How are you doing on your food supply?
Well, I did a video on that. Update on my. You did an update on video on that this Wednesday, actually.
Yeah, I saw it. It's a
Yeah,
great video, folks. Go check out Jordan's video.
Terry in circles. Good to see you again, Terry.
Hey, Terry. Yeah, we
Hey,
just
Terry,
use.
do you wanna come up, yet,
Sure,
Terry?
come up.
It's the link is in the top of the chat. Just click it. You know
Yep.
the drill.
Yeah, Captain Crazy. Yeah, that's our code word for we can't say the B word because every time I do that, I. Do you know how many hours they gave me again? I'll never reach my watch hours, and they took 20 of my followers. We don't like this guy. And this morning, when I checked my watch history, this watch history has been deleted for your safety. I'm like, I was watching Jordan's video. We have deleted this video for your safety only. And I'm like, I just watched it. And for my safety, who in the hell decides that? Does that make sense, Jordan?
No, it doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Oh, we're going to, later at my church, I'm going to do a prayer for Terry. Let's see. She just got out of the ER. She's been very, very sick.
Yeah. But God's got this. I'll be okay. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you too, sis.
Yeah. Like I said, folks, we have to be careful. Phase one is diseases. And that's, God, did Sweden get the monkeypox yet or not yet?
I believe Grayman Prepping had a stream about this monkeypox.
Yeah, it it's contagious, folks. Wash your hands, wear a mask, don't have sex with monkeys. I swear this has got to be the stupidest disease pattern I have ever seen. It's like cowpox. It's like nobody talks about cowpox. That's more contagious. And you think smallpox is bad? Cowpox is harmless. And yeah, that's the other bug that's been going around. During the 1920s, repeating this, everybody got every kind of weird disease from 1922 to 1932. A future president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, caught polio. And what did he do? He drank water.
Terry says, Uncle L, I don't think I have ever met you. It's nice to meet you. God bless you.
Thank you, Terry. Like I said, I'm going to retire in a few weeks from prepping and what you call firearms and bushcrafting. It's getting too silly out there, and everybody's doing a lot of weird things. I'm like, and Jordan could test that. Remember, Jordan, that one guy in Sweden, like, I could take this water straw and drink out of the toilet. And you know what happened to him? He ended up in the hospital, and the doctor's telling him, "Are you crazy? You drank out of the toilet. It had a chemical tablet in it, and your kidney, he has to get dialysis because he
Yeah.
shot up his kidneys."
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, true. And Jordan knows what I'm talking about. You have all these people who never use this stuff and they're doing weird things with it. Like I could drink dumpster water in America.
Yeah, Terry. Way back.
Yeah.
I can't even remember for how long I know you, Terry, but it's a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember when Jordan had his original title.
Yeah,
Remember those days?
yeah. The one who said recommend me to change my name was actually Crazy Ann. You know
Right.
her? You
Yep.
remember her? Yeah. She said that you should not use your real name. It's not good. Change. You need to change it, and I changed it.
Right. Because remember, I was warning people that certain social influencers and YouTubers were getting attacked by crazy people. And Anne mentioned another person on her channel that she came home and they were outside her door. So after that, Crazy Anne's been warning people not to use your real name because it got worse. And if you watch the Ukraine and what the SUB has been doing, that's their secret police. Oh,
Terry asked you, where are you from, Uncle L? I'm down here in Southeast Texas.
I'm over in California in one of the old desert areas. I'm near the mountains, but it's in part of Southern California. I hope that answers your question, Terry.
B Savage says, "You toilet water can't use tablets or cleaners, especially with pets."
True. You don't want a dead pet. Let's drink the blue water. See the cat drop dead. But like I said, it gets crazy, and you have to be careful. The SUB, the secret uh, Ukrainian police on CNN, they committed a crime. They got their hands spanked because this guy is just walking down the street and he was doing nothing. And they say, Soviet spy or Russian spy. And the guy's looking around and he's carrying groceries and he's like, huh? And this is one of the areas where the Ukrainians control part of Ukraine. This guy just going home with a bag of groceries that he could have barely afford. And you know why? Guess what? Why, Jordan?
Yeah.
He wasn't a Russian spy. The SBU hasn't been paid. So guess what they held him for?
What did they hold him for?
Suspicion. And they ate his groceries. These guys had to have been paid. SUB, Ukrainian Secret Police. So they released them after 4 hours. It's all on CNN. It was great. The guy's like, I have groceries. I got to feed my family. So they grabbed him. They took his groceries, had lunch, and then released him.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, my friend.
Yeah, Jordan, now you got commercials.
Yeah.
Just don't watch them. They're kind of shocking, especially the gay and lesbian one. Oh, God. That was horrible. It's like, what's the world coming to, Jordan? I'm just tired. So, how's everything over in your part? Quiet or?
So far, pretty quiet, but I think it will change soon enough. We have to wait to see. And we are now in the gray zone between the full membership and the risk has increased a little bit more. So
Yeah.
it will be tough months. But I heard that I believe it was from US. They said they wanted to try to hurry the application up, hurry up with it. So they said 2 weeks, and then we should have a membership. But the problem is now Turkey and Croatia, who will not accept a member of Finland's or Sweden's membership. So if
Right.
they say no, so it's on those. But the president in Croatia cannot decide that. It's the government, not him. So he can't say no, because that is their parliament who decide if they say yes or no. And
Right.
the Croatian parliament says yes, but the president says no.
Right. Hey, Matt. Matt came in from Texas, Second Star Survival.
Yeah, second star. Good to see you, Matt.
Yeah. Croatia's kind of crazy. The president's pro-Russian, the Congress is pro-EU, and Turkey is like they're gambling.
Yeah.
Because Turkey, they're still mad at the EU because of certain problems. Their president, I forgot his name, Bashir. Is it Bashir? I can't pronounce that Turkish name. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Enderden?
And Terry says here, the world is upside down crazy. It's
True.
like living in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Andrew. I
Hey,
can't
Drops
pronounce.
Family Garden, good to see you and welcome to the stream.
Hey, drops. Oh, that's how
Erdogan.
you Edrogan. Sounds like something you take when you had diarrhea or something. I'll take some Edrogan and go to the bathroom.
But he has an upcoming election. So if he says no to our NATO membership and Finland's, it would be good for him because most of his followers are against a Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO. So,
Right.
so if he should say yes, that would put him in a bad situation
True.
with the people.
Hi, Ivy. There's Ivy Styles.
Hey, Ivy Styles, good to see you.
Right. Like I said, Turkey's kind of a crossroads. It's like everybody's acting crazy and nuts right now because they're scared because way they screwed up because of the pandemic, and then we have starvation and economic warfare. That's phase 3. Phase 2 is natural and natural disasters. It's weather and natural disasters because I keep telling people if I did the whole world, this summer is a rough summer. Certain areas will have snow, hail, heat waves. We're not talking hot. We're talking heat waves. You see Jordan like, yeah, it's really hot out here. I have to wear a t-shirt. That kind of hot.
Drops says UK signed a mutual defense pact with Sweden yesterday. That is new, something new. I didn't know that, but thanks for the info, buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, you got the UK on your side for Sweden.
Yeah. UK, US, France, and Germany will give Sweden and Finland help if if something happens.
Right. But we have to be careful, folks, because US is kind of, how can I say it, stretched to the point. And the Chinese know about it. So does the Russians.
Yeah,
Because the Russians started a new Cold War with the Chinese, and they were mad because the Chinese backed the EU, and Russia said, "Wait a second, aren't you our allies?" And they said, we're a peacemaker." You ever seen Putin turned red? And we're not talking about having bad Chinese food. I mean, he's beat red. That's
yeah,
how mad he was at China. And he has more troops. You think the bases on Europe side's bad? He just increased everything on the border from China, and that goes from the Ural Mountains all the way to the Pacific. He
yeah.
just tripled it, and he's like, okay. Yeah, I'm drinking the new Coke too. You're drinking Coca-Cola or it's iced tea?
Nah, it's Coca-Cola, zero sugar, vanilla flavor.
Ditto. We think the same. I'm drinking the same stuff.
Okay, that was odd for a change, but
True,
fun.
but fun. Like I said, food prices will get crazy because it's starvation and economic warfare. Somebody's making a profit in Sweden and in America and the UK. True, because they're having a really bad time over there. Okay, B Savage, we'll catch you later.
Take care, B Savage. Drops Family Garden. Little historical fact. China had the largest navy in the 1400s just before the dynasty fell. Yeah, they had.
True. What also China or the Middle Kingdom did after the 1400s was quit exploring. China used to have outposts everywhere from the Philippines to all the way to India, and they almost reached Europe too a couple of times. Marco Polo wanted to landlock the land route because that way they don't go hopping all over the place. Same thing with Japan. They wanted Japan to landlock because could you imagine they discovered America earlier than the Spanish? Marco Polo, not Marco Polo, Columbus was like, what do you mean I need a passport to enter Asian America? That would be funny as hell, wouldn't it, Jordan?
Yeah, it is.
It'd be worse. General Yamamoto died for your sins at Little Bighorn. That'd be so crazy. Or at the Alamo. Uh, General Tokugawa fights against the Spanish army. It's like, no, I don't want to see that. No, and then we could see TV shows and General Tokugawa, like Davy Crockett, everybody be wearing a little samurai helmets on Walt Disney. It's like, that would be totally weird, wouldn't it?
Drops Family Garden says this area in Washington State passed hands 13 times.
And I can't read the person on top. Bad shut?
Uh,
Or is it B
oh,
shut?
Bud Shot
Oh, hi, Bad shut.
27.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, my friend.
Right.
It's evening here.
Yeah, I try not to go into diverse, weird timelines that gets too science fiction-y and gives me a headache.
Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be Sweden conquer Russia back in, I forgot, when did Sweden conquer Russia? It's like Russia's been conquered by everybody in Europe. Poland, Sweden, Finland, Norway.
But as we failed.
No, you guys went home. Sweden looked around like they got up all the way to Europe.
I don't remember really, but you might be right.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. They looked around like this ain't worth it, so they left it to the Russian Rusko princess and like just pay us our dole and we'll go back to Sweden where it's comfortable and nice. Because they looked around and it's like, do we want to really stay here? And they went back to Sweden. Well, the smart thing, they didn't have to suffer the let's see, baby formula has gone
south to the border while US babies can't get any.
I did a video on that. No, baby formula hasn't gone south. It's Captain Crazy screwing up the baby formula with his crazy. I don't think that's right. Sweden's never been occupied by the Ottoman Empire. Jordan, you know your Swedish history as good as me. They were never conquered by the Ottomans, right?
Not what I can remember. I need to check that up. I need to check that up.
Yeah, the Ottomans never get further than whatchamacallit, Austria-Hungary. That's the farthest they went because they're fighting the Turks all the time. But the Ottoman Empire never touched Finland or Sweden or Norway. They haven't reached that far. Russia got clobbered by the Mongols because Genghis Khan didn't like their answer. And Genghis Khan respected Sweden and Finland, so he never went any further. He was really pissed at the Rus princes. They did something really bad. That's why Crimea was the last Mongolian-held territory. Okay, back to the baby formula thing. Let's see. Okay, Baby formula was gone south to the border. No, Mexico has its own supply by Nestle, and ones in America is Abbott Industry, Mead, Johnson and Mead, and Nestle. Nestle is the smallest of the three. I did a video on this. I did two videos on this. And right now, the U.S. Air Force, Charles Bushcraft family, did a channel on video on it. Nestle and the U.S. Air Force is shipping in baby formula from Europe to America by Air Force transport. Mexico and Nestle is sending baby food up to Texas, Texas, Arizona, and California to help them out through that way. So, yeah, if you want to blame why babies can't get any formula or baby food, go look at Captain Crazy. He's the one who started this mess.
They just found warehouses full of supplies, including baby formula. Yes, a factory was shut down, but there would have been enough. I've seen several news broadcasts on this.
Yeah, but you got to be careful on news broadcasts if it's mainstream media, if it's not part of the U.S., because, God, what a mess. It was the Danes and
In southern Sweden. Yeah, we had problems with the Danes.
Danes and southern Sweden. Not that's an internal matter. The Ottoman Empire was not a part of the Danish Empire. I don't think so, Jordan.
We had problems with the Danes.
Yeah, with the Danes only.
We had a lot of wars on and off with them. They took some land from us, and we took it back, and so on.
Right, that's Denmark, folks. If nobody ever watches studies European history, but the Danes had no connection with the Ottoman Empire, and that's more of an internal problem with southern Sweden and Denmark, because Denmark. Remember the one in, what was it, 1200, where they shot over cod? They were fighting over fishing rights, Sweden and Denmark. That was funny as hell. They ran out of arrows, and they're throwing fishes at each other and cursing in two different languages. That was funny. That was 1100s, folk.
Yeah. Hey, Helmy.
Hey,
Good
Helmy.
to see you.
Yeah.
And welcome to the stream.
Yeah, on the baby food full of warehouses and formula that came from Mexico. The other one is from Abbott Industry, first largest producer of it, because when they passed the idiot law by the FDA and also Captain Crazy, they had warehouses full of food that they weren't giving out to the public. So they got that part right. But it's only in, yeah, you might be thinking the Mongols. The Mongols stopped around Crimea, that's southern Ukraine. The baby food supply of formula, including supplies and stuff, got distorted really bad. This is different disinformation from the mainstream media. Part of it's DHS, part of it's a rescue plan for Mexico and Nestle, part of it's Captain Crazy and the Food and Drug Administration, because that deals with a WIC program in Arizona and California and Texas. Now, a lot of people who's not in America, WIC is women. I can't remember what women, something in crisis. Women in crisis, WIC. And so supply them with baby food and sustenance. So it's in those three warehouses. These are huge warehouses on the border. And everybody getting mixed up. The news reports are all kind of, well, it's this fault or that fault, or this department's holding it or that. It's disinformation, like Jordan says.
Yeah, and that will be, we will see an increase of that.
Oh,
So,
thanks drops. It's Women's, Infants, and Children WIC program. Why do I think of that kung fu movie, John Wick?
yeah, I got the same feeling.
Yeah, it gets confusing after a while. But I watch the media. I watch how they newscast, and a lot of people, yeah, true, Matt, give babies goat milk. That's what my grandfather did. That's why my mom and dad used to do for me. They fed me goat milk. I grew up normal, sort of.
Well, that works.
Yeah.
That works. If you don't have anything else, goat milk works.
What's worse is, ever drank donkey milk? It's very rich. I don't want to drink donkey milk ever again. It's like drinking yogurt.
Okay. I can't say I never tasted, so I tasted
No,
it.
it taste isn't bad. It's just the consistency. It's a mix between whole milk and yogurt.
Okay.
It's like if I put it into my coffee, there'll still be it on the bottom of the cup, no matter how hard I stir it up. It's like, let's see. Sir Pork of Loin in the White House announced serious food shortages in October and offered no solution. No kidding. They started this. My family runs a dairy. Jordan knows this for a long time. And I had to retire because I had 2 strokes. I have brain damage. And these jokers, yes, true. It's like, but you ever try to milk a donkey? It's a little hard, especially when they try to kick you. But back to the food shortage.
Yeah.
They told us not to produce. So okay, we're organic dairy. We're not going to produce. So you don't get butter, eggs, cheese, butter, not eggs. Cows don't lay eggs. God, this is why I have brain damage, Jordan. It's milk, cheese, cream, ice cream, yogurt. We can't produce it. Yeah, Matt. That's true. Uh,
Redistribute the formula back across the states.
it would help.
It would help if you, yeah.
Yeah, B Savage is right. It's bureaucracy and government foul up. We can't produce milk. My fellow dairymen that I talk and stop by have coffee in the morning. They told me they had to dump 3 tanker trucks out in the fields.
Welcome, Jenny. Jenny Nonia.
Yeah, it's Nunya, I think. Hey, Jenny. Yeah, Jordan, wouldn't you go crazy if you saw a tanker truck go out to an empty field and dump milk?
Yeah.
That doesn't
That
make
would
any
be waste.
It is waste. All it does is feed the crows and fertilize well, we're going to grow oats out there, but they just dumped fresh milk out in the fields.
Waste of milk.
No, the government told them we can't produce. We can't sell our milk. So what the hell are we going to do with it?
Well, they can't have it in the trucks.
We need the trucks to transport other stuff. So I still got a good deal with this ice cream factory in Fresno. So they buy our milk. But I used to ship milk down to whatchamacallit, Bakersfield, and we used to do like 4 or 5 trucks a week. Now we're down to 3, and we're not too happy about that. That cost us money. Uncle Alan's going to the poorhouse. I'm already there, but because Uncle Alan has brain damage. Yes, drops.
Current administration is a disaster.
Oh, there's preparedness veteran.
Texas milk prices have gone up to $6 a gallon.
Right, because we can't transport our milk to Texas. Because
Hey,
diesel,
preparedness veteran, good to see you.
yeah, they're doing it in Cyprus too. Because we can't transport the milk to
Hey,
Texas.
CR.
Because here milk's still at $2 to $3 a gallon. We can't transport our milk. Usually we transport half our milk to Texas, and they sent beef back to us. But yeah, almost 5. That's milk. Hi, CR. Hey, you guys, CR and preparedness veteran, come up if you can. Oh, good, Matt. Matt has neighbors with dairy cows. That's good. Get it direct from the source. I've been doing that too. I've been selling a lot of because we have a pasteurization section at our dairy, so we could sell you like a 5-gallon can of milk. But I don't think people could drink that much milk. If Jordan got like 5 gallons of whole milk, here you go, Jordan. Here's a dairy can. Enjoy. I think your wife would kill you.
Okay, I understand that preparedness. No problem.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, and Drop says people laughed at me buying silver and gold instead of crypto. Who's laughing now? Bet you gold goes over 2,000 by middle of June.
True.
Yeah, probably.
And CR is out in the garden. Well, that's good. Like I said, I took a break. I've been up since 4:30 this morning. It's like, and I still got my list to fix things in the house.
I bought a lot of powdered milk in the past.
All of us did. uh,
Been at BOL for over a week now.
good.
That's good. I heard that they in UK the inflation and would go up really bad. After what I heard, I'm not sure if the information is correct, but
Are you talking about fuel prices or food?
I believe it's both fuel and food prices.
I know
I
they had
heard.
a. Go ahead.
I watched a video earlier, and it was Prepper Dog. Um, he said read a document he got from a friend that said the fuel prices and food prices will go up a lot, and nobody, but those who work cannot ask for a raise to take and cover up the high when the prices on food and fuel goes up. They are not allowed, so they cannot have a raise on their wage.
Right. Preparedness veteran says inflation slowly rising, currently at 9% plus.
Yeah, but in reality, it's probably more like 10 to 15.
True.
That is a lot. That's 10 to 15% is not much, but in this case, it's a lot.
Yeah, it is. Especially when you use a metric system. It's horrible, isn't it, Jordan?
Yeah.
On Matt's thing, above a couple of lines on that infection is matitis and also whatchamacallit, matitis and cowpox, and the third disease that's screwing up Texas is milking machines and the cows because they get the sickness and you have to treat everything, including the milking machine, which I don't want to think about it. It's like, because it's a 5-step process. It's horrible.
Food and fuel will continue to go up, whilst everything else will have deflation.
Right.
That is not good.
No,
That is
what's
really
not
bad.
good is drops family farm to go down a little bit of it. In America, it's close to 35%.
Drops as more like 35%.
Yep.
They need to put a cap on fuel, food, rents, and utilities until we recover.
Try telling that to Captain Crazy. He's not listening.
Second Star says, my security company is now looking into Japanese robotic security robots to take over unreliable humans. I'm a little bit skeptic to that.
No, Jordan, there we have it here in California. But these robots are stupid as hell. We have one at our mall here in Visalia. It is the
Yeah.
stupidest thing you ever seen. It looks like a giant traffic cone. It's white. It goes up to you. Sir, you must leave the property now. Sir, we have taken your photo. Sir, you must leave this area. I'm just walking by the mall and the stupid
That's
robot.
why I am so skeptic to security robots.
Yeah, it's kind of hilarious.
Hey, Guardian Prepping.
Hi, Guardian Prepper.
Good to see you.
Yeah, come
And
up, come
welcome.
up if you can.
Hey, Guardian, why don't you join us up here?
Right, because it's the most stupidest looking thing. It looks like a big white snow cone that just goes up to you and flashes you a yellow light in your face and just tell you to leave. And I know what it did to the homeless person. A homeless person like, no, I'm not going to do it. So it pushes the robot over, and then two more robots show up and they shock the hell out of him. And then the police come and pick him up. I thought that was funny as hell. I grabbed a soda from a nearby store and just sat down and watched everything. Like, this is stupid. Why didn't the guy just ran away or push them over? Instead, the robot just shocked the hell out of him because he was, grabbing the robot. That's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drops
But
Family Garden says, no worries, we will probably be in a huge conflict before summer.
True. They have that. It's called Power Chair Be Savage. You sit in the chair and the chair walks for you.
Drops
I hate
Family
those
says,
things.
check your nuke and Fallout maps to see where you stand.
Right. The new ones, not the old ones, because one of them circles my area. I'm like, but it's a bird sanctuary. There's no base there. I'm not kidding. There's no base there. It's just a big empty field with a bunch of bird houses and stuff. Yeah, it's called the power chair. You just sit in it and it walks for you. I hate those things. They keep sending me those little postcards. Uncle Al, you've been paralyzed for a year. You should get a new power chair. No.
Our robots will automatically call the police within 5 minutes. It's going to put a lot of strain on the police forces. I told them it's a bad idea, but it's cheaper buying that than training a human. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you should tell Matt. You should tell the company their electric bill is going to go shoot up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they
You need to
run
recharge them.
right. You just have to wait until the robots decharge and like, okay, it ran out of power. Let's rob this place now.
Preparedness veteran says we are drifting towards a combination of Elysium and Demolition Man.
True. Both good movies.
Yeah.
True, Guardian robots are better than people. Japan's crazy about robots, and it's like the toilet I have. I have a bidet. Oops. What the hell happened? I gotta go My batteries, my signal's kind of weird. I'll catch you later, Jordan. Sorry about this.
No problem. Yeah, solar panels are always good to have, but they are expensive. Yeah, preparedness veteran. That is what I would like to be. So, Guardian, do you want to join me up here? Hey, Victoria May. Good to see you. It's good to see you, ma'am. I hope your week has been great and good for you. And I hope you get rid of that cold you catched. Yeah, Be Savage. That is also a good movie. Good evening, Guardian. Good to see you.
Hi, good evening, Shadow. How are you doing? Are you well, brother?
I'm doing good so far. So I'm always looking forward to my Saturday streams. So.
Yeah, to be quite honest, so am I. It's definitely a time of the week that, I have quite a scheduled life for the most part. So, when it comes to Saturdays, it's always put aside for these streams. And I love catching up with everybody and just having a bit of a chat. There's so many prep items and stuff and prep conversations that have been coming up quite recently that we can get into. I won't get into too many at once, don't worry. But just this week specifically, there's been some interesting movement across the world. And I hope that we're not going back into like some silly lockdown or anything like that. But, with the powers that be and the way that they are, we never know what the future holds. So I'm just hoping that things stay chilled, And also regarding, hello to everybody in the chat as well. And I'm absolutely one of the biggest advocates for solar in every way. Like I love solar, and if I can get solar on everything, I would. Like literally everything.
Yeah, but it's expensive to get this stuff. At least here in Sweden, anyway. So, but it's good technology, and it's hard to.
Well, yeah, it is obviously very good technology. I mean, just if you look in the last 100 years of development, it's ridiculous. Did we even really have solar capability? I don't know when solar came about, but I wouldn't put it. I don't know how long we've had solar for. But I mean, if you think of technology even within the last 100 years, it's incredible to see where we're going. And then I always think to myself, what the ultimate thing would be to have like an off-road, like an off-road motorcycle that would be like electric. But the thing is that you have the bike with either that comes with like a backpack that's a solar pack that's strong enough to charge the bike, or that the bike itself has solar panels on it so that it can recharge itself. I would love, and also make sure that the tires are extremely durable, and you'd essentially be able to ride on for you need a bit of an oil tap if you put an oil tap automatic, but you know what I mean, you wouldn't even need oil with electronic. You don't even need that. So you can just make sure that the tires are good and that your chain is lubed occasionally, and you get those drippers for chains. And then you can essentially have a bike that you could ride forever, and you'd never need to stop. You could just keep on riding. You don't need to stop for food and for human needs,
Yeah. That is really awesome if you could get something like that.
Oh,
but
okay.
But the price tag is pretty high, I guess.
Yes, but at the same time, as technology comes out, all the technology becomes cheaper, right? So in the future, like solar is going to obviously become a lot more viable to use for things across the board. I definitely think that that's some, even since a little kid, I've always wanted a bike that I could ride that didn't need petrol. You know what I mean? Didn't need gas, didn't need anything. It could just like, you can get on it at any time, jump on it. And because of solar panels and stuff, like you can just ride forever. And you can just travel, you know, you can go as far as you want.
Yeah.
I've always thought that that's awesome, but it's very random. Sorry to come up on the chat and just speak about something random, but I saw that you were lonely and you asked me to come up here and ramble. So
Yeah. Well, I like when you ramble. It's always nice.
Nah, I enjoy chatting to you as well, man. It's just that we get carried away about this topic specifically.
Oh, hey, Tammy. Good to see you, ma'am. Hey, preparedness veteran. Good to see you.
Hey, welcome, man. Good to see
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
So,
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
So just before I, sorry, didn't mean to butt in, but I'm just at a different location. I'm a couple of 100 miles away from my normal locations and my bug out location, testing things out and wrecking things and making sure things are smoothly. So if I disappear off quickly, that means I've had to just shoot off and do something. So I'll be back on and off probably. So sorry, Guardian, crack on.
No. I was just being my solo. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just come on to say about solar as well. Yeah, I've got a nice little solar array. I've only got I've got 6 batteries, 6 100, 12-volt 100 amp hour batteries, and they quite sufficiently are powered and charged from just a smaller solar array, 300 watt array, 1500 watt inverter, controller, and it works fine. That does all my needs. Got a backup generator and stuff like that. But yeah, it definitely the way ahead. I mean, why we haven't gone down the route previously in the technological development of humankind and not harnessed the sun before, I just do not know. It's you know, these sorts of free energy, and the amount of countries in the world that are exposed to glorious sunshine most of the year, and they're still relying on coal, nuclear, and so on. So it's unbelievable why we haven't gone into it more.
So, you know, there's a video that I was watching quite recently. It's a channel that covers technology in a very broad-based way. It's an excellent channel. It's a very big what?
Fusion.
No, not fusion. Fusion. What is it?
Something fusion.
Something fusion. Yes, Cold Fusion. Yeah, that's it. So Cold Fusion. Are you familiar with that channel?
No, not heard of it. No.
So if you go and you've got a bit of time, Cold Fusion is a YouTube channel that covers quite a lot of the current technology that's coming out. So I try and keep current when it comes to some of that tech. And what's interesting is looking at the future of air travel. We might actually we might be fortunate enough to go back to a time where we start using blimps again, Zeppelins.
Right.
You know, that's something where obviously they did away with them, but there was a time not that long ago where we used them for intercontinental travel. And they are looking at ways, because of the fact that there's so much more of a greener energy. I was watching a video within this last week as well, where they're looking at making them. They've got projects that are out there already. That there's it's like an Airbus, it's a huge air balloon. But essentially, in the future, they are thinking of doing that because of, like, you know, less emissions, essentially.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of initially would be speed of travel from A to B.
Yeah, that's always a problem as well. I don't know. It's an interesting concept, and I think it's always been something that I really like as well. The idea of it, but yeah, it's always speculation. I think at this point, even the video said it wasn't in granite. You know, they weren't 100% confident, but it was looking like it's going to go towards that way.
Yeah, good. Just reading Uncle Al's there said, Most solar panels only last 10 years. I've had mine 11 years now, and they came with a 25-year guarantee, and they're still going strong. I noticed on mine, I've got some minor deterioration in the wiring, which I'll probably have to replace in the next 2 or 3 years, but that's negligible. That can be easily done.
Yeah, you will get yourself really good quality panels.
Yeah, and nowadays they're fairly cheap. In fact, most in some places, all these solar farms are springing up, and it's an extra income for farmers to diversify. And in Britain, you're getting loads and loads of solar farms cropping up, massive arrays, couple of miles by miles long, and those solar farms, they tend to just swap out their panels at regular intervals in a short space of time. You're talking within 5 to 7 years, and a load of those people, they just literally sell them off really cheap, or sometimes give them away. So if anyone's near a solar farm, go and speak to the person who runs a place or owns a place, and they may be able to get free or really cheap solar panels. And we're talking panels which are 300 watts per panel plus, the really big industrial version things. So I mean, yeah, it's all out there to be harnessed, and if you know where to look, where to go and see, you can get some cheap stuff out there, make your own array.
So I think there's a lot more commercialized solar panels coming out as well. Here locally, they've got these large stores that have popped up called the General Store, and the stores have a large amount of very cheap solar panels. So I know that you shouldn't be going for the cheaper solar panels. I understand the problems with them, but it's just like it's nice to see that there is that type of technology being pushed in the right direction. And it's just, it's always been an interesting asset to me. I think that the future is extremely exciting. Unfortunately, we do kind of have a tendency as humanity to dwell on things that are negative and to look at things that are worrisome. But I firmly believe that the future is something that we can absolutely look at in a awe-inspired way, because there is a lot of things that are moving parts at the moment throughout the world that are so much better than we've experienced within the last several decades or even centuries. We're looking at technology that's absolutely going to be able to push us to the forefront of a utopian type of society. Now, people may question that when they hear the utopian, and they say, no, that's most likely not going to happen. But I firmly believe that, via technological innovations and the Moore's theory, the Moore's law itself, which speaks for itself, is absolutely going to be something that's a contributor to show that technology growth is exponential, and we can see a time where, due to logistics resolutions that we have, the people that are currently hungry and desperate in the world, that those problems can be resolved. There's so much to look forward to, and it's just there's the whole saying where if it bleeds, it leads, where media is essentially profit so much better when people have something negative to look at, because you're much more likely to click on a negative article, or to click on a negative video, or to read a negative article, because that's what human beings do in order to increase our self-reliance and our survivalism. It ties into our asset of survival. But it's all I'm saying in a nutshell. TLDR, the future is extremely exciting, and I think that we should try and be positive about it across the board rather than negative. But hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely an exciting time coming up. The escalation of technology, the way it's progressing, is just rapidly advancing so much. I mean, I've got my panels, for instance, about 11 years ago, and 3 100-watt panels. And for instance, the size they are, you can get a similar size to them now, which are 250-watt panels. So the footprint has decreased, or the power has increased for certain panels. Battery technology is progressing vastly. I was talking to a bloke the other day. He was saying that he researches all sorts of technology, and he experiments with it. He was saying that we may be going back to an older version of battery technology, which has been developed, and that is the. I don't know if anyone remembers the old carbon batteries with the rod in the middle of it, AA, AAA, and all that sort of stuff. They're starting to go back towards them, away from wet cell batteries, and these things can be stored upside down on the side because they're solid inside. So that's another big leap, and the amount of discharge that a battery can take is getting deeper as well. Because
also, what do you think of kinetic energy? Do you think kinetic energy could also be, once we have it like more efficient? Do you think that that's the way forward?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would tend, on a personal level, I would tend to look at, and I'm looking at in the future, going towards a combination of technologies. So for me, I'd be looking at a combination of solar panels and wind, a small wind turbine. But there is a. I've not really delved into it too much. I've noticed that I think this is what you're talking about. The kinetic energy rods. They're like a big sort of inflatable telegraph type pole that sway in the wind. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, yes. I've seen those, but I've not really looked into those too much.
Well, that's also hearing on the side. Also, sorry, just 1 second. I just wanted to read out. Yes, I wanted to read that comment out. Saltwater battery is easy to make, but you can only get 18 amps out of it. So that's also something that there's a couple of other ones that are almost your DIY type batteries that can provide like temporary, even the old orange trick, you know.
Yeah.
Like there's a couple of interesting ways, but I think that via renewable energy and also just some of the wind farms that are starting to pop up here in recent times are also great to see.
But they kill birds, though.
They do, yeah. That is something that happens, quite unfortunately.
I've got a problem with homemade stuff, in the fact that I've dabbled in making my own minor projects. And at the end of the day, it's all right for a last-ditch effort, survival, opportunistic way of getting power or making things work, bodging it, all this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, if you are trying to, for instance, make your own battery, it just doesn't work on an industrial level. Industrial as in, if you're trying to make power and sustain power for your house or wherever you live, then you just got to buy the proper kit, really, at the end of the day. Otherwise, you're going to run into problems.
Yes, or use the alternatives in every way, like gas stoves. Like we run with a gas stove that we've been running for quite a long time now. I'd say about a decade, right? Yeah.
You get gas as in gasoline or natural gas?
Natural gas.
Natural gas, yeah.
Right, propane type, yeah.
Yes, and it's just way more efficient. You see, there's like a lot of ways where you just kind of have to, because of our failed infrastructure and our terrible electricity situation here in our local country. Like we have to think of these things all the time and come up with alternative methods and stuff. And it's interesting. And you actually, you really do get used to it. So it's quite, as I've said, there's definitely silver linings to it. And we actually enjoy the power outages that we experience because we make the most of them. We've learned to, enjoy the fact that there isn't electricity because we can have more conversations and we can just be human beings without.
We play board games.
Yeah, we play board games and we like actually enjoy and like thoroughly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the thing is, the whole idea that people need technology in the way that they do, like, in a country where we're on the verge almost all the time of everything falling to pieces, we kind of we just make the best of it and realize that there's always alternative solutions, and you just kind of got to do a lot of things in a self-reliant way. You were speaking about self-reliance earlier and the level and the importance of self-reliance, and I'd honestly say that out at the farm, could look, we'd be about 60% currently when it comes to that. Like we'd be about 60% to 70% in a stickler, perhaps even more. But yeah, we try to have that way. We try to live that way out there anyway.
Yeah. When people actually strip back what they actually need, I mean, I downsized big time about 10 years ago, and at the end of the day, me panels, me battery bank, generator, all that sort of stuff, powers,
Well,
refrigerator, lights at night, and computer really, and that's it. I mean, I think when I'm plugged into the grid, because I'm self-sufficient, but not. I can go off grid, but not self-sufficient. If I mean, self-sufficiency in terms of food, but
yeah,
the when if I unplug from the grid, fine. It's lights, refrigerator, run my generator, the engine for hot water. But when I'm plugged into the grid, the only thing I really need is my immersion heater. I can just take that off anytime I like. I'm at the moment. I'm actually because the summer's hitting us here and it's warming up a bit. I'm actually just in the process of making a hot water system, solar hot water system. You know those solar shower bags you get? I'm connecting a series of those together. I've done this before a couple of years ago, and the tube comes through the window because I'll leave the bag on the roof all day. Come to the window, and that's the hot shower done. So that it immediately eliminates the hot water issue.
So the duration on those as well, and I'll get into the specifically those solar showers as well, because those solar showers have just a question about the longevity of them, because that's the only thing. Like because I use them as part of the inch system as well.
Yeah.
Vanessa Kitty said something earlier here. Vanessa Kitty said we have 50 280 watt panels on the roof, which is a hell of a lot of power as well. And then also Shadow brought up another comment where did you bring it up? Just looking at quickly. There's a second last one that you brought up. Anyway, just to be able to have that level of power would be amazing. Like that is a whole lot. Yeah, here it is. My panels create close to 14 kilowatts in full sun. Today they've been producing quite well. That's comfortable.
That is huge.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I can't. What does that? I'd like to. Well, if you had I'd like to have a conversation and say 14 kilowatts of panel. What's that powering? Because for me, for instance, I've got 300 watts. That does me all day, and it's basically it doesn't power my equipment. It stops my battery drain getting quicker. If you see what I mean? Because my battery's power go through my inverter, 1500 watt inverter. That's my whole limit is 1500 watts. If I switch everything on, 1500 watts I'm maxed out. So 300 watts for me is perfectly fine. It just slows my battery drain down. But 14 kilowatts it's immense. That for me, that would power 3 or 4 houses. You know. So
I'll tell you something that's crazy if you want to go down this road as well. So the amount of electricity that we have to buy when it comes to prepaid, all right, and I'm speaking about the urban household, not speaking about the farmstead, but when it comes to the urban household, like the amount of electricity that we buy is the same. It costs the same amount as so if somebody had to work from 8 to 5, from Monday to Friday for the entire month, the only thing that you can do with that salary is buy the electricity for our household during the month. And we don't even use that much. That's how expensive our electricity is. That literally, if you were earning minimum wage, the only thing that you'd be able to buy in our household is the electricity that we use. And I'm being absolutely serious when I say that. Like, that's how bad it costs. Just to put it in perspective, So it costs about, I'd say about 4,000 Rand every month for electricity, and 4,000 Rand. Let me just do the calculation. I'll just do the calculation quick for the US and for the UK. So Rand to pound is Rand to pound. Let me do that. So it's 4K. So it's £203 per month for our electricity. And then if I go to dollar,
Right.
then it, like, let me just go over that real quick. So that's, yeah, so that's $253 a month on electricity that we have to buy prepaid. And like, that's when you're only earning, when your minimum wage is like roughly about $1 an hour, then it kind of puts things into perspective. It's ridiculous.
That's similar to what it's like now in England. The price of electricity in the last two to 3 months has at least doubled. The average households, my parents' house, they were paying £100 a month. It's now over £200 a month for electricity. So it's doubled for them. And as pensioners,
Wow, yeah.
that is, it's ridiculous. It's honestly
That's a lot of money.
It is massive. And the old adage, heating or eating, that's going to hit hard this winter for a lot of people in England.
What is the minimum? What is the minimum income rate in your region? Like
minimum wage, I think. Minimum wage, I think it's £10 an hour. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, you see that's like that's like 7 times ours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the thing is,
it's all relative, only. When you're paying, we're paying almost £2 a litre for diesel.
not just that, your housing is extremely expensive. I know because I've got friends over in the UK. I've got other friends besides for yourself over in the UK, and like they all say that housing is such a big expense. Like that's definitely something that hits very hard.
I just cannot see how people nowadays can afford to buy a house. It is absolutely outrageous. Rental, you're looking at the average rental £700 a month for a small place. It's just the escalation since December has gone up massively, and we're going to see big problems here this year. Well,
it's exactly that. I never really give warnings on my channel, but I gave one in the community section of mine like a little while ago. And I was just, I said that we should buckle down because shortages are coming. And the thing is that, like, in all the things that I see, whether you don't like him or not, I find Jordan Peterson to be quite an interesting person to listen to. And some of what he speaks about is the fact that we haven't really seen the true effect of this, of the last 2 years events as of yet. We haven't really seen what the impact is. He had a perfect analogy for it. I'll think on it for a second and see if I can remember how he said it. But he had a brilliant analogy for the fact that it's basically like, sometimes you can see sometimes you can't see something. Oh yes, this is how he explained it. He said, for an oil rig, if you see the iceberg and you try and turn, it's already too late. Like if an oil rig has detected that an iceberg's ahead of him, already by that stage, as he's detected it, it's already far too late. And that's the thing, is that we haven't even seen, like, you know what I mean? If the situation continues, our food shortages because of the price of the fuel. Recently, our fuel has gone up an extraordinarily large amount, and we're paying a hell of a lot for fuel. And then obviously that's going to have more of an impact on the price of bread and milk and everything else. So it's just the downward spiral.
Yeah, absolutely. We're heading towards a perfect storm of disastrous events, situations. I don't think in England we're going to see so much of the shortages, but what we will see is people being priced out of, or priced into poverty, if you see what I mean. That's what we're probably more likely to see here. and as panic ensues, people will probably outstrip supply. People will probably more likely be queuing up to get into supermarkets as opposed to not being able to get the goods. So it's just a waiting game, really. People with the writings on the wall, people have been warned. You know, what else can you do? You can only warn people so much. It's going to be a case of an escalation of all sorts of things.
Well, to be quite frank with you, it's a sickening feeling to realize that you can try and help people, but some people, because of normalcy bias, they just will absolutely refuse to realize that, like, even after the last 2 years events, no matter, it's like, how do you not at this point just be like, come on, like, just try to, like, increase. I'm not asking anybody to be an extreme prepper or something like ridiculous, I'm just asking people to just do the basic, like, self-reliance, and to just kind of like increase their capability to be independent. And it's like they don't realize that through independence there's freedom, and it's just that they'd rather completely put all their eggs in one basket, and that basket being like the leadership, which has failed them a large amount of times in so many different scenarios, but yet they don't have like the kind of they're not pragmatic enough to really understand. And it's just unfortunate. It's not even like that it's something that makes me angry. It's just so like freaking sad,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
it's
I mean,
just-
we see it here all the time, the mentality of people. I'll give you the classic example. Opposite us, there's a road, and a couple of years ago, about 400 or 500 meters along the road, there's this bridge, and they were replacing the bridge completely. So the road was closed. So the other end of the road, there's a big sign saying "road closed, diversion," bridge being replaced, or some words to that effect. Yet cars would insist of coming down the road, thinking, "Oh no, it doesn't apply to me. I can still get across it." They're coming down in at the very last second, seeing the actual final bollard before there was actually no bridge there, turning around as if they didn't believe the initial warning signs. And that's the mentality you're getting. It's unbelievable. You could just sit there all day and just look, and the car will come down. Oh, the road closed. They turn around and go back every 20 minutes, as if people, as if either the signs didn't apply to them, or they were beyond the event or something. And that's exactly what's happening. People just cannot see what is coming. That they watch the news. I mean, the news is just full of doom mongering, and they microanalyze every small event to try and get the exclusivity on what's happening in the supply chain and all this sort of stuff in Ukraine. And it's as if it just goes in one ear, rattles around, and comes out the other ear. I think it's a case of people want to confirm in their own mind that they're okay. So they watch the news and think, right, that problem isn't here, it's over there, so I'm okay. They can't see it progressing towards them, and it's just over the horizon. It's going to affect them at some point.
So I do understand that the reason, I do understand the reason why people don't. Sorry, did you want to say something, Shadow? Go ahead.
Hoog Homestead says people who totally have the means to be prepared and doing nothing. Well, that's true.
It's exactly that. It's the fact that they would rather spend that money that when they go and do. It's a mentality to just try and increase your self-reliance. So if you're going to go buy a pair of shoes, why not buy a durable pair of boots? Why not buy things that are going to last longer? Why not start looking at just having a simple level of food rotation when it does come to having your canning goods stocked up as well? Why not just spend a bit of time, half an hour every day or whatever, even if you only want to spend 2 hours every week, but just at least pick up a survival book, or pick up a bushcrafting book, or pick up something and then go and practice that out there. Go and actually try and increase your accuracy of something, or go and try and increase your stamina. go and push yourself to see how far you can really go. And that's what I can't explain to you like how this year's I've absolutely been trying to prioritize getting myself like much more healthy, because your body is such an important prep as well. And I know that you should try and at least be in as healthy condition as humanly possible. Not everybody has the possibility to. There are disabled people out there that have many more skills and more knowledge than others do. But it's so that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that everybody needs to be Rambo. I'm saying that do the best with what you have. That's all I'm saying. Like some people, I would much rather choose a good-spirited and strong-willed and knowledgeable person in a wheelchair than a Rambo who is so negative about everything. And you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'd rather people that
I've come across them many times.
Yeah.
I think Vanessa has a point here. How much money and its striving is enough? How many resources have you around you such that you can still live day by day into the future? She has a point.
I tell you what, I see a lot of people who we in England we live in most people live in a comfortable life, and they've got this huge safety net around them, whether that be minimum wage, whether it be government support or circumstance of family and friends, and they just cannot foresee that safety net being stripped away. And when it does strip away, there'll be problems, definitely. Even down to our hospitals. Our hospitals are maxed out completely. There's just too many people here for the services that are in effect. And I agree with the Guardian there. Mentality, flexibility is the key. If you can do something about it, do it. Physicality has got to be up there amongst any other prep going. Look after yourself, promote injury resistance, fitness, and you just don't want to get injured in these days. It can all go downhill quite quickly.
Yeah. And Drops has a point here as well. Avoid the prepper with a bunch of pew-pews and a couple of cans of beans.
Yeah, that's right. So look, I've got to go because
Okay.
I've got many things to do tonight, and I wasn't actually going to come on. Opportunistically, I thought, right, I'll have a quick look at the computer, and I saw you on there, Shadow, so I thought I'd pop in. But I'm going to pop off. Guardian, thanks for that. Well, you there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
always a
he
pleasure.
is.
I think what I'd really like to do, I just wanted you to know that within the next month, I'll be having a bit of an improvement done to my studio, my backdrop that I've got it set up here. So then I'll be able to do, I'll feel a bit more confident about having a bit more live streams and that type of thing on the channel. So yeah, I'd love to have you on as one of the next guests when that comes up, and it'll be a pleasure to just have a bit of a ramble and learn a bit more, because every time we chat, I learn something new. So thank you so much, Preparedness Veteran, and have an excellent
no
weekend.
worries. But by the way, from I'll tell you now, from about the 22nd of June until 28th, 29th, I won't be available. I've got a key life-changing event coming up, so for the better, not the worse. But so I won't be available.
So do I on this. At the end of next month, I'll also be having one of the biggest things, like life-changing type events as well on my side. So that's perfectly fine. We synchronized in terms of those type of huge events occurring. So it's all good. We'll definitely either like after that, a month afterward, or something. But we'll definitely find a time.
Yeah. No worries. So Shadow, thanks for having us. Keep training, keep things going, positivity, and look ahead. So I'll catch you all later.
Yeah.
Always keep safe, sir.
Always.
See you later, guys. Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Stay safe.
are we going to switch to, is CR and second star going to pop up for the second set of the evening, because that's kind of what we do. And then I'm going to, because I want to go make a cup of coffee.
Well,
So I don't want to leave you like solo. So if we can get another guest, be on the panel, it'd be lovely. No pressure. No pressure if CR's around. No pressure specifically to creative redundancy out there. I'm not mentioning your name for any reason. So otherwise, how's your week been, Shadow? How are things on the day-to-day basis? How are you really? Like, what's been up? You don't need to explain personal things, but how's life? Like, are you happy on a day-to-day basis?
yeah, I am. I can't complain.
Brilliant.
So
That's perfect. That's a good thing to hear. In the modern world, we've got a lot of people that can't really say that they're happy and stuff. So happiness is important. Just trying to find silver linings and live a positive life.
well, that is the best thing to do. Why live a negative life? It doesn't give you anything.
Yeah, and also I find like just trying to, eating healthy and just staying hydrated and staying, just being positive about things, and also not allowing yourself to sink too deeply down like the rabbit hole of the current media, all the stressful stuff that's out there. It's because it's so easy to get caught up in that, and it can be quite a drain on people as well.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Stay positive, have a positive mindset. You can get really far with that. But some
Yeah.
gear helps.
Yeah. No, truly, that's 100% as well. What Drop said there: be happy you have a roof over your head, food in your stomach, and loved ones in your life. Absolutely, it's just from those things alone one can derive an enormous amount of happiness. Is just knowing that. And also the strangest thing, right? Like when we experience, like, so toothache is something. I'll just give an example of toothache, right? And
Yeah.
toothache is one of the most like horrible things that can happen to a person if you've had a dry socket, for example, or if you've had something. Toothaches are usually one of the worst. But now the reason why I bring that up is sometimes I find happiness in just not having a toothache at that point. Like, I know it sounds so stupid, but like just finding like enjoyment in knowing that at that point, like, you're not going through an extremely painful period. If anybody's had like major operations, and I've got some compound fractures that I've had over time and stuff, and I've been a bit battered up and whatever. Some of them, I've been in some serious motor vehicle accidents as well, and then other things like just piled up over time through my life, whatever. But I just sometimes am so happy to be in a time where I don't have any part of my body that's like extremely like in pain. I know that sounds maybe a bit morbid, but I'm being serious. Like, it's just, trying to find the things that can bring you just joy passively.
I agree with you, Vanessa. A simple cut or puncture wound can kill you if you don't know how to help it. I agree, and it's a lot of people who died from that. I saw something else here. There we have it.
Are we willing to give that answer?
Okay.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to explain something that happened when I was 17, and if somebody would be interested in knowing, pain in that level. So I've just got a bit of there's a bit of chatting in the background here. So just a second.
Yeah.
All right, so
Well, Vanessa, what's
okay,
the word?
so I'll explain it quickly. When I was 17, I found out that I was going to be traveling to the United States for my first time, as I'm a downhill mountain biker and I've done a lot of downhill mountain biking and trail riding throughout my life. I got the opportunity to go and teach downhill mountain biking and trail riding on summer camps in the United States as an international camp counselor. All right. So I was just about to go on the next year. And so that specific year, we were celebrating, and everything was organized. I had my visa done. I had all my paperwork in order and everything like that. And I was extremely excited. And we had a celebration with a friend of mine, and his name was JP. And what happened was I still have the initials tattooed on my left arm because he was my brother that passed away. But we were brothers. We were every day we used to spend together. For at least like 6 to 7 years. And he passed away in an accident the night before I was about to leave for my trip to another city, when I was going to fly out of the country to the US for my first time international flying. And on that evening when we were having, we were drinking and we drank way too much, and we drove in a vehicle, and he was driving the bakkie, which is called, well, you can call it a truck, but we call it a bakkie over here, the SUV basically. And the vehicle rolled multiple times, and he lost his life. And I still have, terrible images of like being in the road at that time and having emergency vehicles coming. And, I lost my brother and my best friend. And that was pain that was absolutely excruciating to me. And the physical injuries, such as my compound fracture in my left ankle, that prohibits me from, being able to do what I would usually do, but now that's why I'm trying to get my physical stuff back. But the mental and emotional damage that occurs from losing a brother in that way definitely has almost tainted my ability to get close to people again, because that's not the only time where I've lost people that have been close to me, that have taught me that now it's better almost to guard myself, is to actually not be too involved in people's lives or to let them in too deeply because of experiencing loss through that way. So when it comes to pain, I do understand pain, and so physically and emotionally. And I've been through a lot of different things. Losing my grandfather, who was acting as my father throughout my life. Losing him was one of the worst things that ever happened to me as well, because he taught me to be the man that I am today. And I lost him at 12, when I was at a time where I needed, the guidance the most. And that's what also shot me off into being a bit of a rebel, if you want to call it that. But being a bit, being a bit of a loose cannon, if you want to call it that, when I was in my teens, and not having the guidance from my dad, leaving when I was 3, and grandfather not being there when I was a teen, and not really having any guidance. And I turned to friends and turned to the wrong things, and that is a long time ago in a different life, and I've fortunately learned quite a bit since then. But when it does come to pain, then that's why I can say that right now, as I'm sitting here, thinking of that side of things, it does obviously have an impact. But like physically, I'm sitting here right now and I don't have any pain in this very moment, and that can bring me joy. So I hope that answered your question, Vanessa Kitty. I hope that is sufficient.
Well, it is different types of pain, mental and physical pain. But the worst thing I experienced was when I broke my foot on 2 places. That really hurt. Well, that's the worst physical pain I ever felt. And I was alone, and I drove the car. Manual gear, manual gear stick, everything.
Yeah, so, we drove around in these metal vehicles all the time,
Yeah, but that was horrible to drive and change gear manually. Well, it was really horrible.
Wow, so the one time I share the deepest story, it just happens that Homestead Oz is around. Hello, by the way. It's awesome, and I'm really happy that you actually got to hear that, me sharing some of that, because that's the deepest stuff I've ever shared on YouTube, ever. So that's something that really, when it comes to live streams and that type of thing, and it's it's something where yeah, those things are the biggest things. And I always appreciate Homesteaders' support.
Yeah.
Always just, being there for the homesteading and the prepping community, all in all. Yeah.
Welcome, Homesteaders. Good to see you again.
Yeah, if it was, I think like Homesteaders makes YouTube feel like home in a way, to a degree as well, like a second home, like because of the warmth that comes from the both of them. So it really goes very far in terms of making people feel that they're supported. Because look, not everybody understands us crazy preppers, right? And us people that are survivalists and that type of thing. Like some people think that we're completely nuts for trying to be pragmatic about the worst things that could potentially come down the road. And it's not that we focus on them either. We try and like have positivity. That's how I try and prep. I prep because I love people and I don't want to like have people ask me if I can give them food or water and shelter and not be able to provide that for people. So
Yeah.
that's why I prep. It's not all about like, oh, the end of the world's coming or aliens or nonsense like that. But look, I've shared everything. You guys have taken my whole soul away from me, and I've given you all that I have to give. It's really very seldomly that I'm willing to share these type of things, deeper things. But I think it's important, and I feel that as a community, we are there for each other. And I just want to, maybe if my story makes somebody choose to not drink and drive the next couple of days or something, and it prevents them from having an accident, because it's drinking and driving that have been the banes throughout my life. That's absolutely, if you can take any message from what my little story was, just think twice about getting like drunk and then getting in a car and driving, because even if you don't hurt yourself, there's always a possibility that you could injure an innocent family as well, and it's something that you need to think about very carefully. So don't drink and drive like an idiot. Drink as much as you want and fall down and get like whatever, but obviously avoid alcohol poisoning. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I'm not a big advocate for drinking irresponsibly. I think drink in moderation, quite frankly. I think that you should try and be wise when it comes to your consumption of anything. But that's it for me. Thank you for having me up on the panel, Shadow. And
yeah, I appreciate that you shared this story.
I'm going to wait for somebody else to come up here. I don't want you to be alone up here. I don't know if somebody else feels like popping up here and doing a bit of a transition. If you can, because I'd love to go get a cup of coffee, and I'll still stay in the chat for a bit and that type of thing. But I think my whole rambling, I've spoken.
Well, I miss your rambling. It's always nice. You always had good things to say. You always bring good information, Guardian.
Thanks, Shadow, but I think that's I've said it before, but I really believe that if you see any good traits within me, it's only that you value those good traits, which means that you have those good traits inherently, right? Like if you view me as being a kind person or something like that as a good thing, that only means that is something that you value and you treasure, which means you're likely kind yourself. So I'm playing tennis here with that compliment, and I'm saying that I really do think that it's important to have people that are willing to listen to you, and it's important to have people that have a similar mindset. That's why every Saturday, like I try to make it. Last week I couldn't because of the power outages and stuff like that, but I try to make it.
And I hope you can manage the next Saturday, because the stream will not be a normal stream. So I hope you join next Saturday, buddy.
Yeah.
Because I have a charity birthday live stream next Saturday. And you have the possibility to win watch hours, which you probably need. So
No. I'm happy to support you to help your channel out. My watch hours are a very strange situation, Shadow. I won't be getting monetized for quite some time. I don't like, and it's not. It's a strange situation. For me to be serious about that side of things on my channel would be for me to do a consistent everyday, like once a week type of thing. And because of the type of because of the type of programs in the community that I'm involved in and that type of thing as well, it's quite challenging for me to dedicate like a set evening of the week. Although I try quite well to make these Saturday streams as well, I think. But yeah, like it's somewhere down the road. I do plan on building up the studio. And somebody once, some YouTuber once told me on one of his videos, and it's the channel's called Think Media. And if anybody is a channel creator, yeah, definitely.
Sean Cannell.
Yes, absolutely. So if there's tips and stuff that you want to find out to improve your YouTube creation and your creativity, whatever, and you want to just get some tips, definitely check out Think Media, the YouTube channel, if you're not familiar with it already. But yeah, like he said that YouTube is a marathon and not a sprint, and I think that that's the case. I think that for me, I don't mind if I only get monetized when I'm sitting here with my long gray beard, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care. Like, if I didn't have a job at the moment, I would potentially think of making YouTube full time and like really going at it and trying at it for a while and like really, you know, producing much more content and stuff like that. But it's not something that I view in that way. Like, I just love that I get to meet people, and I love the friends that I've gotten to meet, and I think that the community, and I know it sounds cheesy, but like that's why I log on to YouTube instead of sitting here and like, you know, watching like a video on like Netflix, because I watch a lot of nature documentaries. I could be doing that, but I mean, you know, the communication and conversations are so much more interesting. But I have been speaking way too much, so it's unfair. Come on, there's got to be somebody that can come up here and relieve me. You guys are killing me. Oh.
Oh man, yeah, I hope so. Well, the link is in the top of the chat. Just click it. It's easy.
Creative redundancy is going to come up now. I know he is. I know creative redundancy. Or Homestead Oz. Oh, but that's the thing. If Homestead Oz had to come up, I would definitely be more than tempted to. If either Lynn or Wayne came up, I'd be highly tempted to. I don't know. Like if, yeah, I don't know.
See, you're charging his battery.
I couldn't leave the stream if they came up anyway. So I'm going to stay in the chat though. I'm going to hang around, and if nobody comes up in the next like couple of minutes though, I'll jump up and save you, okay?
Yeah, thanks for saving my day.
No, you perfectly fine when you're solo. Like the funny thing is, you say that like it makes you, you know, sometimes it can be a bit challenging and stuff. But if you read the comments and stuff in the chat section and stuff and communicate with the chats, it should be good. You can handle all that. So yeah, I also want to say before I leave that all jokes aside and everything like that, I'm truly sorry for your loss, Vanessa, and yeah, it's definitely something that is not it's not easy in any way, and yeah, it's if you go up to the comment, Vanessa Kitty, I lost another cousin, his brother 2 days ago due to CANCER. Only the oldest and youngest of the 5 remain, and we are truly sorry to hear about that. That's absolutely a loss for all of us.
Vanessa says, "Thank you, folks. I tested positive for COVID the day he passed."
Yeah, please just stay safe and also just make sure that you get an enormous amount of rest and do everything that you possibly can to make sure that you stay safe, and because you're a very important part of this community as well, and you know, I know that we all are only on we're speaking over the internet, so we're not in person, but if it means anything, I'll definitely have you in my thoughts, and blessings for myself as well, and truly hope that you get better and you get better soon. So much love.
Okay, take care, Guardian. But I know you will be staying in the chat, so that is good. Vanessa, here in most ramblings is wisdom if you are listening to learn. Yeah, there are wisdom in rambling. It depends on who is rambling. And Vanessa, that is must be really tough, my friend. And Vanessa, you know where you can find me if you need to talk or want to talk. Just send me an email, or we're here to help you out, my friend. It is in the sharing of knowledge that we build community together. I agree with you. We share the information, our knowledge, our skills. That's the way we can build a community with like-minded people. I was planning in making more concrete patio block form fills until COVID hit. Okay. That sounds really interesting. Welcome, Indy. Maybe good to see you. Vanessa, sometimes it's good to have good friends like you have here that can help you out, my friend. That is what we're here for. And we will be here. We are not going anywhere. So, you know where you can find us. You know where you can find me. So if you want to talk, send me a email, no problem. Hey, NC Deb, good to see you. I hope your week has been good for you. And yes, NC Deb, I'm doing just fine. Babbling without communication may be a problem. Well, you are probably right about that, my friend. About a week and a half, the starts go in the garden. Well, that's good, Drop. That's really good. Hey, Vanessa. Well, I don't think you are a person who just babbling, but if you do, we will ask you a question. Drops. What kind of frost hardy stuff you planted? Okay, so you get more tomato plants, Vanessa. That's good. And 2 are growing now. That's awesome. Okay, homesteaders. 6 a.m. I'm gonna make a coffee and breakfast. We'll be back later. No problem. Okay. Okay, drops. Carrots, radishes, charred broccoli, etc. I love broccoli and radishes. I like too, and carrots. Many people feeling spiritual attacks. So stay strong, everyone. It can affect your health. I've been melancholy. And we had a full moon and eclipse, so that affects us too. Cabbage. Are you growing Brussels sprouts? Do you get another storm, Hugo? Will that storm be worse than the last one, or not that bad? Retrogrades. Okay. So you don't eat the Brussels sprout yourself, Drop? I guess they are easy to grow too, Brussels sprouts. I never done that before, so thunder rumbling, it's coming. Well, that sounds like a good idea, Hugo. Yeah, Brussels sprouts are mini cabbages. I love those. Hail damage? Ah, okay. That sounds like a good idea to do. Thanks for the tip, Drop. And the bunnies like your radish? I didn't know that bunnies eat radish, but I never heard that bunnies eat radish, but they probably do. Radish has a pretty strong flavor, so Brussels sprouts are grown in Europe to feed pigs. Really a dual purpose veggie. I also grow sunflowers to feed the chickens in the winter. Sunflowers, yeah, I like the sunflower seed. It's I like to eat it. I buy it, but sometimes, not that often, but I do it sometimes. Thank you, Guardian, for the tip. Thank you for the tip. I will remember that. Yeah, I bet radishes are fun to grow, Vanessa. Okay, and see, Deb, what are you growing? What kind of stuff are you growing? I never had tasted fermented radishes before. And if I can get my hands on fermented radishes, I will try it. Radish grow fast, can plant them several times in a season. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Be Savage. My chicken like to spend sunflowers. My sunflowers are knee high right now. That's awesome, Huga. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Drop. I buy pumpkins at harvest so I can make pies and roast the seeds. I never had radish fermented, but fermented turnips are good. You ferment the radish, very simple. Put in a jar in water, add your spices, and add about a tablespoon of kosher salt. I make some sweet and sour spicy fermented radishes. Well, that's awesome. I will try to remember that. Thanks for the tip, and thanks for sharing it. Hardware store sells pumpkins seasonally. At the end of season last year, they gave them to me free for chickens. Well, Huga, that's awesome if you can get those for free. It's a good deal, my friend. I have eaten turnips and several varieties of radish, never fermented though. Put jar in dark shelf for 2 to 4 weeks. I guess if you store them longer than 2 weeks, I get more flavor to it. Same process for making sauerkraut. Okay. I've made fermented garlic in honey. Fermented food is healthy food. Yeah, it is. And fermented garlic in honey, that sounds really delicious. Be savage. Honey and garlic. Interesting combination. I also get spent grains from brewery. Chickens love them. Yeah, I bet they do. I found a farm last year that had thousands of yellow squash. They never harvested. I wanted to go ask owner if I could harvest a wheelbarrow full. May I ask them this year? Yeah, you can try to do that, Vanessa. That would be a good idea if you can get a wheelbarrow full. Radishes you can plant to harvest every 4 weeks. That is very close, actually. Lettuce, beans, peas, corn, okra, cucumber, beets, yellow squash, and onions. Pickled eggs with fermented honey, garlic, and dill is really, really tasty. Never had that one before. And peppers. Yeah, squash is really yummy. I love that. I love squash. Squash of most kinds are fun to roast and steam. Yeah, you can bake it in the oven too. I try to find heirloom seeds here in Sweden, but it's not that easy to find. I would like to get my hands on heirloom seeds. Retired U.S. Air Force food inspector. I let no food combinations pass me by. No, probably not. The food needs to have the password if they need to pass you. It's good on roasted chickens or just by the spoonful. Fermented garlic. I love garlic. Okay, Guardian. Well, you need your coffee. the small red radishes you can grow constantly in a greenhouse throughout the year if greenhouse heated in winter. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grow that too, actually. Try to grow some herbs too. I want the top floor of my workshop to be here, a greenhouse. Well, that is a good idea. If you have the possibility and the space to do so, go for it. Great prepping veggie potatoes. Radishes usually do succession planting, plant and then plant other in 2 weeks and so forth. Very easy to keep a good supply. Thanks for the tip, Drops. Thanks for the tip. I will try to remember that. I grew radishes in a box in winter near woods, though. The windowsill was about 4 feet from facing south. And I guess that worked just fine, Vanessa. Carrots you plant in spring and then in fall. Okay. Good to know, Drops. Yeah, Vanessa, I can agree with you about that one. Freshly picked radishes from your garden. Straight from your garden. That is awesome. And yummy. I sprouted the seeds on damp paper towels and plant in the bags. Keep rotating. Okay. That might work pretty good. Pretty well. I didn't harvest my carrot seeds soon enough last year, so I got carrots all over the place. Yeah, probably got a lot of carrots. Anybody else who are up for it, just click the link and join me up here. Mushrooms can be grown inside in toads and are good to dehydrate. Yeah. Yeah, I know you can buy um, these mushroom growing kits. And you will probably get a lot of mushrooms out of it. So probably too much, but that's okay. You can dehydrate them. I did these colors for companion and planting start shot. Here is my download link if interested. Thank you, Draps. I will check that out. Did I miss someone now? I thought I saw a familiar face. Dad would buy 4 pallets of potatoes, and we had them stored in the cellar as well. All our canned foods we made and pickles were there as well. That's awesome, Vanessa. I feel I missed someone who popped in. I'm not sure how. No, obviously I not. I didn't miss anyone. My dream is to have a root cellar, but for that you need a house, you need a garden to have it, or a backyard that is big enough. Root cellars are the best. Yeah, Huga, a root cellar is awesome. They keep a constant temperature. If you have the space, yeah, I suggest you build yourself a root cellar, Huga. Good evening, CR. Good to see you again, my friend.
Hello, Shadow in the side chat.
Yeah. I worked for the Dolcor mushroom farm in my hometown for 2 years during high school. I did the compost section. That's cool, Vanessa.
Hi, CB. Huga Homestead. Drops, Vanessa.
Where Huga ask a question. Can I store a few bottles of wine in that cellar too? What do you say, CR?
About
Would
what?
that be possible to
I
store?
just got back in. I don't even know what we're talking about. Just don't talk
Okay.
about food.
Huga asks, can I store a few bottles of wine in that cellar too? In a root cellar. That would be possible to do.
Mhm.
A root cellar, well, keeps a constant temperature. It's always cool. It
Thanks, CB.
stays cool. So I don't think it would be a problem to store wine, a bottle of wine, a couple of bottles of wine there. I see no problem with that.
Just remember to cycle it out.
Yeah. Hugo says, Sierra, I was watching a few of your older videos earlier.
Well, who got? You might see some of that stuff come back, depending which video you watched.
Vanessa says they claim my relatives that my feet and height are due to working compost heaps at mushroom farm. I have my priorities straight. Lol. Wine. Yeah.
Coffee for me.
B. Savage says my grandmother in Indiana had a root cellar that was also a storm cellar. It's still in the family. Wine storage is tricky. Yeah, it is. But I would say it's not impossible to store wine in a root cellar, but as B. Savage says, it's tricky.
I guess just try it and keep your eyes on it.
Well, you can try to do an experiment and put a bottle of wine in the root cellar and see and store it for a while and see if there are any changes in the taste, flavor, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's
See what the temperature is,
yeah,
or the ambient temperature. Maybe it's
yeah,
in the 40s or the single digits. So that'll probably be sufficient. And see that throughout the whole year, right?
yeah.
Because it'd be one of those experiments you would have to do over a period of time.
Yeah. You need to do that over a period of time. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what the temperature are usually are in a root cellar, CR?
I'm already reading the chat before.
Yeah.
sorry. I
Well, that's
gotta
okay.
remember. I gotta remember to let you direct it in. Because I keep seeing it, I'm like, I want to talk about it, but wait, he has to bring it up.
Storing in basements that stay cool, dry. It's a good thing. We rent a basement apartment here. The steps down into here are great for storing drinks and potatoes, etc. Yeah. You are lucky I have that possibility. I feel like my whole gardening is one big experiment. Well, it might be a big experiment. You walk down into my home, you see the steps lined with potatoes, carrots, squashes, etc. hanging in left. That looks awesome, CR. That plant has grown pretty well. And that one too.
Yeah, too bad I got them. I didn't grow them from seed though. Not those two. Or three.
Yeah.
Gifts. So I need to up my game on it.
Well, we talk about root cellars and the idea of storing bottles of wine in the root cellar. And gardens, growing veggies. And welcome back, Tammy.
Welcome back, Tammy.
Okay. Bra att veta. Sorry about that. No problem, Vanessa. What was that plant, CR?
That was an onion.
Okay. Spring onion or what?
I don't know the variety, but I know it's an onion, that's for sure. It's like some of the tomatoes
Okay.
I don't know at times. But I just know it's a tomato, so. Like those other ones that I just showed, I have no idea either. My friend's dad dropped them off for me.
Okay.
I asked him, he's like, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just have to wait until it fruits. Hopefully it makes it to that stage. Because it doesn't matter how big a plant goes, how fast it grows, how many flowers it makes. It's the fruit that matters, so.
Yeah.
So until it starts fruiting, I gotta baby it. Do whatever it takes. Because no one likes to grow something and just lose the harvest at the last second. You know, it's a real morale hit when that happens. Just like how the farmers when they get hit with something late in the season. It's just a big blow. Because you put all that effort into it, right? So.
Yeah. Well, that is awesome, Vanessa. Well, apple trees are really nice to have. That's about the only fruit tree that does well here. I wonder what kind of soil, why just only apple trees are doing well over there. I don't know why. Is the soil or what?
Oh, who could say says about clay?
Okay,
Well, I know clay will hold back the water more compared to like something like sand. I got clay soil here, so.
Okay,
I
so
need
you
to-
also have the.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of apple trees here in Canada.
I grow pumpkins not because I like them, but they store all winter and can feed them to the chickens. Well, that's good. Well, pumpkin has a flavor of its own, so not everybody likes the taste of it. I'm thinking the steps down could be redesigned so we have a closet below those stairs, more storage. That sounds like a good idea, Vanessa. Plums and pears should grow well there too. Yeah, probably. Clays and sand. Not the very best soil to grow anything. Plums, the purple, and pears and apples grow well. Ones.
You guys are starting to make me feel hungry again.
When did you eat last time? 2 hours ago?
When I first came in.
And now you're hungry again.
Because you guys keep talking about, let's talk about radishes, carrots, potatoes, apples. Next, you guys will be talking about like rhubarb and some
That's okay,
sunflowers
Vanessa, no
and all this.
problem. I have cherry, plum, pears, and peach trees. Apple trees take too long to mature, and everyone has those in Washington State.
You guys aren't helping.
Do I need to tie up blueberry plants? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think you need to tie up blueberry plants. I don't think you need to. I'm not sure, but
Now Vanessa Kitty's making me even more hungry. Dang it.
hubby bringing fried chicken from grocery store. Hopefully it stays down. Have not eaten since Wednesday. Oh boy, Vanessa. Well, in that case, you need to get something and hope it stays there. They net over the blueberries here being RDS. Try to get them before you do. Probably rodents.
You guys aren't helping. The struggle's real on this for me.
My sister brought me some wild caught copper river salmon from Seattle.
Yeah.
And we ate that yesterday.
Dropsy ain't helping, man.
Well, I can hear your stomach growl. Growl or howl. It depends on.
So changing the subject here, no?
Who
No, actually, Shadow, I did all this stuff this earlier in the day. So I'm just relaxing, so to speak, during midday.
Are you fasting, CR? No, he doesn't.
CB, that's funny. That's funny.
Yum. I dip netted salmon in Copper River near Valdez, Alaska. 189 salmon for 5 families in one weekend. Whoa, that's a lot of fish. And they were pretty big too, I guess. I could harvest 15 and families could get 30 back then. That's not bad. Got a few thick cut T-bone steaks in the freezer I can't get out, lol. Well, that works too. Those fish were huge. How huge was the... How huge were they, Vanessa? 5 king salmon netted that were 69 plus pounds and 6 feet long. 6 feet? That's my size. I'm 6 foot.
I'm hungry like a 6 foot.
Well, that turns out to be big fillets. I like some fish, especially smoked fish. Yeah, I like smoked fish. The coho salmon were 2 feet or longer each. Whoa. That's a nice size. Yeah, I agree. That's huge. And good size too. But yes, I'm 6'3". Those fish came to my nose. That's big. That's a long, big fish. That was early 80s. Okay. I wonder how it would be to catch a 6 foot long salmon on a fishing rod. I would guess those fish would give you a pretty good fight. I wonder who would win, the salmon or me.
I think my appetite might win here.
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Tammy. That must be really exciting. I harvested all the salmon eggs from those. They filled my backpack to about 80 pounds of egg sacks. What?
Yeah,
That's a
still
lot.
getting hungry. Still getting hungry. I'm not exaggerating it.
No, because you have a metabolism like a vampire. You burn calories faster than you
I know.
get them in. You just swallow and you burn them on the way down.
Yeah. Yeah. 10 calories, 100 calories down, 50 just to swallow. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That just sounds stupid and weird.
Have to strap me down or it pull me in. Yeah. £80 of salmon roe. Exquisite. Yeah, I have to agree with you about that one too.
You guys, it's like you guys, oh, CR's here. Let's all just talk about food now. You guys weren't talking about food earlier. It's like, oh, CR's here. Let's talk about food. He'll complain I'm being talked about it.
An old fellow was there watching us Friday. We offered him breakfast and coffee. Well, in that case, he was happy. That day, anyway. Teenager eating ability. Yeah.
That's because I do stuff. Now I'm relaxing, but that's because it's midday.
Yeah. What's the temperature in Canada now?
It's actually warmer out east than out west here. Although the temperature's supposed to rise out west a little bit more now. So, because technically out west, it hasn't reached into that 70, 21 Celsius range. Give or take. I mean, depends on the area, but it's been generally been warmer and hotter out east for a while now. I mean, like I said, I saw hail the other day already. I can't remember the last time I seen hail in May here. I mean, I expect to see it in the typical summertime, June, July, August here, but
That's cool, Vanessa. The West Virginia wildlife.
oh well.
Good to see you, and welcome to the stream this wonderful evening. Pope Leo the 12th, Ubi Premium, number 14. It is impossible for the most true God, who is truth itself, the best, the wisest provider, and the rewarder of good men, to prove all sects who profess false teaching.
Yep, I really should have ate before the stream. Or before joining the panel. Again. Seriously, you guys are just... I want to bring up a topic now that doesn't include food. For a little bit, you guys can talk about food in a couple more hours when you get a snack, okay? And you guys can talk about it again. Make me hungry, feel hungry again. And can we talk about whitewater?
That salmon roe, king salmon, are the largest eggs are laid in layers of borax in wooden box. How wonderful the older gentleman gave you pointers and advice. Well, older men can give you some good advice. Yeah, salmon eggs are good to use as bait. Salmon eggs fried in the bacon grease.
Man, you're
Never
talking about
tried.
bacon.
Bacon grease. Borax dehydrated them but preserves them for winter. Okay. Good to know. Vanessa, I bet the roe in bacon grease was delicious.
Yeah, I bet it would be delicious. Be delicious too if I was eating right now, because you guys keep talking about food. Actually, Shadow, I was gonna mention something to you earlier. I messaged you if you had a topic in mind for this Saturday, because I know next Saturday it'll kind of be more loose, fun related. Obviously, I agree. So obviously I can't wait till next week. But oh, speak of next week, Shadow, are you gonna be going for a longer period of time next week, next Saturday?
I have said minimum 4 hours, and if everything goes well, we might run for 2 more hours. So totally 6 hours. It depends on.
You know, you guys can talk about cake or whatever next week. Okay.
Actually, not much food.
Oh,
Talk.
that'll be a first.
It will
That
be
might be the first
totally
time
different.
I won't get hungry on the stream. No, no, actually, since it's late May here, I've been noticing it, and I don't know, at least on the YouTube side of things, and and some other things, I've noticed more. Maybe how do I say this? How do I say this? More people getting ready. Let's just say, I know most of you out there are kind of ready beyond the summertime. You know, I know some of you got your plants and your veggies and such plants out there already, and so do I. I know some of you are dehydrating or canning and all that stuff. But you know, I've noticed more and more of the, how do I say this? The bag videos. Well, the kit videos and and there's the homesteading community and the bushcrafting community, but I've noticed a lot more of it lately. Because I'm just like, because sometimes I take a look, and maybe they've done this before.
Welcome to the internet. Good to see you.
Hello, by the way. Hi, Simply. Yes. You know, but I've noticed that because I'll go into the channel, I'll take a look at their about page. The channel just was made. Like, I could see 2020, 2021, sometimes even this year already, right? Now, that doesn't mean they just started. It could just mean they just started the channel. Some people are like that. You know, some people are kind of more openly showing it now. Perhaps. So, maybe it's more of a people are more comfortable with it now, or
Yeah.
getting more ready and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys or any of you out there have noticed that. Regardless if it's on the YouTube side or in real life, or people you've seen people or met people, you know, it's like, when
Yeah.
did you start a garden? Last year. What? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, because that's still part of it, right? I mean, like, it's still, you know, general preparedness includes that all the subcategories of survival, homesteading, and all this other stuff. And being able to know how to do stuff. Yeah, just like the need to make bread,
Yeah.
you know.
Vanessa
Form of it.
says, I need to make some breads. My new mixer my brother bought me a year ago can need a 10-pound bag of flour at a time. Whoa. That's a lot of flour. Or a big dough.
We're talking about the Arabic dough. Because I know I don't have any dough. Their dough. You know what I was just thinking, Shadow? Remember that other week where you're like, speak of dough, remember the Homer Simpson?
Yeah.
That comes to mind right now.
Yeah. Me too,
That comes-
actually. Dough.
See, it comes to the mind right now. I just like, yeah.
So, what your projects for your gardens here this year?
I'm trying to. Well, I think it's important to try to learn by doing, through experiencing it and stuff like that. I was talking to someone else. They're paying someone or a company or whatever to do their tomatoes. I know, because they went on vacation, came back late and stuff like that. I mean, I get it if you don't have time or something like that, but sometimes, but they know what to do, right? They just simply don't have the time. But it's different if you just, it's like, you know, going back to that fishing analogy that sometimes people say or whatever, is it better to be given hundreds of fish or learn how to fish hundreds of fish or whatever that saying is, right? You know, because sometimes the experience is, it's good to know. At least, you know, you tried it at least. And maybe
Yeah.
outsourcing it later. But knowing that you could still do it if you have to. Because simply, you know, you got the money to throw out, you can pay anyone to do anything, pretty much, right? But when you don't have that, you gotta do it on your own. Sometimes you can't just simply throw dough at the problem or money at the problem and make it magically disappear or work out. You know.
Vanessa's dream mixer would be the stand-up mixer that can do 100 pounds at a time. Oh.
Well, at least the chat's mixing it up with less food talk.
Yeah.
I know I'm not the only one that gets hungry. I'm just the one that actively says it all the time. So yeah.
I would be making loaves of bread in the wood-fired oven for all those who come by at that point. Do you plan to add some new to your garden, CR?
I'll try. See how well it works. See if I can learn from it too. I guess the real idea is to be able to sustain that, not just for this year, but next year and so forth, right? Because anyone can have a bad or a lucky year, but it's that over time, gradually making improvements or getting it so it's taller over time, right? Because I think there's always gonna be that bad year every so often, that late hailstorm in August that ruins your tomato plants or something like that. But then you can have a really good harvest, and then always being optimistic but realistic about it too.
Yeah.
I think this is why a lot of times it's all about the numbers in terms of not always quantity, but quality. It's not always about quality, but quantity too, right? Where you have more than just one of the plant, a few, and hopefully get some seeds and keep going from there and stuff like that. Especially if the plant's not well established yet.
Yeah.
It's just like an apple tree. Once an apple tree is mature, then it's probably like, you're pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, but
it takes a couple of years before and the apple tree has matured. So
yeah, because
that's the drawback with fruit trees. It takes some time before they are matured. So before you, and after that, you have to wait maybe 1 or 2 years before you can see some, or get some fruit from it.
yeah,
So,
you gotta wait. You're gonna. It's worth the fruit. The fruits of the labor. Is the fruit worth the labor? But that's where starting ahead in advance helps. I've heard from other people and the grapevine of things. Oh, don't start your seeds yet. Save your seeds till later. I'm like, well, that doesn't help right now, and you don't gain the experience. Sometimes experience comes by doing. Because you'll be rushing it later. Because to me, when I see that, I'm like, well, that's not being proactive. That's just like, it's like having gear and not using it, or at least not trying to use it, or not trying to gain experience, skill, and knowledge behind it too. Because if you've never grown a garden or never grown these whatever seed, whatever plant, you have no idea. Just because you look at a video, read a post, read blog, read a forum or whatever, yeah, those are words, video, images, video, right? But being able to see it with your own eyes, touching it, feeling it, smelling it, that kind of thing, right? Or like, oh, this is what they mean. Because videos and pictures are just a snapshot in time. There might be slight differences in your own area, what it looks like, or how it appears to you, and stuff like that. So
yeah,
and growing conditions, growing season, some people live in zone 2, some people live in zone 9, right? So some people have greenhouse, some people don't have. Some people have grow lights inside it, some people don't. Some people get sun, some people get less sun. So it's better, in my opinion, to start it now. Really, right? And besides, I mean, like an apple. Let's say if you were growing an apple tree, well, you need to start it. You want to start it now. You don't want to be waiting too long. Oh, let's wait 3 years, 4 years later. Well, I don't know. To me, that doesn't make sense.
well, I agree.
Take care, Vanessa Kitty. I see Vanessa Kitty's taking off. Take care. Take care, my friend.
Take care, Vanessa. Thanks for stopping by.
I said B Savage is taking off too. Yeah, I agree. Thanks,
So
GG.
9 is Ireland. Yeah, yeah, Guardian are probably correct about that. I have no idea about the zones.
Well, I know you can Google it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can.
I agree with you, Tammy. Yeah, experience is a lot of the time the best teacher. Some can learn by reading or hearing, but sometimes certain little things are better done by doing. Well, because there's certain little things like where I've noticed like I've learned more about it because I've actually started doing it more, and how to kind of improve on it. Where you don't really hear it per se, right? Like for example, because I was watching this our channel and I did. They do gardening, they do camping, they hike out. They've shown their layout and stuff like that. I've met them. I think they live in the south. It must be hot in that area because it must be. But anyways, they were showing a fire striking your ferrocerium rod, and one of the things I've started to learn more and more is that the less pressure you have to apply and get good sparks off your ferrocerium rod, the better off you are, in my opinion. Because my philosophy, my reasoning behind that is, if you're using one, you can't always assume that that your hands are in good shape. You know, you might have a splint on your finger or something like that. Stuff like that happens, right? People have had splints on their fingers and stuff like that, right? You know, and
Yeah.
people will be like, "Oh yeah, just use it later." Okay, yeah, okay, I get that. But if you had to use your ferrocerium rod, right?
Yeah,
Are you be able to apply enough pressure?
yeah,
Is that 90-degree spine on the striker, whatever you're using, really, really good? Because sometimes it's not always the rod. Sometimes it's the striker that you're using because it's not very the best or home to as good as you can get. Because I've noticed if you could do the pinky and the thumb test with your striker and get good sparks with it, well,
yeah,
obviously, if you apply all your pressure with all your hand strength, yeah, you're gonna get great sparks. So, because I've noticed that too with some of the bushcrafters out there, I'm just like they say they'll be saying, for example, "Oh, I'm barely applying pressure," right? And you see good sparks, right? So I obviously assume if you really crank down on it, you're gonna get really great sparks. So
yeah. Good
that's my 2
sparks.
cents. Well,
Yeah.
that's my 2 cents on it, right? Because I'm like, because sometimes it's not always. Sometimes it's some of those strikers aren't as good as they are. Sometimes you can improve on them. Remember, unless unless you have something very specific or specifically made or a very hardened piece of metal or something like that, you may want to touch it up a little. You know, if you got like some diamond scraper or strike, or it's what tungsten steel that's hard, or some awesome striker. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
But then there's the rest of us. Because yeah, that's one of those things I just kind of learned over time. After starting to learn about a ferrocerium rod and stuff like that, where I'm like, okay, now I'm starting to understand it better. I'm like, because sometimes, like you said, it's that is it gonna be ready when you need it kind of deal, right? Like I guess generally most people would say layers matches, right, and stuff like that. Yeah, go to, all right.
yeah,
I always say if you have that ferrocerium rod with you, or in that bag, make sure it's ready to go to. It's just like having like match. It's like matching. Yes, I just used that word. Matching matches with the striker, right? Well, you
Yeah.
both have to work. It's just like a lighter. The fuel and the spark wheel's got to work for it, or the thing to ignite it. Well, your Ferris wheel runs the same way. The rod and the scraper or striker needs to work equally as well. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, if you got matches without a striker, well, and no way to ignite that match in any way, then it's not very useful, or not as useful.
Yeah. You need a striker is good. You need a good striker. There are good strikers. There are bad strikers. And if you
Yeah,
have a
there's
bad
better
striker,
ones. Yeah.
and if you have a bad striker, you don't get the sparks you need to ignite the tinder. So
Yeah, I'm remembering that it's the speed, the metal that's in the rod as the fuel, and the oxygen all around us that works, right? Because the speed gives you that heat, well, friction in this case, right? So,
yeah.
because obviously a smooth striker is not the word. That's a given. You know, and some are better than others. So, because I've been noticing that every so often. Well, I
Yeah.
told you. Well, I told you before, Shadow, that I modified my strikers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've shown you that. There may be a
Yeah.
video on that, by the way, later. Because I've been thinking to myself, I'm like, because in the bushcrafting type of community, everyone's always like, oh, have that 90-degree spine on your knife, right? You know, so it's multi-purpose. Strike your fair rod if you had to scrape fabwood or whatever, right? And to me, if we take that knowledge or way of thinking, we need to apply it to other things too. In terms of your striker, maybe your multi-tool if you got that, right? That way you got those options available for you. Because when I look at it, once you put in the work, there's no increase in size, bulk, or weight because you're actually removing material to make it better, right? So to me, it's just like a no-brainer. I'm like, yeah, that way it's ready to go, you know, and hopefully, you know, you just 1 or 2 strikes versus showering a lot more. Because I always assume that, yeah, you're probably not prepared enough to have that kind of great tinder, con ball, drying, whatever, right? That's super fine, super dry, and all that stuff. But if necessary, you have a good strike, well, you can get great sparks if you had to ignite something more marginal, or let's just say that's not fatwood. Like shavings or feather sticks, they're not fatwood, or like they have the resin inside. It's actually a little bit more difficult than people realize if you haven't tried it. At least in my opinion, because I've tried it before. I'm just like, yeah, they were dry too, and you know, it's not as fast as something like fatwood or something that has resin or accelerant in there. Because obviously, it's easier with that stuff in it. But if you're just with standard feather sticks, you gotta just kind of drop some hot sparks into it and kind of overcome that tendency for it to not ignite. You know, because you gotta get it hot enough and get that amber going, and hopefully it'll be like, right? You know, that whole poof of a flame, right? Everyone knows about that sound, right? You know, that it's a very familiar sound when you hear it. Like when you blow a tinder bundle of bird's nest into flame, right? You instantly hear that. Everyone just knows that kind of sound. It's just like, right, where the reaction of fire takes over.
Yeah.
So yeah. What did GP say? Witchcrafters are primal survivalists for the most part. Well, they tend to like more natural means more often, right?
Yeah.
They tend to be the campers that leave no trace, like all the time, right? But then there's that kind of line where it starts to travel into that camping preparedness type of thing, right? Because there's always that overlap of certain things, you know. Like if you are you a bushcrafter, if you have to use a tent or a tarp versus making a debris shelter or whatever. 'Cause I think bushcrafting is one of those, like, it's a skill based thing and good to know, good to experience. I wouldn't want to rely on it when it's like in a flood or a major storm. Hopefully, I'd be more proactive about the preparedness, and because the thing about bushcrafting something up is you need the right materials. It takes a little bit of time because you got to create it off the landscape. And some things are really hard to create off the landscape.
Yeah.
Like certain little things, especially like cordage.
Yeah,
Well,
cordage.
cordage containers are, a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Combustion, like a bow drill, let's say flint knapping for a cutting tool, or a debris shelter, or whatever you have, sticks and leaves for cover. Well, yeah, but a container, it might be hard. Cordage, I mean, if you don't have access to saplings or something like that, or all the trees around you are all like mature, well, probably not to get the roots out of the ground. Probably not. And there's no saplings around, then what? And there's no, let's say, anything to even reverse braid it or something, and stuff like that. So I feel like I'm missing something in this chat. Okay,
like what?
No, I was just reading. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm ranting. I'm not ranting. I'm rambling about it. Because sometimes I keep forgetting I don't look at the screen when I'm talking. At times, I'm just looking out and just kind of seeing the words out of thin air and just saying them. But yeah, like I said, and I've noticed more and more of those kind of videos out there. Because every so often I'll take a look and see what's going on and stuff like that. Because sometimes I look at these as ways to get ideas or an understanding of, and it's like, okay, a different one, get a different point of view of the situation, or what could be made or created. Just see, okay, could it help me or something like that? Could I adapt it to my own situation or bag or whatever it is, right? It's just like cooking or baking, right? Sometimes you could tweak the recipes and stuff like that, right? It's like the recipes aren't set in stone all the time, right? There's always that core aspect of things, right?
Yeah.
Flour, water, something like salt, right? Well, you can only, it's the difference between like making raisin bread or banana bread, right?
Yeah.
It's like differences, but I mean, to be honest, you probably could make bread into fruits into bread with bread and stuff like that. I don't see that much difference. Just the texture and the color and the consistency might be different. Because I always looked at cooking or baking or anything like that. It's just like, okay. Because sometimes, you don't always have set item, right? So sometimes you got, mix it up a bit. Try it out.
Well, another thing that is hard to get, especially in the wilderness, it's salt. That is,
especially if you're not by certain areas, because that's the thing about the resources, the natural resources. Some places, some areas are more abundant than some. You go down the road or go down the path, there's different resources. It's like the difference between like the environment, right?
yeah,
Some and stuff like that, where some people live where above the tree line, below the tree
yeah,
line, more in the desert, savanna, prairie land, mountainous area, and stuff like that. The resources differ because what grows there or what is established there is different. Like
yeah,
swamps or wetlands. Yeah, you're not gonna see cattail, something like that. But I'm not gonna see cattail in the middle of like a field or in the forest. Probably not, because it needs water to be, or at least standing water to grow in and stuff like that. And something like a pine tree or something like that, I might not see it in like in certain spots, like in the desert or something, or even on the savannah. Probably not. It'll be rare or non-existing. So. Oh, yeah, right. I'm just a noob on that. Simply, just learning by doing, trying, and trying to understand it in your own head, right? Where it makes
yeah,
sense in your own head and rationalizing it, right? Where you can start understanding it. Because anyone can read directions or whatever from a cookbook or some website or some recipe, but when you start doing it, then you start understanding it more because you're actually literally putting the stuff together. Whatever it is, whether you're mixing it or what's that? Creaming it like sugar and butter, right? Something like that.
yeah,
Because I know some people experiment with things and substitute in, right? Maybe some like a whole wheat flour or something like, for example, right? Maybe
yeah,
because in the Great Depression, a lot of these things were just made because that was the only resource available, right? So they had to tweak the recipes, improvise something in instead. They didn't have that kind of main ingredient so much, or it was costly, expensive, or non-existing. So they had to substitute something in and kind of make it work. And that's where you get something new, right? Or at a necessity. Because I've been looking on some of that stuff on YouTube here. I'm just like, it's interesting how I'm like, oh yeah, this is just a variation on a stew, a bread, a soup, and stuff like that, right? If that makes any sense,
yeah,
because it's just like I'm trying to. It's been a while since I've seen some of the videos, but yeah, on YouTube you can see it. Great Depression foods or something like that. You will see these kind of things where it's been made, why it was made with that, or stuff like that. Where you're like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And some of it, I mean, like, I wouldn't say I've had it all or had any of it, but I'm like, oh, that doesn't seem so bad. It seems better than eating hardtack or something like that. That's for sure, or something like that.
yeah,
I'm like, okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. That wouldn't be so bad. See, yeah. So, Shadow, like I said earlier,
yeah,
I've been watching some Earth things. every so often just to increase my knowledge or what's out there or the information out there, right? And just trying to, I'm like, can I incorporate that in now? Use it now, or adapt that information in, because there's a lot of, we can learn a lot. That's for sure. I don't, there's definitely a lot out there we can learn. It's just that
I
willingness
agree.
to learn it and to absorb that information and do it too,
Thank
right?
you, Inday Mayam. Yeah.
And experiencing it for yourself, whatever it is, like, maybe it's like, oh, I never tried this as for gardening purposes or something like that. And it's like seeing it for yourself, or I'm not trying to reuse something that let's try this out, right? Especially if you have the time and spare, like a seed or a spot in a garden to try something, or you get the extra resource to try it out.
Exactly.
Because it may work for you, especially in your own area, and where you're like, oh wow, why did those kind of cliche sayings of why didn't I think of this before kind of deal, right? And you're like, but sometimes you gotta try something to get that epiphany, that sudden realization. It's like, oh, right, it just clues in, it just clicks, makes sense, and it's just like, yeah, especially when you already have the stuff and you're just like, why didn't I make that shelf like 2 years ago? I had the items the last 2 years or something like that. And using these resources that we do currently have, or you currently have in your household, home, apartment, whatever, right? Vehicle, whatever, and trying to, put it to good use, even better use. Because sometimes, I hear your cat.
Yeah. Vanessa is back, eating grilled pork chop and homemade Boston baked beans.
So yeah.
The beans sounds good.
Okay. I'm not kind of tying that in. And then kind of tie it in, because I remember seeing. If you guys haven't seen Shadow's last, well, I guess it would be the last video on that food update on the food storage.
Yeah.
Right. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. And when you see that or other people's storage or whatever, always remember that a lot of that stuff is over time, progress over time. Stuff like that. It's not always that kind of big haul and you bring it back. Sometimes it's better to get it over time. That way, let's say if you bought all the cans together at the same time, the expiration date's probably around the same time. But if you vary it or stagger it, then then you can consume some of it. Okay, that's 1 year, half a year, 2 years, 3, and so forth. And you're like, okay. And you realize, okay, if I had the ration or whatever, this could go for whatever it is, right? Rice, beans, cans, canning, dehydrated, freeze or whatever, MREs, whatever. And always eat what you want to eat, right? Try out the food first. Because I've tried out those food bar rations and stuff like that. They're kind of dry. I mean, it's one of those things that's just like, okay, I don't want to rely on that too much. Like, I know they say 5 whatever your shelf life, right? But I'm like, try it out. Because I realize, I'm like, well, if it's in the middle of the summer and I need a food ration to eat for whatever reason, I probably don't need more water than I think. Might start to dry out my mouth or whatever.
Tammy says, yeah, the Depression era saw rationing of everything consumable. You learn
Mhm.
how to substitute for eggs, sugar, milk, lard, unless you were growing it. You had to be rationed or bartering it. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So I'm trying to learn from that kind of stuff too, right? This is like, well, because I'm, I'm learning about wild edibles. Well, what is available in your own area, right? We all live
Yeah.
in different areas, so what you see is different, all right? That's why I'm trying to get someone to show me in this area. I can see videos or whatever, but I mean, unless it grows here, it's not. It doesn't help me because it doesn't actually. I don't see it here. I need to see it here to understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I can watch something about something about a desert plant. Oh yeah, you can make cordage or whatever. Well, it doesn't grow here, so it doesn't help me. I need something that helps me for this environment, this area, this time zone, this place in Canada, stuff like that. Because if I went into like the U.S. or whatever, into like the southern states or whatever, it'd be a totally different thing. The terrain, the wildlife, the conditions, the weather are all different. So I need to adapt my knowledge to that location.
Yeah, I
Stuff like
agree with you about that one.
because it's like when you're traveling to another different country or different time zone or whatever, or from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere or vice versa, right? You gotta acclimatize or acclimate to it, right? Well, that's another form of adapting. So you start getting used to it,
Yeah.
or what is available, right? And do your research beforehand and stuff like that. Like generally, I'm like, okay, I know this is a pine tree. Oh, here's another pine tree in another place in Canada or whatever, or in the mountains or something like that, or places in the world, but it's not like that everywhere. And cactus don't grow here. I don't get that kind of edible cactus here, so I don't know what it looks. I've seen videos and pictures, but I've never seen it in real life. Kind of deal, right?
Tammy says, my parents grew up in the Depression, so they passed much of their experiences to me, as well as grandparents and great aunts and uncles. Yeah. The problem is today's that old generation who had those old skills, and they are almost.
Well, it's
There are
not
few who still are still live, but when
that
they
knowledge
die,
needs.
the knowledge will die with them. So
Well, yeah, the knowledge needs to be kind of passed along to other people and kind of quote unquote digitized, right? So other
yeah,
people can find out that information too, or knowledge, and experience it or do it for themselves. You know, stuff like that.
yeah, I agree. And that is sad when the older generation die out and they take their knowledge and their experience with them,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they have never transferred
Well,
it
yeah, because
to
that's a
their
lot of
kids. And
in the past have been lost, and it's just being. We think we're just discovering it now. No, we're just rediscovering it. Something like technology or whatever, right? We're just rediscovering, or the materials have been available nowadays, so it's possible to make that happen. Because sometimes that knowledge may not be applicable yet, but in time it might be, where it's viable, and you can do something like that. You know, well, I didn't tell this to Vance and whatever, but like I was watching history documentaries about helicopters and stuff like that, and some of that technology, it's rooted back in like what during what time of Da Vinci and stuff like that, but it's because the concepts were available, but no one had a prototype or anything because the materials weren't available yet. I'm talking about like lighter weight materials, an engine to run said helicopter, right, and stuff like that. So sometimes it gets lost in history for a little bit until someone discovers an old school book or some writing on the wall that says something. It's like, oh, hey, that's interesting. How come no one's tried this? It's probably because the technology or the materials or whatever weren't available yet. So it's not possible to do it yet.
Tammy says, I'll tell and warn all who have an ear to hear. Sometimes it falls on deaf ears, but I explain it anyway.
Yeah.
I agree with Tammy. There is a lot of people who actually don't want to hear. So.
Well, it's up to them if they want to hear it, but
yeah.
because sometimes knowledge is best shown with by seeing, hearing, smelling, and actually experiencing it. Because you get that kind of, you don't just see it, you hear it, you smell it, right? So you sense more than just seeing or hearing it, but smells, touches, and stuff like that. It's just like, and just kind of, so you can identify it better, right? It sticks in your mind better because it's not just a word or a phrase you hear, but it's like you hear other people saying it, you see it written or whatever, right?
And Tammy says, like Vanessa Kitty, she's full of useful and interesting information. Yeah, she has. And she has all great stories. And she has a lot of experience. And she has been through a lot of stuff. So, of course, she has great information. And
She sure does. She sure does. That's why I always enjoy Vanessa Kitty coming on my streams too.
yeah.
You rock, Vanessa Kitty. Selfless promotion.
And Tammy says, yes, reality in combination with stories are absorbed better. And I can agree with that.
It's called reverse osmosis. I'm just kidding. I don't even think that was actually that funny. But, because sometimes I'm like, thinking to myself, I'm like, oh, I know not everyone knows everything, obviously. I think that's a given, but sometimes I'm like, it's always that kind of, what's my train of thought there? Yeah, never mind. Forget what I said. I just kind of, I lost that train of thought right there. Never mind. So yeah. Oh yeah. Now remember what else? I keep forgetting. Going back to your storage down there, Shadow.
Yeah.
So yeah, are you thinking of like, are you thinking about doing it? Are you like gonna have like, are you just gonna stack it? Like I know, for, well, we spoke to four even about that before, about his kind of can organizer and stuff like that. I don't know if you're gonna eventually in time have something like that. Obviously, you need more than just one layer of cans, because obviously in time the idea is to stack it higher, right? In time.
Yeah, I had that in mind too. When I fill that up, I will put it on higher, stack it up on the height. That's the idea, anyway.
Or to reorganize it in a certain way. I don't know. Are you gonna like subdivide that area like a little shelf on the bigger shelf kind of deal? Because I've seen people doing it not just in the homesteading community, but some of the organizational communities out there, and people that organize and stuff like that. Because you have a room for it, right, or home for it, as they say, right. So you're more likely to put it back and stuff like that. It's kind of, and it makes sense, right? Because you can actually access stuff pretty good. That's for, because I always assume that in time you'll bring back, let's say, 20 cans. Well, if you can organize those 20 cans in like a couple minutes, then it's nice and fast. You can remove cans, and stuff like that. Whatever the
Yeah.
system is, whatever works for you at that time, right? With what you have, right? Not everyone can have this or that, but try to make the system work with what you currently have.
Yeah, and you need to begin somewhere. So,
Well, yeah, exactly, right. So you just learn by doing it, right? Sometimes the best experience is by doing and learning. Learn what doesn't work, so you eventually can learn what could work or can work.
yeah, exactly.
Whatever it is, right? Sometimes, because that scientific experimentation of stuff like that, right? Because until you know for sure, it's just a theory.
Exactly.
Oh, this could work. Well, it's time to try it and put that to the test and see how well that really does work. Well, because then that way you actually back it up with actual observations and like data that you can go on, right? It's been tried at least, done at least once, right? You've done it at different times and stuff like that, so you know how well it could work or how well it doesn't work, or limitations to said whatever it is, right? I know I'm kind of generic right there, but it's more of a generic thing without going specific examples, right? Like a tent or something or something. So yeah.
Timmy says that was always my mom's advice: make do with what you have. And I think that is a good advice.
Well, I know Uncle said to me in a comment, and I'm paraphrasing a little, but about the resources, and I think it's really going to come more and more to light as the rest of this decade goes on. It'll become more and more in the light, more and more, because I think we're noticing it a lot more, right? Especially with making do with what you have,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. The interruptions with the supply chain, higher cost of things, delays, and all that stuff. Well, sometimes you gotta make do with what you have, or try to fix it, or whatever, right? Or at least make do until something new comes later, right? And having patience too, right? being able to wait that extra week or 2 or a month or whatever,
Yeah.
right? You know, I know patience grows thin over time, but sometimes it's just like, okay, well, in the meantime, I'll use this. In the meantime, until next month, till it comes, I'll make do for now, right? So that's what I've always been trying to do, make do using what the resources that I do have. Because, yeah, if you got money or whatever, disposable income, if you even have that anymore, you know, yeah, you can. Anyone can do that and just, you know, throw money at the problem or make it disappear or solve it or whatever. But it takes something else to be able to solve it without just throwing money at the problem. Where you're thinking about a solution, not just buying a solution or buying your way out of it.
Yeah.
But knowing that, hey, you know, because that's how you learn. Right? You learn. Problem solving is one of those things. Is just like you learn by going through the problem and trying to figure it out, and not just I just clicked on this to buy this, or I'm just gonna go to the store to buy this. Right? Now, also, yeah, I can't recreate everything. Right? It's not like I'm recreating a desalination plant or something like that. I'm not skilled enough for that, but some things I'm like, oh yeah, I can still fix this. I can still make this work or whatever, right? Because a lot of the time, you know, there's a place and time for disposable. I get that, but sometimes it's just like disposable also means that you dispose of it, so you buy another one or acquire another one. Well, what happens if that part of that chain is broken, quote unquote, supply chain, right? Then what? Can you make do with what you do have, or change it enough to change that? Like if it's an article of clothing, change the style of it slightly, right?
Yeah.
You know, or you kind of make it work still, and you know, especially if you got skill. You know, if it's like clothing or whatever, it's just like or a sewing machine or no has sew or whatever. You can probably in time with skill and time make something pretty good. You know, but that's why I've been glad that I've been taking a little bit more time in some of the sewing. Hence, that's why my last video, it took me a while to show that. I actually was done that back last year. I just kind of trying it out. I just needed time to bring the words together for it.
Yeah.
Because some of these sewing projects, I dropped them off for a little bit. They're not quite done. Or they're on and off kind of deal, right? Where I'm just like, or I'm waiting to acquire the materials and stuff like that. So, I mean, like I said, Shadow, and I've said in that video that when I made that pouch was 95% reclaimed, reused material.
Yeah.
Nothing, virtually most of that material was not new. I just kind of took the best of it, right? Because, you know, what Tammy said about making use of what you do have and learning from the Great Depression, right? They didn't waste a lot. They reused as much as they could. Well, in that same way, I'm doing that too. You know, because like I mentioned to you, like Fantasy 4 and you, see, over the last weekend, it was funny. I was visiting a friend, and my friend's kid had some purse or whatever. It ripped, right? So I mended it back together for them. I improvised it because I improvised a friend on it. I just happened to have the gear of a sewing needle with me. I didn't have a sewing kit. I just happened to have a sewing needle. One. And I made it work. I sewed up the back of this stuffed bear because there was like a rip in it. Well, not a rip, but it's just like the seam was open and stuff like that. So I just kind of mended it back together for now. Because those two things are back into a more useful state because they're fixed well enough to work like like a little purse or whatever, right? Because the zipper pulled away from the main part of the material, so I just had to backstitch that back together. It wasn't actually that hard, actually. I was done that in like 5 minutes. But the thing is, those things don't go to waste anymore. At least for a little bit longer, right? A little bit longer.
Yeah. And Vanessa Kitty got a point there too. You make tools that can last the longest possible.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? You try to, like, not necessarily baby it, but like you take care of it the best you can. You know, if you gotta use it, right? You know. Because then you know how far you can push it. Said tool, item, or whatever, the gear in general. You kind of know the limits of it, right? You know, if I start taking like an axe or whatever to a piece on a sidewalk, well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna start damaging it, right? But that's something I know. Okay, that's probably the higher limit of using this item. Maybe I should not use this item, use something else first. You know.
Vanessa asked a question here. Ever visit someone's home and see a couch cushion damaged and you see it up for them?
Oh, yeah, something like that, right? Exactly, right? I remember, Vanessa, you know, these folding chairs that usually have a pouch that you put in. You know, people use them for camping, tailgate parties, outside camping, around a fire pit, summertime kind of. You know those folding chairs we're all familiar with, right? You know, I actually mended one because the hand what's the word I'm looking for? Well, the material over the hand where you rest your arm and the bar that goes there, it separated, so I had to mend that back together, and that wasn't that hard. It just I just happened to have the thread with me, and it matched. Well, no, all right. So and again, that's a thing that means that it's in a useful state again, right? Because now it's not dropping over and
Hey,
stuff
Miss
like
Boo,
that.
good to see you.
Hi, Boo. How are you? Yeah, it's the folding chairs. So Vanessa Kitty, I'm probably not as skilled or as experienced as you are in that letter work. I want to eventually, but see, something like letter is one of those things that's different from sewing, even though it's similar, because it's the material's unforgiving, right? Once you put a hole, you get a hole. It's not like sewing like cotton, nylon, even wool, right? It's different. So you got to plan a lot more, right? Because the sewing holes or the holes that you put are the holes you do not have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like anything. So I'm like, okay. That's why I'm trying to get more comfortable with the sewing aspect. Get my spacing and natural spacing and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Miss Boo says, "Be right back." So she will be. Good to
But you
see
just
her.
got here. No. See, that's another thing about those folding chairs that reminds me of Vanessa Kitty. It's almost like now I'm looking at that as a potential resource for material. Because sometimes it's not always the material that rips away. Sometimes it's just that the material separates from the frame. Or the frame bends, right? You know, whatever the reason is, right? Horseplay, whatever, right? Gets ran over by a truck or a car by accident or when they're backing up, right? And what happens to it? It gets tossed. Because it's not in a useful state anymore. No one can sit on it. It's not safe to sit on. It collapses if someone even light sits on it, right? But sometimes when I see stuff like that, I'm like, well, it's not its current state is not useful, but doesn't mean that there aren't resources in it that are still useful, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I know, Vanessa Kitty. I got some too.
Still some little lighter cases in can and bottle holders for you both. Thank you, Vanessa.
Vanessa, I got material I can use. I need to get more comfortable with it. I'm not saying I can't do it. I just know that I need to plan better for it if I'm gonna do it or when I use it. Because, like I said, something like nylon, ripstop type of nylon, that kind of material is more forgiving to someone that's sewing.
Yeah.
You know, if I was just learning how to sew, I want to learn how to sew with that first before I start something else.
Yeah.
You know,
Vanessa, I really hope you get your brass leather stamp for of your logo next month. I really hope so. I really hope so. You get it.
I hope that can happen. See what I can do. But yeah, because like I said, I'm sitting in one of those chairs right now, right? And I'm just like, because a lot of the time I see that all the time, you know, in camping and different situations where it's just like, and I take advantage of that because those can be reused. I can make something out of it. It just, and depending on what I want to make, depends how much material I can get or need, I should say.
Yeah.
You know, because if you always look like those camping chairs, you actually get quite a bit of material, right? You know, depending on the quality and the condition of it, right? You get tripped, right, and stuff like that. Usually, it's a solid color, one color, right? You know, I guess black would be common, so you can make something if you wanted to, make a little pouch. You know, like even that pouch that I shown on the last video that I put out. I mean, that's kind of like more or less the same kind of material. I just kind of, I'm trying to remember where I got that material. It might have just been from over time. Scraps I found or reclaimed back out, right? You know, I just trimmed out the good part, right? You know, because obviously it wasn't in that state originally. I had to trim it and stuff like that, right? But I brought it back together into something useful. And like I said, a lot of that stuff was all reclaimed material. Because I'm looking at this chair right now, I'm like, yeah, if anything happened to this chair, depending how bad it is or the condition afterwards, I could probably reuse the materials to make something a secondary item or whatever, and change that or you know, morph it into something else where it's just like ooh and transform it. Where it's just like, or how I never see our work convert it. Right? I really do like doing it because it allows you to try stuff out, right? You have the material now. You can try something out that you know that you didn't have to spend money at yet, or whatever. And it was something that potentially would have got thrown away if you didn't take it or whatever or use it. So you get to try stuff out. If it doesn't work, so as good as you think, okay. But if it works really good, then you're like, oh hey, this is cool. It was worth the how much time however much time you spent on it. Especially if you put it together on your own.
Yeah.
Because you gain you apply the skill, whatever it is, like sewing. You gain experience from doing like sewing. And you get knowledge because now you're like, oh hey, now I know if I got similar things, I could put another one back together. Stuff like that. So that's why I'm a big proponent of trying to do stuff like that whenever possible.
Yeah.
I see, Vanessa. Okay. That's cool, Vanessa.
Yeah, it is really cool.
Yeah, I know you can say. All right, I'm trying to learn on my own. I want to learn it. That's why I want to experience it. And it's just like getting a pre-done or pre-made bow drill kit, right? It doesn't help you learn it though. I always appreciate people offering it, but I don't learn from it though. Because then my reliance on it is just like, I never learned from it. I just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I don't know how to make a car, yeah. But you know how to drive. Okay, well, that doesn't mean that I know how to make it. Or how it
Exactly.
really, really works, right? Because all that kind of work's been done for me, I appreciate it. Welcome back, Boo. So, yeah.
Hey, Miss Boo.
Miss Boo.
No problem. If you had a urgent call, you have to take it. No problem.
I've already been here for like almost 90 minutes. It only seems like 20. I just look at the clock at the time again. I'm like, I think I showed up at before the 3-hour mark. It's already past the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, and Vanessa says, I will help teach CR. I can send you different phases of completion.
No, I
You
know
will
that,
learn
but
how figure
send
it out.
me pictures or something like that so I can mimic that and understand it for myself by actually doing the experiencing it. Right? If that makes any sense.
Hey,
So,
Miss Boo,
like,
you're welcome up and join with me here.
I
hope she will join us up here, Miss Boo.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
Yes, that'd be nice. Wouldn't it be nice? Oh, wait, I better not break out of the song. I don't. You're forgetting your montage now. You can't get your copyright.
I'm just going for a bathroom break.
Oh,
I'll
I
be
know.
back in 30 seconds.
Okay. Someone drop my link. No, just kidding. Selfless promotion. Actually, I don't usually do a selfless promotion on other people's streams. I'll do it on my own. That's not a big deal for me, but. Well, that is creaky. Yeah, that is creaky. So let's see what's in the side chat. Well, Vanessa Kitty, I'm trying to learn how to make something that I need. Well, wait, a case or whatever, a pouch or whatever I need, and stuff like that. It's just like the last pouch. I didn't actually make it for those items stated. It just happens to work for that. I actually had something else in mind, but just like any other container, if everything's fit in it, well, it can work too. And like that, he's already back. Oh, okay. I better not talk about what I was saying. He's back. Just kidding. Oh, do you, Vanessa? That's cool. Leather bag. Yeah, you have a nice pouch bag pattern. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Vanessa has a lot of patterns.
Well, I think, Vanessa, it's because I'm trying to up the ante or up the difficulty on the sewing a little bit more. Not with like different material, but like complexity. Because I just realize the knowledge I gained from like sewing like nylon or whatever, like this type of material that's more forgiving, I can eventually apply it to like leather work and stuff like that. I just got to remember that the holes are always there. Plan ahead like that, because you know how Shadow, you showed that backpack,
Yeah,
and you like that backpack, right?
yeah, I love it.
Yes. See, I have one of the higher kind of things I want to try out in time, because the difficulty is gonna be much higher compared to anything else I've made so far, right? Because it's a very rare thing. Now, I'm not saying it's gonna be cheaper or whatever, but in time, I'm actually thinking of actually hand sewing up a backpack in time. But the thing is, I need to take little steps and eventually get to that. Yes, I know you can sew it with a sewing machine faster. That's not the point. But the point is to understand how to do it. It's like, oh, okay. When I say, and I don't know how complex it will be at that time, because there's lots of different backpacks out there, designs, right? There's that simple draw tie, yeah, and stuff like that. Like draw ties, I probably won't make that because I know I can do that, and that's not that complex. I'm talking about like multiple compartments, something that looks more and more like a backpack style, not like a draw tie or something like that, or you know what I mean? But
Yeah,
because how many people actually know how to do that all the way to do that, right? But that's why I've been trying to understand, like, oh, certain spots are these spots are the vulnerable spots on the backpack, or I need to reinforce these spots and stuff like that. Oh, hi, Miss Boo. Sorry, I didn't even know you were there.
hey, Miss
I'm just
Boo.
like talking.
Good to
I'm
see
just
you
like
again.
talking. I'm just like rambling on. I'm like, oh wait, I gotta remember this is not my stream. Just
Oh, I gotta
rambling
mute
on.
something. Hang on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No
it's okay.
problem.
What? Mute. Huh. That's weird.
Yeah. Oh, see, that reminds me of Vanessa Kitty. I gotta see. From time to time when I see things, I'm like, hey, are these YKK zippers? Like, I'm always looking for the quality pieces of materials, right? Because sometimes it's just people toss it because like, I don't want to wear this jacket. It's got a big hole in the back, kind of deal, right? Something like that, and then you realize it's like, hey, but the zippers are YKK. I just need the time to undo them, and I can move the really good zippers onto something cool, right? Like a backpack or whatever. If that makes any sense. That makes sense,
Vanessa
right?
and I have a lot in common.
Such as
Sewing.
oh,
I've
here
got
we
all
go. Here we
these.
go.
I've
Yes,
got
I
all of
finally
these
changed the subject.
wild
I changed the subject from food
needles
to
that are.
sewing.
I've got all these wild needles where you can sail anything from
That's cool.
sailboat sails to redoing furniture to all kinds of great things. When I came in, somebody was talking about, have you ever been to someone's house and they have a messed up couch cushion and you sit there and...
That's because Vanessa Kitty brought that. No, was it? No, it was
Was
either
that
Vanessa.
Vanessa?
It was either Vanessa or Tammy. Sorry, it was one of the two.
That's right. It may have... They greeted me when I came in, but it's
Yeah.
still awesome that we got some sewers in the house. Here's the problem with my sewing.
That's so awesome! Punch.
My sewing is I sew on a 1/6 scale or a 1/4 scale.
Okay.
I'm sewing for basically the size of dolls that are Barbies. When I say that, I mean everything. The furniture, clothing, wardrobes. When I say wardrobe, I mean something that can be carried separately that holds the doll that's apart from a dollhouse and things like that. I wanted to tie it into a charity for over 20 years. And I got hit. I did not know this, but I got hit over a year ago. I didn't find out until a few months ago. And my entire storage unit got cleaned out. 2 sewing machines, 1 heavy duty, 1 regular. Years worth of collections of all of these fabrics. I wouldn't want to guess the worth of it.
Yeah, but they can't take away your experience and your knowledge and your skill.
I'm starting all over. I've already
But
got
Brad,
some
that's
people
how I always
behind
see
me,
it,
and I'm
right?
starting all over.
But that's why you have the skill, knowledge, and experience to back that up. So even without the gear itself, right, you could still. Now it still doesn't take time, but eventually you can come back to a situation where you're like positive again, right?
The one thing I had not put in storage was over 24 different sewing patterns, and each sewing pattern has 5 to 6 outfits on it. So, only problem is every one of those companies, uh, they may fit a regular Barbie but not fit a Silkstone Barbie. And I'm big on the Silkstone. And the
Okay.
reason why I'm going to 1/4 is if you've never seen this guy, there's an artist on YouTube named Nigel. I hope I pronounce his name right. Chai, Chai. You've got to watch this guy construct a dress. It's not long videos, and he'll construct the furniture and the pillows that he'll pose the doll on to take the picture. I want to know what this doll costs. It's gotta be. I'm sure you can't blanket one for under $300. And if I'm gonna sew outfits for one, I gotta have one, no matter how crappy it is. Hell, it could be headless, and I wouldn't care.
You know, this reminds me of right now about when you're creating something from scratch or whatever. Sometimes you can customize it even more than something. Well, I mean, yeah, you can make it generic too, but you can customize it even more, right? I guess in the same way why people like to customize cars or something like that. You know, put it together from scratch because
I
it's one
use
of a
wild
more one
materials.
of a kind. If that
Yeah,
makes any sense,
that is
right?
another thing that I'm very fond of. I use wild materials that a lot of people don't think of to use.
Oh,
I'll
and
try
by
to
the way,
take some pictures someday as soon as I get my next machine and finish the ones that are already in progress. I'll do some pictures for y'all and show you how unusual it is. But it has a very different effect. Shadow Scout, how are you doing?
I'm doing good so far.
yeah, I took over. Sorry.
No. I
I
just wanted
always
to
because Vanessa
be a
Kitty asked
sweetie
me
and
a
say hello
question
to my
10 minutes
sweetie.
ago. I was just like, maybe I need to answer this. You left it on screen. It's like she asked me, "What size backpack?" I don't know, Vanessa Kitty. I think I'm just gonna go. It's not like I'm gonna go. Oh yeah, let's just sew up a 70-liter bag. No, it won't probably like it probably be like a 25, 30, right? Something like that. Maybe 2 compartments. But the thing is, it'll be more complex. But the thing is, if I can do that, that means in possibility that I'll learn more from it, the experience, and it's like, right? Because I've been learning how these backpacks have been put together, right? And why there's certain things that like remember Shadow how you said about the reinforcements? There's like it's double stitched or triple stitched, right? Well, I can apply that too, right? Or like webbing or reinforcement lines that they have for webbing and stuff like that. You know, I've heard that
You
X is
definitely
a
want that.
X is a standard, but something like a W or what's that other shape? I know it's a W are actually stronger when you sew like webbing to like a strap to something. Because in the video that I did the sewing, I mentioned that I put the X in there, right? I backstitched that in. But I think when I make the bag in time, I'll do a W version. Or I think there's like a diamond or something like that. Those are supposed to be stronger than the X. So that's why I want to try to apply those in. Because I'm doing it by hand or from scratch. Yes, it's going to take time and something like that. But the thing is, I can increase the quality of it. Because instead of putting that standard X pattern in, I can put the W or the diamond. Or, maybe put a diamond and a smaller diamond in there. So I'll reinforce it even more. It's quite echo.
No, I was just thinking, I kind of wish I lived near Tammy and Vanessa. I mean,
I know, right?
there is a very big difference between creating a garment and hemming a garment. My mother used to make me stand for hours to make sure just a simple skirt that has a matching blazer was trimmed. And if it was floor length, then dear God, I may be standing there half a night and
You know,
constantly telling me, stand up straight, pull back your shoulders.
the sewing. See, I'll say this: I'm reapplying the sewing, and it kind of faded away from me for a little bit, but I've gone back into it again. Because actually, I did learn sewing when I was younger. I
If
think
you
that's why
ever
I
had
didn't.
fun with it, you
I
should
think
do
this
it.
is why. Yeah, I think this is why it seems more natural right now and stuff like.
Plus, don't
But
be
there is
afraid.
things that I've learned right now. Well, relatively right now, currently that I wish I knew back then. Though some things I've shown on the channel or in a live stream where I'm just like, why didn't they show us that? But then again, these are all for hand sewing, not with a sewing machine. Because back then, when I learned the sewing, it was all on a sewing machine, right? So obviously the technology helped, but I learned more things from hand sewing. It's because sometimes, hemming or mending something, you can't use a sewing machine. It's
Yep.
too hard. It's just because there's just not enough material, or it's in an awkward angle, or
You can't
the
get
only
a
way
machine to
do it.
do a basting stitch.
Well, it's because the mending you just can't. It's too difficult to do with a machine because you can't get in it or whatever. There's a reason that you can't do it, so you have to hand sew it, right? So that hand sewing skills still have to be there. Some things just have to be done by hand still. Unfortunately, you can't mechanize it or automate it just because.
Unless you're Barbie. It works for Barbie. You can hem Barbie's clothes all day with a stitch. I know what you're saying, dear. I was trying to make a joke. Boy, did that fall flat.
Oh, you can. I mean, did I say? Ugh. Why did I just use the word can? I meant can.
I don't
'Cause
take
I
it
can.
personal. CR, you're wonderful. Don't
Oh,
worry.
because I can. That's because I can. Yes, Vanessa Kitty. Yes. Vanessa Kitty. But yeah, I mean, like sometimes I've been learning these little things. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. I don't hear this much and stuff like that. I mean, what Boo and Vanessa Kitty and Terry and Shadow here. One of the things I've actually started to do now is actually because I can acquire it from time to time. Is actually because if it's what's the number one thing people do on a windy day or could do on a windy day? They fly a kite and stuff like that, right? Well, and I've told Shadow this before. Sometimes I'll see the kites because people will break them, but I'll actually take the line from it because usually that line is strong enough and it's usually twisted and it's 3-point, and I've used that for sewing purposes.
Why not? There are threads that go that big. Shadow Scout, what did you say to him to get him so cranked? We've got to remember this trick now.
I don't know what I said. Tell him and just talk.
What
I
trick?
love it when CR goes on. I love it. He's a great co-host.
Yeah.
He's back.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'm going to interrupt. But
that was
yeah, like I
fast.
said, well, because the kite string is long too, right? So you get a continuous amount. Because I've been actually attempting to reuse that because I see that a lot. People actually dispose of it in the trash, all of it, and I'm like, wait a second. I'm just thinking to myself, I don't need to really buy a good. This is pretty good thread. It's not bad, that's it. but it's supposed to hold back the tension of a kite. I mean, honestly, some kite strings are probably better, and I know that, but for
I
some
don't know that.
well,
I always
anyways,
had trouble putting up kites. I don't know why.
I'm always just thinking like, maybe I could, start using it and stuff like that. So, hence that's what every so often I'll see it. I'll be like, yeah, okay, I'll take the time. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of it now, so I've added it into my collection of stuff. So it doesn't take up that much room. So it could be multi-purpose too. So and stuff like that. So
Welcome back, Sunny Stormy.
welcome back. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back.
Vanessa says use braided fishing line for kite string.
Huh. That's interesting. Because he was talking about it, I was thinking about the tension of fishing wire. They use piano wire when they go after sharks, or at least part of the line, I should say, where it connects to is, I don't know, 10 or 20 feet of lead-in and piano wire.
Yeah.
That's some serious crap right there. Wouldn't want to sew that.
Sharks they have sharp teeth, so you need heavy duty wire when you fish shark.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guys that are going out there for the great whites and whatnot. I mean, they need that heavy duty crap, and a lot of time it fails too.
Yeah. I use the braided fishing line as the string to wrap on the frame, Sue. Okay,
Vanessa Kitty, did you say you don't have any videos up, but you have 570 subscribers?
Yep, she said that.
Wow.
Yeah, I wonder that too. How?
And I got a touch of ego over having 40 subscribers, man. I don't have any videos either, Vanessa. Stop laughing at me. You know how I got them.
Yeah.
I still watch Darren's videos and J Mike's videos. And you know what I appreciate about Darren's videos?
What?
They're short.
Short.
Plus, I love to look at nice motorbikes.
Yeah, I like nice motorbikes too.
When I was under the age of 6, I'll have to think and remember which age I was. My mom made the idiot mistake of letting me stand up on the car seat next to her. This is back in the days when they did not talk a lot about seatbelts.
Yeah.
Obviously. And she was turning into a magic market place that sells ices. And that was my favorite thing in the world, was to get the icy treat. And instead, she hit the curb, and I went into the dashboard teeth first. And it knocked out all my baby teeth.
Yeah.
And my mother knew that the first thing I would want was my oldest brother. He's like 12, 14 years older than me. And just out of nowhere, without picking up a telephone, he speeds up on a motorcycle. I'd never ridden on it. Was I scared? Nope. And just bleeding profusely. And I think my mom was like, "Get her out of here. She's bleeding. She's going to embarrass me." Like, "You knocked my teeth out, witch." I was not happy about that, because then I couldn't eat corn or apples until I grew my new teeth in. Was I pissed.
Well, Vanessa says 571 so far.
She might get another one soon. If you're watching me mute, I have the cold from hell, so I keep coughing and hacking and fur balls and all that kind of stuff. And second I said hello, I had to sign. I signed back out and leave and go take care of some things. Take some
Yeah,
medication to hope to calm some
no
of this
problem.
down. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good, so I can't complain.
Or let's see, with you it would be evening, right?
At the moment, it's 19 minutes to 1 a.m. in the morning. So it's after midnight.
This isn't one of those mornings where you got to get back up at 3, is it?
Yeah, that's usually Monday.
Shadow.
That's usually Monday to Friday.
Oh, okay. Okay. She scared me there. Don't be scaring me like that.
Sorry.
That's okay. We had a lot of fun on that one that went real long. I forget how many weeks ago that was. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
Where did CR go?
I have no idea. I have
I've got to
no
watch
idea.
more of his channel.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's into some interesting things.
Yeah, he has a lot of interesting things. Great videos. And he has
Hi,
a lot
Big
of
Songs
ideas.
Lawn Care. I do think he has a natural affinity for being a co-host.
Yeah, he has. And I can say the same for Guardian Prepping too. He has a natural, well, to be a co-host too.
I get everybody confused. I'm still learning, people. Is that Thor?
Thorhaven's farm. Yeah,
So no.
he's also a great guy. Thorhaven is from Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah,
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
he lives 1 hour from Quebec, I believe.
Interesting. I think I remember one other thing about the real long one that we did. Thor and 3 other people came on at the very last minute. So the person that you're referring to as being a good co-host um, might have been one of those people because they all seemed awesome to me. I didn't really get
Yeah,
a chance to hear them long term. The reason I like CR is if you have to get up and take care of something, he can take over the show for a few minutes, and fill that time very easily while you're up.
yeah, he fills those few minutes up easy. That's not a problem for CR. He has a natural feeling for talking. He always knows what he's gonna say, and
It's not easy.
no, it is not.
People think it's easy. It is not easy.
It's not. It looks easy, but it is not that easy.
I'll tell you what's real fun is television, live television.
Yeah,
Nothing is coming back. there's there's no words you can put back into your mouth. There's no idiot thing that you say that you can correct. Live TV. Ah, Thank God I didn't. I thank God I got the chance to do it. Thank God I didn't have to do it very often.
Vanessa says Seer is a great resource. I have watched him a while now. So
I peeked over at a couple of videos when he first subbed to me, and I subbed to him. So I don't feel like I've gotten a really good look at what's going on with him. But I'm going to be doing it.
yeah, he has always ideas, and sometimes I have no idea where he get all these ideas from. He has always these projects and different projects. He's a really creative guy. So, and he has a great knowledge too.
Well, just looking at it strictly from an announcer's point of view, which I know, like I say, that's definitely not looking at the whole project and whatnot. By the way, is my audio okay? Is it too loud?
Well, your audio is
Is it
perfect.
loud?
Just perfect.
Oh, okay. Because I have to turn on 3 different aspects of my computer in order to have any audio come through to do these live streams. That's why it takes me so long to get to the backstage. So when I say be right there, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, it's going to take me forever, but be right there.
Well,
I just
suspected that you had to do things before you could even get to backstage. So
I was wondering why I was having so much trouble trying to listen to movies and videos, and I had the computer turned up to 100%, and I have the videos turned up to 100%, and very easily my roommate can be watching a television show, and that show will bleed over the audio so badly I can't hear. With headphones now, I can't hear my computer. I've been trying to figure this out for months, and I found out. Guess what does it?
what?
Discord. Yeah, if you've got your Discord set up to where your input of other speakers is not turned up 100%, it won't let your computer go 100%. Now I'm talking about the app, the Discord app, and most people have told me you definitely want to use the app, do not use the browser. I don't know why so many people insist on that, but many do. So that's what I think it slows down my computer to a damn near crawl after a few weeks, but that's just me. And I got an older computer, so what do I, yeah. It was free. I'm not complaining.
Well, if it's free, that's awesome. Because that is not often you get something for free these days.
I actually got 2 for free. One was a touch computer, but we never could, HP would not take it back, and we never could get it to spontaneously create its own D drive. And with Windows 10, that's where Windows 10 stores all of its stuff so that when you want to wipe the computer clean, it's all stored in the D drive.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And after this friend gave me these 2 HP laptops, I said, yeah, number 1, never doing a laptop again. Number 2, never getting HP, going back to Dell. Well, Dell actually bought HP. I'm like, ah, son of a... I was not happy about that. You brought the crap into your company. I want a good computer. They used to have this old-timey place called Radio Shack, and I used to love this place. Number one, because they had a special for people that use headphones a lot. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel
Welcome
special
back,
now.
Sierra.
Anyway, you could write a contract and pay a single price for the headphones, and the guys told me, they said, look, you could roll out of the parking lot and roll over your headphones and walk back in, and we'll give you a new pair. And I was like, At the time, I was using it's an off-brand, but I happen to know that they were manufactured by the same company that creates Koss headphones, which I loved a lot during the years that I was at that particular radio station and rink. And I cannot tell you how many pairs of headphones I went through. Honestly, I still go through a couple pair a year. That's doing nothing active in radio and music. Just doing
Just using
nothing. I
it.
still manage to kill a pair of headphones once every 6 months.
Oh, I know. I've seen people go through earbuds so fast, or Bluetooth headset, or Bluetooth AirPods,
I don't Bluetooth
whatever.
anything.
Well, no, but you know what I mean. That kind of stuff all the time, right?
I was watching a video I thought was hilarious. This chick was sitting back chilling, listening to her Bluetooth, and it's the kind of earbuds that have the little rectangle shape that comes right out below it. And this woman's parrot ran up and grabbed one of them and flew out the window with it. And all she could do was film the parrot outside in the trees. That was great. I loved that.
Every time I see headphones though, I always pull out the rare earth neodymium magnets. I don't know, all the time. So those magnets are actually useful.
Maybe it's an on-air thing. I'm so used to needing the type of headphones that not only will block out all of the outside
Noise canceling.
but also I love a tremendous amount of bass.
Yeah. Hey, it's
I've got to
Wellness.
get some kind of idea of what the listener's bass is once they're hearing it through the outside.
Welcome,
And I
Ark
can't do
Wildman
that.
Survival. Good to see you.
Hey, Arik. What's up, man? Yes, Arik, I find a lot of things too.
Hi, Ark.
I probably could do a whole live stream, 8 hours, talking about that.
About what?
The things I find.
That's cool.
Oh, some things I haven't even told you guys, or you haven't even seen yet.
Then that means you got more videos in you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Arik. I know you can find things too. So can I. But it's those resources again, right?
Vanessa. We had an electronics warehouse in Hartford, Connecticut that you could go there and build a radio at a bench while you pick out the parts
Oh, that's cool.
Off the shelf. That's nifty.
Yeah, I agree. I never heard of that before.
But it's a good thing to know.
You know, speak of parts, sometimes I actually find Lego too. Sometimes, rare occasion.
You find what?
Lego.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Lego, right?
The hard way, man. You gotta step on them.
Yeah. Sometimes I find them too, so. Because there's little things you could do with even a small amount of it. Honestly, with more, you can make more, but it's one of those things. I'm like, yeah. I'll reuse this. I can make use of it. So, you know, stuff like that. Because it may come back to that point again where we're like reusing even more. Like during the Great Depression, right? That time may come back where we need to reuse even more.
Shadow, you know what my big fear is? is that the
What is your
mute
big fear?
is that the mute won't work because I just hopped up an oyster and then just blew the hell out of my nose, but I can't get away from my mic because it's connected to my headphones. I'm like, this damn mute button better be working or I am just making so much noise nobody else can be heard.
I'll just make sure I talk really loud over it. Why is CR talking so loud?
I love CR.
Vanessa says she made shortwave receivers there at the warehouse back in the 70s and 80s. They no longer exist. So sad.
But yeah.
Vanessa, are you by any chance anywhere near Georgia?
I think she lives in Connecticut. Something like that.
Man. Not only would I love to get together with her, we might be somewhere in the same grouping of age too. But that is awesome.
Road trip.
Plus, Vanessa, my mother has passed away, and she was the great seamstress in the family. She was the one that could. I don't know what that means. ARRLHQ.
I don't know.
Maybe Air Force something.
I don't know.
Shrug.
Connecticut. There we go.
I just turned 60, medically retired U.S.
Retired
Air
from the
Force,
U.S. Air
1996.
Vanessa, thank you for your service to our country. God bless you. That is awesome. And we are in the same grouping of age. And happy birthday. You said you just turned 60. Happy birthday, belatedly.
Yeah, happy birthday, Vanessa.
Vanessa,
Well,
we have
Vanessa,
so much in common. My mom
I hope I could
she
like
could,
that soon.
Mom created entire wardrobes for people before I was born. She would make a plaster of Paris cast of the person's body so that when they came in to pick up their entire wardrobe, they didn't have to sit for all of the hemming and things like that. It was
Sizing.
pretty revolutionary at the time. Well, congratulations, and I'm so glad to meet you.
Well, just remember that date, like half a year later, in the winter.
Not too
Yeah.
long. My
Vanessa
birthday's
is
a
awesome.
little. It's close to a month after Shadows.
Oh no!
Yep.
Hey, you know what? That Saturday's on the 3rd. By the way, I just checked.
What?
So actually, I'm just saying. If ShadowScoutSwede doing that Saturday stream, that'll be on the 3rd in December, technically. I just checked. So, just saying.
Oh, bless her heart. Yeah, my mom invented a bra company when I was like 3 years old. And very often when she had leftover fabric, she'd make an exact copy of whatever dress she was making for me. And I always thought a big deal out of that. Well, when she started making bras, I was like, where's my bra? And the adults thought that was hilarious. Becky is 3 and she's asking for a bra. She didn't get around to it right away because she was starting a company with industrial strength sewing machines. She and 2 other ladies were the main sewers, and every night Mom would lock up the patterns that she had created for this revolutionary bra. So I stayed on her, and I didn't get that bra until I was like 5 years old. By the time she had completed it, and she knew it had to look exactly like a real woman's bra, I just had nothing to put into it. But you know, it had to have the little rosette at the front between the cups and you know whatnot. Which mine had no cups, of course. I'm 4 years old. I'm quite non-endowed. My mother was very endowed. Um, By the time she finally created it when she was 5 years old, she had to put a spacer in the back because I had grown so much between age 3 and age 5. Wow. My dad was Army Air Corps, the predecessor of the Air Force, and he never wanted to talk about it. He would tell me the same couple of anecdotes, and that would be it. And other than that, yeah, I think Dad had something to do with the company that was stationed near Roswell, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Because over the years, I started putting together how many places he said he had been, and I was like, yeah, Dad, you weren't just PFC. Not the first person in my family who did something like that, but by the way, one of those 3 ladies at the sewing shop watched Mom. She found a way to figure out how to watch Mom when she was putting those patterns that she had created for all of the bras into the safe, stole them out of the safe, and took them, and they wound up being the Playtex bra. So Mom lost billions of dollars. Not the first time she lost a fortune, but all because that woman was a thief. Wound up losing all of that money. I'm dating a retired Navy right now.
What's up, man?
Hey,
I
Herobrine.
just,
What's up?
everything's still local, man. There we go. I just,
Wow.
anyway, how's everyone
Hello,
doing?
King Knives.
What's up with you, man?
But again, just got back from, Special Olympics. So, everything is so slow right now.
I'm going for a bathroom break. I'll be back.
What? So fast? I didn't even think it was that long.
He did the same thing the second I signed on, too. Of course, I did the same thing the second I signed on as well, but that couldn't be helped.
Yeah. We've been talking about sewing for like the last 2 hours. No, hour and a half. No, hour. But it can be a useful thing to learn how to do.
What's sewing?
Well, because sometimes,
I can see why I did.
yeah,
I can see
you
why.
can go to, let's say,
Maybe
a
that's
dollar store and buy a pouch or whatever, right? But sometimes
Yeah.
you need something more specific, or what you can get right now, it's too generic. You want something more customizable. Something that adds a little bit more, like, oh, I want an extra pocket, though. Or whatever.
Like,
Or you're trying to make something for something very
sentimental stuff to it.
specific. Yeah.
Or just be more sentimental for it.
Mm-hmm. Or something you're trying to...
What?
Vanessa, that's a hoot.
So
Okay.
apparently, a lot of us YouTubers actually go over to when it's their lives, whatever, except for going to the restaurant while doing their videos. I've heard that they actually use a bottle or something in the recording area. It's like, really? But I've never done that. YouTuber, never.
Shadow, read Vanessa's bottom comments.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could
Let's
see
see.
about that, Vanessa.
Vanessa, if I come up to Virginia Beach or Norfolk, anywhere near close to you, I need a country map on my wall. But I've got a wall full of oh gosh, what do you call them?
I made this sheet myself.
Post-it notes.
I made this sheet myself. Oh, yesterday.
Nice.
Oh, you made the chief?
Yeah, it
Well,
was a sheet
that's
kit,
what
but
kind
still, I
of the
still put it
same
together.
thing too, right? Chief.
Yeah.
Who's your friend? King,
Yes.
who's your friend? Well, King, just feel free to go right on ignoring me.
What?
The
I
dog.
said, who's your friend? The dog.
Oh, I thought you were saying here's your friend.
Oh.
His name is Dino.
He's a cutie.
Dino, come here. Come here. Oh, now you're looking at me like an idiot. He does this all the time.
Now I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just start sewing. I'll be sewing and sewing, as in sewing something up and sewing something into the garden. So I'll be so. So you don't.
At least we're not suing.
No, we may be approaching a time of life where that's very important things to do. I've been thinking about things like that.
Well, I was just thinking how many things out there. Like, how do I say? Like, say I bike every so often and stuff, and people bike and stuff like that. Just making a simple, like nice seat cover for yourself, right? And especially if you can source out really good materials. Sometimes you can source out really good materials. It's not in the shape or form that you need it at the moment. But with a little bit of skill, you can convert it into something.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, right?
A lot of people do that with in bushcrafting community. A lot of people do that.
Yeah, right.
Airport.
Yeah, you see that all the time too, right? Because I'm not saying anything against buying something, but there's benefits in doing it on your own. Right? You learn the skill, you learn the experience, right?
What a cutie!
Yeah, I've had him since he was like 6 weeks old. Well, I got him when I was 10. He's like 9 right now. Oh.
Wow.
Hey, you're getting old, aren't you, Dino?
Oh, Dino.
Oh. Want to see how rough you can get?
Yeah, if Vanessa. Barbie.
He just took off running.
Okay.
Vanessa, my honey, knows it really well because he drives for Lyft and Uber, and he talks about that tunnel all the time. Tells me we may lose the call while we're talking. Hi, NC Deb.
Hi, NC. Hello.
Me too. I love a good reusing of
NC
something.
Okay. I'll go on for the next 5 hours about this with Boo here. Vanessa, Katie will probably drop in something every so often. I could talk about this for hours.
I wish I could see that, Deb. I'm part Cherokee.
I am too. I'm a lot Cherokee, actually. I don't know how much exactly, but one of my grandma's very close relatives was full-blooded Cherokee.
Well, I'm only a... Well, damn. 1/8, because it was my great-great-grandmother that was full-blooded Cherokee. Oh, yourself. The look on King's face. What'd you say?
No, I was facing off. I'm not gonna lie. I was facing off for a second. I think something. Like trying to think of like who it was I was late for my grandmother. I was told what it is. I can't remember what she said it was, but I don't know. Can't remember. It's been a
I just
while.
realized King Knives has a Navy
Navy,
poster.
I have a
Yeah.
Marine, Army, and Air Force.
Wow. That's
I also have a Coast Guard flag, but it's not hung up because I'm a wall. Ran out of room.
well. Vanessa is retired Air Force,
My
and I
cousin
believe she
retired
said
Marine.
4 of her siblings were in the military as well. And my sweetheart is retired Navy. And what else?
I would join if I could, but they won't accept me because of my autism. That's just how it is. Yeah.
They won't accept
That's
you.
why I got this tattoo.
What's the tattoo?
It's an autism tattoo. Autism puzzle piece.
I'm only an honorary. I'm an honorary 101st Airborne. I used to do Armed Forces Network. What used to be called Armed Forces Network is now called like AFERTS, AFARTS, what they call it. Yep, that's what they call it as a joke. But
Okay.
I worked during Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and it was right between the two that they came up and presented me with my coin from the 101st. I didn't mean to, but every time I was recording a show, I kept mentioning the 101st a little bit more than I mentioned all the other branches. And it had the craziest effect. I started getting calls from the Marine training base on the West Coast, and I'm on the East Coast. Over here, you'd get sent to Paris Island if you go to basic, if that's what they call
Paris
basic.
Island, Marine, U.S.
Yeah.
Marine Corps.
Oh, yeah. Marines,
That's
hardcore.
regard?
Yeah, you can buy a coin, but you've got to be
I know.
issued a coin is
This one's
big
more. This one, yeah,
freaking deal.
I get that, but this is more close to me because my cousin was a Marine. My Marine coin. I didn't buy these though. My aunt bought them for me. Where the fuck that one go? Here it is.
There's a gentleman
But,
that
yeah.
I worked in radio with about 8 years he's currently a House representative, Ed Harbison. And I knew that he was a retired Marine, or as I love to tell people, there is no such thing as a former Marine.
Well,
and we had
no Marine,
a
Marine. What's a Marine? Always a Marine.
we had a reunion, and it was like 2 months before COVID broke out.
Oh.
And I pulled out my coin and I said, well, I still got my coin. Now, all the people that were at this reunion were people who had been with like radio and whatnot. And they loved to give me hell because I had like a bunch of platinum awards and everything. And they were all sitting in an attic at the time. Really could have cared less what was going on with them. But that coin means the world to me. That and a couple of awards for like the small business award of the city, #1 DJ was that was given to me, and the I'll think of it in a minute. The that's gonna kill me. But the other ones are like the platinum awards are huge. A lot of them. There's one that I actually need to ask someone to help me with. It's so heavy because it's a sextuple platinum, and it's made out of a different type of construction too. So it's like super heavy.
Yeah,
and I'm still more.
The only coin I've earned. I've actually earned this one. My Eagle Scout.
You were a scout?
Yep, I'm an Eagle Scout.
Love it. And an Eagle
Eagle
Scout, that's like the toppest level you can reach, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Awesome.
I'm trying to, Vanessa Kitty.
We had something like that. not the Girl Scouts, but when I moved up north to here is called Missouri, not very far
Yeah,
north. But they had
Missouri.
something related called the Campfire Girls. And I started out as a bluebird, and my mom let me do it for a few months and took me out of it. And I was like, I wanted to do that. I'm such a tomboy, you know. I have no sisters, was raised with all brothers. I'm a tomboy, it comes in handy.
But yeah, well, guess how much my aunt paid this for me.
CR, which you were showing a moment ago, there was a gentleman that was like a second father to me. All the kids in the neighborhood
Yep.
called him Sarge, and I had the privilege of growing up many years with this man, and he helped build the skating rink that I learned how to DJ in, and he helped build the church that I wound up being baptized in. Didn't know all this stuff at first, but one day they told me, they said, the manager of the rink has quit, and you have the most seniority, so you need to take over. And my first thing was freak out. And the second thing I thought was, if Sarge is helping me, I'll be okay.
Welcome
So I
back, Jimmy.
walk in the next day, and sitting right as soon as you open these opaque doors, Sarge had a toilet sitting on a thing that looked very much like what CR was just showing. And Sarge made that up in 15 minutes in his
Oh, I made that from scratch. I mean, not from scratch, but
that's
from
what Sarge did.
reused materials.
Yeah, he
The
took
wheels
rollers
on
off.
that actually came from packaging material that came from 2 twin beds. It was the wheels to help roll the box in. But
That is what Sarge did. He just sawed them off a certain amount that would hold exactly the bottom of this toilet bowl, the entire thing, the entire commode. And when I walked in the door, I was like, "Oh, you shouldn't have. What a lovely present for my first day at work." And he just laughed at me and he said, "Your first lesson today is how to replace a toilet." And I said, "No." And I prayed it was in the girls' bathroom, because the boys' bathroom, let's just say, it had an odor that
That
we
must have
couldn't
been a
seem to
crappy
keep.
situation.
Almost the best
Yeah.
result too.
I should say there were times when both of them were just as bad, but it wound up being very fascinating learning how to change out an entire toilet,
Mm.
Yeah, I
an entire
perform maintenance
commode.
over at county park or people. I have conservation for my county.
My birth dad was the kind of person who was intellectual, and my second dad that God graced me with, Sarge, was just hands on everything. He was in World War II. Um, every
Don't you have a
Saturday
husband
night,
surgeon?
we'd take in the payroll, and he would tell us the most incredible stories of what happened to him overseas and whatnot. He outlived 3 wives. And they called me, I don't remember which station I was working at. They called me right as I was about to go on the air, and they said it was his youngest son, who's younger than me. He adopted me when he was 6, and I was like 14. Uh, this 6-year-old kid skated up, wrapped his arms around my knees, and said, "I adopt you." And I looked up at his dad like, "What do I do?" And he just laughed and said, "You're in the family now, kid." Well, no. But they called me and they said, "Dad's in a coma. It doesn't look good. We need you to come down to, this will tell somebody where I am, Martin Army Hospital, and say your goodbye." And I was like, "Oh, shit." So then the owner of the station didn't want to let me leave. Then he agreed. He said, "Okay, I'll give you 15 minutes to make it to the base, 15 minutes to say goodbye to your secondary dad, and then 15 minutes to get back here and get on the air." And I looked at my boss, who was the program director. He did the show right before me, and I just looked at him and I said, "Daryl, handle this man." And I walked right out. When I
I would
got
have
to the
quit right then and there.
hospital, I started telling the nurses, I said, why are you screaming at him? They said, well, he's hard of hearing. I said, don't talk to him that way. Here's the level you want. And I just started talking to him in a normal tone of voice. I just knew which ear to pick. Now, keep in mind, he's like 84, 87 somewhere in this time. He's got a fever of 106, and he can't stop moving. He's in a coma, but he cannot stop moving. His whole body's in motion. And I asked his youngest son to come in with me, and we prayed together with him. And then I said, now let me have a few minutes alone. And his youngest son is a special needs that he adopted after something like having 20-something children with these 3 wives. He adopted his last one to save this little guy's life. And I reached down and I told him, I said, Sarge, if there's anything that you need to teach me to take care of your youngest son that you haven't taught me yet, I need you to come back. I need you to do that. And the 2 male nurses that were watching saw that he just immediately stopped struggling. And I thought, okay, oh God, he's passing. And I told him I loved him and how thankful I was for him, and I had to get in my car and leave. And I'm crying the whole way back to the station. Second I get back to the station, the emergency line rings. It's his son. He said, Becky, they want to talk. They want to talk to you. He gets that way when he's upset. And I said, okay. And the male nurses got on the phone and said, what did you say to him? I said, well, it's kind of long-winded, but I said what I needed to say to him because I know his subconscious can hear me. And they said, he's coming out of the coma. His temperature has already lowered down to 100 degrees. Whatever you said has had an incredible effect. Can you come back tomorrow? And the next day was Saturday. I was like, hell yeah, I can. And he was awake. I think it was within 24 hours after the Saturday. This big, the head nurse tried to kick me out because I wasn't blood related. And those 2 male nurses made a plan to get rid of her and get her out of the way so that I could talk to him again in the coma. And he was out of it in 48 hours. And I walked in the 3rd day and he was sitting up. They were feeding him, and I walked in the room and I said, hey, gorgeous. 87 and still not ready to go. I love that.
Yeah.
Not yet.
It was a good for you there. I was like, I didn't look up for you there. That's true.
I don't know. I just read a lot about comas and what people can perceive and what they can't, and was lucky enough to know him personally to know that he did have problems with hearing, but it was nothing. Nurses were screaming at him. So they were probably upsetting him much worse. And I mean the female nurses. The 2 male nurses were cool.
Because they're like, okay, screw all that. We're not yelling. But yeah. Something kind of similar, but not nearly as much. So, we got for semester, I actually have autism, Tourette's, anxiety, paranoia, ADHD. But when I went to church the first time, maybe in a long time, my autism symptoms, my stress symptoms stopped up until I left the church. My shaking stopped. Like, this is me on a daily. That stopped entirely. My Tourette's came to a halt. All of that.
Wow.
I didn't even noticed that until a friend of mine pointed out. Like, you do realize the entire time you were there, you were not shaking. Your chest were not acting nothing. I was like, oh shit, I didn't realize that.
That's fabulous, though.
Yeah, he is highly religious. So he said it was because maybe out of church.
Excuse me. I have another friend online who is autistic, and man, when people go after him, I'm like a protective lion. Nope. Not gonna happen, folks.
Man, a lot of people underestimate us, but we are strong as hell naturally. When I was 5, this was 4 air basketball across the house. That's five.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've
younger.
known him long enough that I'm starting to learn like what can set him off and make him nervous enough that he'll start doing repetitive things and things like that. And I knew that someone was using him, that they were using him for pop, because basically everyone else in this small community turned on this guy, and they needed to. He's a bad guy. I'm not going to say any names, Shadow, don't worry.
No
But
problem.
as far as my autistic friend, he'll start to play different guitars and sing songs and everything, and I'll sit there his whole live stream with him, and I guess I hear it the way he wants it to be heard, because I can tell he's really trying, and he's gone out and gotten these mixers to do all these special effects and whatnot. And the night that he asked me to help him calibrate this new mixer with his new sound card, that guy came in. And I don't know if he's a compulsive liar or what. I don't care how good you are, you're not a master at everything. And this guy would not shut up about, yeah, that's what I do for a living. I work in recording studios and stuff like that. And immediately, the sound of screeching breaks, because I'm thinking, well, my friend knows that my whole life has been in music. Um, Obviously, if I'm around recording labels all the time, obviously I spend a lot of time in recording studios too. So why are you listening to this jackass who's really just using you to get one person? Because the rest of the community couldn't care less about this guy. I mean, everyone is just pushing him out like a pariah. Yeah, it's true. But we
Well, I
were
mean,
in
I don't
another
think he's
chat.
an asshole.
We were in another chat, and some people, said, well, he hung out with, your friend. I'll give him a name. His name, let's say Sean. That's not his real name, not close to his real name. And you know, they called him Sean, the bad guitar player, and whatnot. He was on a live with Sean, and I said, it was the first time I spoke up in the entire chat. I said, that's not being fair, folks. I was there. I know that he was being used, and you know that he is on the spectrum, because now they I don't know if y'all know this, but they group a lot of different things in with autism now. Um, and King, I'm a member of the, I do not remember, I can't remember the title of it, but I got involved with the Autism Speaks organization in Virginia Beach, because I love the fact that the whole city, all of the downtown buildings will use these blue floodlights and turn the entire city blue in Virginia Beach. It's beautiful. You ought to look it up online, just Virginia Beach courthouse or anything like that that shows this, or Autism Speaks. And for those of you that wonder what I look like, that's under my picture right now on my Facebook. Shadow, you're the only person in the entire Discord community that's on my Facebook. You're the only
Okay.
person that can look at my pictures and tell that I'm telling the truth.
I went to go get a snack. Sorry.
Oh, get your snack on, baby.
I know. Sorry. And see, Deb, what do you mean? Can I have a link? As in, or never mind. Boom. Hey, for once, I'm a mod and I didn't actually have to do that word. Thanks.
King, when you can get back in, get back in. Those are great story there. That's that young man is he's overcome a lot.
Yeah.
Vanessa, I wish I could get into Instagram. I really could. I really do. I just can't. I can't even keep up with Twitter. I used to have like 3 Twitters at one time, 2 different DJ names, my regular name. And I was really doing it to follow a certain doctor. We're thinking that this doctor may be one of the few that may be able to understand one of the rare diseases I have. Besides fighting cancer, got this rare. I don't know typically if it's called a disease or a syndrome. I believe it's a syndrome. But either way, it's like the rarest form of lupus in the United States. They can't find anyone else that has the same case. Hi, Nani. I hope I pronounced that right. How are you, darling? I've watched a couple of your videos, and I like your topics too. And I'm glad that we met. I'm pretty sure we met through Mr. Darren, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, simply Nanette, she is on Darren and J Mike's.
Oh, Shadow, did they ever give you those 300 watch hours?
Actually, I have no idea.
Did you notice right after I asked them that suddenly the person I asked, I'm not going to say which one of the two, said, "Oh, I'm so busy. I write down 80 things to do every day, but I'm only going to do the top 10 or 20, I forget what you said, because I just don't have time." And then he started saying all these people that said, "Oh, put these watch hours that I want on this other name." I think they should do the wheel where if you win it, great, but you need to be in the room. These
Yeah.
are valuable prizes that these people are going out of their way to save up to give away, and a lot of the people who won a prize, I could check and see if they were in the room by using a certain trick. Won't go into that. And they weren't in the room right after they won, and then they would pop in seconds later and say, "I'm here to collect the prize."
Yeah.
I never left the room because I've never played Spin the Wheel. And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, let's just do that." I want to see if I can get on the wheel. Got on the wheel. Could not believe I won, like, right after they put my name on the wheel, too. I don't remember if it was the next spin or the spin after, but it was like, seemed like no time at all before I won something. And the next prize was 500 watch hours. But when J Mike said, "Or you can give it away as a gift," I was like, "Oh, that's perfect. I'll give it to ShadowScoutSwede as an early birthday present." And I'm worried he didn't do it because he said, "Do you think that I really, gave all these people?" You notice how many of them said, "Oh, don't put it on this name right here. Put it on my other name." Well, if you wanted to win the prizes to go to that other name, why don't you just come in the room with the other name? I don't know. Am I being picky? Does it sound like I'm being too rigid?
No, I don't think so. It doesn't sound rigid.
Well,
It's logic.
if it hadn't been for 8 or 9 people saying, "Here, thanks for the prize, now will you put it on this other name," I would have had a higher chance of my birthday gift getting to you. Not that we know that it don't or didn't. How often does YouTube send you statistics and stuff?
Well, it depends on what it is, but I have to go to analytics to see things.
Analytics is exactly what I was thinking. Oh, okay, I thought they emailed it to you. I didn't realize you could go to a place and look at it.
I don't think I see. I should see if I got 300 watch hours or 200.
I would think that would kind of stand out because the guys were talking about it like it was a really big deal.
Yeah, 200 watch hours is a lot. That's almost a week.
They told me the 300 was a little over a week.
Yeah.
I mean, dang, that's 24/7, right?
Yeah, it is basically 24/7. You have to watch. Well,
wow.
And you need a good computer with that can handle it.
Oh, forget the computer. You need a brain that can stay awake that long. And by the way, it can't. The first sleep studies that were ever done about sleep deprivation were done about they were done on radio DJs. And the way it happened was there was a famous DJ, his name was Alan, I can't think of his last name. He got on the air and he said, "I'm going to stay on air live until we reach our goal for this charity." And after day 4, it was either day 3 or day 4, he started noticing that he was having trouble doing several things. And doctors came onto the scene and started checking him out and whatnot. And they said, "You can't do it this way. This is really starting to affect your brain. And the snacks that you're getting, they're not giving you the full meals that you need to replenish what the brain needs. But basically, it's the sleep deprivation."
Yeah.
So it was after that they started inventing sleep studies, which I've got all kinds of friends that have done sleep studies now, and they're very beneficial. They can tell you a lot. But that was what started it. That's why if you want to do something like break a world record, like I asked them if I could go for the world record in most days skating in a row. I was like, man, the Guinness holder of the record right now is only at 6 days. I could outdo that easy because, according to the Guinness, you have to leave the floor at least once an hour for a 5-minute rest.
Yeah.
They do the same thing during the Jerry Lewis Telethon for Muscular Dystrophy Association. And I would do that like every year. When I talked earlier about being on live television, that's for the Children's Miracle Network telethon. Lot of fun. I had a lot of fun challenging the other DJs at other radio stations. This one guy, I forget what charity it was, but basically the people were raising money. They said if you raise enough money, this announcer named Dan would have to kiss a pig. And of course they raised the money, and of course he had to kiss the pig. Now this is like the 3rd year in a row this guy had to kiss the pig. And when I was doing my telethon for the Children's Miracle Network, I said, "Come on down, Dan. You don't even have to kiss a pig to get in this one." And all the people running the cameras and behind the booth and everything just broke out laughing so hard. Because, of course, these are the same people that had to tape Dan whenever he kissed a pig, too. It was all done at the same station.
What kind of music is it in the background?
I'm sorry, I'm checking out the fact that Vanessa Kitty was in a sleep study that had to stop at 500 hours because she didn't sleep. That's wild. I mean, I always assumed that they gave you something to help you sleep if necessary. I know that might kind of get in the way of what they're trying to accomplish and whatnot, but wow. Okay, Shadow, you asked what music was in the background. I'm not sure what you're asking, sweetie.
Nice. I hear some music, but it sounds like music. It sounded like
Oh, you hear music in the background of my feed right now?
Just talk over it.
not now, but it was.
I apologize. That's my roommate. He's trying to listen to the television on as low a number as he can get it and still hear it.
That's why we gotta keep talking so we don't hear it. Right? You can't pick it up if you can't hear it.
What movie were you watching earlier with Clint Eastwood?
For a few dollars more. Now I'm watching Big J.
Yeah, he was watching for a few dollars more, one of those
Oh,
famous spaghetti westerns.
yeah, I'm
And
familiar with that one.
I'm a big
I
fan of
watched
Clint
that.
Eastwood, but I haven't seen those spaghetti westerns. All right, you can mute, creative. We get it. It's a taco. Either that or you're going through your toolbox. I'm not sure.
Guys, I'll be right back. Apparently, I need to right now.
So,
Yeah,
Shadow,
yeah,
next week is the big day.
yeah. It is.
What you gonna do? Do you have a birthday present picked out for yourself? Have you thought about something you want to do for yourself for your birthday?
Actually, not really. I have been so busy to keep the promotion of my birthday live stream to maximum,
So
basically.
maybe the live stream is your gift to yourself.
Well, I have a feeling that will go viral. So, and you know what the interesting thing is? I'm gonna check that up now, if I remember correct.
I put in my reminder either at the end of February or the very beginning of March, and I told my roommate, and I remind him every month that when this birthday comes up, which is, by the way, next weekend, on Saturday, all bets are off. I don't know what we're doing, but we're definitely doing a live stream.
Definitely. And you know, can you guess how many thumbs up I got on my birthday live stream?
Wait a minute. They can go ahead and give you a thumbs up even though the stream hasn't happened yet?
Yep. Guess how many I got?
I'm terrible at guessing. What?
Pick some.
300.
Actually, no. 1,145.
Wow! Those better not be guilt upvotes, people. You better be here. That's a direct order from headquarters. See, Vanessa Kitty gets that one.
Yeah, Nanette, it is.
Man, if only I could figure out a way. If it hadn't been for all the health crap that has been nonstop since I met you, I really wanted to figure out a way to either borrow one of my old station's studios, because they can stay live on the air and then let me broadcast from the production room. That's usually how they're set up. And I wanted to do a live mixing show for you.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Because YouTube can't copyright strike me. I've got an FCC license, and I'm signatory to BMI, ASCAP, all of the record labels. So literally, I mean, they can try. But if you and I had discussed this in advance, we could have alerted YouTube that this is, what's coming
No,
up.
Vanessa Kitty. No. I just happened to have it. Never mind.
So silly.
Just
So
kidding.
in that
Just kidding.
that means
I love a good
basically,
dose of silly in a video host. I really do.
so that basically means if if we are agreed, both of us, uh, that means I need to put some alert in my description for that stream.
But that's just it. Actually, one of the reasons why I haven't been showing up, especially in the past couple of months, is there have been more health problems popping up, and they're trying to. Right now, we're in the situation where they're trying to get me back into the diagnostic hospital and start diagnosing what the new problems are. I apologize. What really gets my goat is there's a good chance I won't be able to sing for your birthday, and that just breaks my heart. I might try to do some sample tests during the week on other friends, in the middle of the night when nobody's listening and whatnot. But if it turns out as bad as it did before, honey, I'm gonna have to say no on that, and that just kills me.
Well, Nanette, let's say watch hours will be given away and other things.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay, so is it Nanette or Nanette?
Nanette.
Alrighty. As you know, to us announcers, it's very important that we pronounce people's names correctly. I used to write all my names down phonetically, so that way I couldn't accidentally mess them up. When people start new channels or telling me that they're starting new channels, I try to give them some great tips that worked out for me, because I never planned on being in radio. I never planned to be a DJ. The rink made me do that. But if you look into my pictures on my Facebook, you'll see pictures of me doing opera. And the particular opera, that one was taped for PBS. That was La Traviata. So I went to university on a voice scholarship. My choral teacher in high school didn't even give me any warning. He just said, go into this room and sing for this man. Banana, banana, knock, knock. Who's there? Banana. You're muted, baby.
I'm using this as mic check.
Wow, that's a good mic, because your voice is coming through real clear.
But I can tell you, it's Darren has helped me to get some prizes.
Oh, that is so sweet.
Yeah, he got me for prizes, 15 prizes.
Oh, wow. Don't say what they are. Let it be a surprise for your birthday.
Yeah, but it is, that's what I can say, and you will be
Do we get a
probably
sneak
shocked.
peek?
You will be probably shocked over what it is. But
I was shocked the other night. Man, those were some kind of big prizes that they were putting on the wheel.
Take care, Vanessa Kitty.
Vanessa,
care,
it was
Vanessa.
so nice to meet you. I hope that we meet again.
Yeah, she's awesome. She's really awesome, Vanessa. So.
Oh, I hope she heard us. I hope she's not one of those people that says, okay, good night, and then boom, signs out immediately.
Well, that is, I know someone who signed out very quickly. That's Phonetic Guide. He just,
He was one of the people that showed up on the long one. I remember that.
yeah, he has a tendency to just teleport himself out from the stream, the panel, and everybody begins.
Okay,
to
I'm
wonder,
going now. Bye.
where is Phonetic? Not a sound. He's not a beep. Nothing. Just quiet. He just disappeared, and oh, he went to bed.
Just out of curiosity, have you figured out how to show a video in your live stream? Like one of your own videos?
Well, you share it. Share screen.
Oh no. See, you can actually upload it to your StreamYard account. Because you can get it in the free too.
I've watched the other guys doing it, the crew of people that are attached to the Discord stuff and whatnot.
I have my outro actually on the StreamYard side.
Shadow did this video of just driving downhill, but because it's a short, it keeps repeating. And I sat there watching this video and I keep thinking, how freaking high is this hill? When does it end? And didn't realize I was just watching the repeat over and over. That was genius. I love that. He and his, I'm running out of gas. Okay, people. I'm coasting on fumes. Have a nice day. It was the company car he was in.
The last 20 minutes.
But I love the hill one. I think it's hilarious. And if it repeats when he shares the screen and shows that would just be awesome. We'd all be sitting up here, man, 2 minutes. How long is this damn hill? That worked out beautifully.
Yeah, it did. Oh my. But I remember when you mentioned, when you saw my running on fumes.
That was my favorite.
When you told me that the first time, you laughed your butt off.
I did. Hello, we just got a peek at, I believe, your lovely wife. She just peeked out from behind you and went back.
Yeah.
I noticed that earlier.
Hey, Oliva. Good to see you.
Hi, Oliva.
Everyone teaching me how to say her name properly. Hi, Oliva.
Oliva.
Oh, I never say anything properly.
Sisvia.
Is Oliva by any chance from the Philippines?
Yep.
Now, why would I guess that?
Well, I have a lot of friends in the Philippine community.
And they're all gorgeous women.
And I have some dudes too.
Like my new hair, I'm growing it out.
Oh, that's what that is.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
CR, you're a natural on camera. You really are.
Yeah, he is.
I gotta watch more of your videos.
No. I pretend to be.
Well, your
Ausland
pretense
are
is
in.
working out well.
I like how he just shows up right there.
Hey, Jack. Good to see you
What's up?
again.
Comment from Nanette. Hi, CR, handsome.
Oh, that's a sneak peek on that video.
Nanette, some of these ladies that I've met from the Philippines are gorgeous on the outside, and the rest of them are gorgeous on the inside. If I had a choice, I'd go with the inside, because the inside is what you have to be for the rest of your life. Okay. All right, Lander.
Oh, Lord. Jack, he always has very interesting comments in replies.
Is that the Australian?
Yeah.
I love his accent, too. I admit it. Yes, it goes all the way back to the Paul Hogan thing. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Crocodile Dundee.
My confession, I watched Crocodile Dundee like just a month ago because I hadn't watched it in probably 20 years, and it was just as great. I didn't
Well, I can show
realize
you
he
a
had.
knife if that helps.
I didn't realize that he actually had some kind of show in Australia before that, and then someone else told me that he was just a painter of the big span bridge. Now I'm going to embarrass myself because I can't remember which city it's in. I want to say that it's where they have the opera house. That's just I would love to
Sydney.
go to that opera house and hear the acoustics.
Yeah, it is
All over
in
the world, they
Sydney.
say. Thank you. All over the world, they talk about the acoustics of the best opera houses in the world, and that's one of the ones that gets mentioned. And I'm like, oh man. Thank you, Ozzy. That's what they were saying. They said it was pretty funny and whatnot. I was like, man, we didn't get to see an episode of that over here. Just, that's not a knife. That's a knife. That's my favorite line from the first movie.
Yeah, the dude took
We're getting robbed. Hand them your money. Hand them your wallet. Nah.
a
Just a
small
bunch of kids messing
stiletto.
around. But the way he looked at everything, especially television, he said, yeah, I saw one of those a few years ago. And he turned it on and it was showing I Love Lucy. And he said, yeah, same thing then. I know I can't do an Aussie accent, but it was funny.
He invented drop bears, and it has been a laugh ever since. A priceless joke that has been played on so many tourists and journalists, etc.
I don't understand drop bears.
I don't understand that either, actually. I never heard about it before, so.
Well, stick a pin in that, Mr. Australia, and fill us in someday in case it takes some explanation, or hop up here and tell us.
Well, let's see what he decides to do. It usually takes a couple of few minutes, maybe.
Well, I've never
Sometimes
timed
shorter.
how long it takes me, but I know it can take like up to a minute and a half, 2 minutes just to unlock all the crap that I gotta do to unlock my microphone. I'll be very happy for the day I can go ahead and reopen my camera.
He was a typical Aussie bloke from the city. Nothing special about him prior to getting into the entertainment industry.
That's what I thought was so cool about him, that they were saying he was a.
Let me find a recent prank. Be right back.
Okay.
That works.
But that was why the people who were talking about his past said before that, this guy was just, he did different jobs, like he was a painter on this span bridge. Now, the thing about the span bridge isn't what it spans, it's how high the supports of those spans go. That's, what do they call it? Nosebleed territory. It's that high up. I wouldn't want to paint the bridge in San Francisco. Why? The Golden Gate Bridge. My brain did not wake up with me. I'm sorry. But I'm here. I literally woke up just before I said, what time is it in my brain? And I was like, oh man, I bet I missed Shadow's live stream today and signed on. You were still going, so I figured I'd at least pop in and say hello.
Yeah, sometimes it goes for like 10 hours.
We've done that. We did do that. It was a little bit over 10, wasn't it?
A few weeks ago. That was only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it hadn't been long.
Beginning of the month.
Had fun, too. Had a lot of fun. And I would say that this week has been even more fun. There have been some wonderful people in the chat. Lovely folks to meet. Great topics that have come up. Especially with help from Creative. And it's been great.
Whoa. What did I do? I didn't do anything.
No, you're talking about what even the questions you're asking about sewing
I was
are
just practicing learning from GP how to ramble and keep going. That's strange. Just kidding.
learn to take a compliment, honey. They're gonna come your way.
What's that?
Oh, stop it!
What is
Get
this?
out of here.
Oslander, I
Oh,
obviously
compliment.
find a
Like
link.
complimentary. Oh, I get it. It goes with it. Oh, yeah. That's what you mean. Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna take a stab at this. Unless you want to show it to everybody.
I have no idea what it is.
It's a YouTube link, I think, that has something to do with Paul Hogan. But I'm dying to know what Drop Bears is all about.
Oh, I'm not opening it first.
I love a good practical joke. Okay. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2 minutes.
How are you doing, Jack? I hope you had a great week. And I will check that
Okay.
later.
Now I know. It's a parody. It's a parody, that's why.
Okay.
I see. I just saw the first half minute of it. I can't believe that video is like 13 years old. It's over 13 years old. It says 09 on it.
Yeah, that's raining. That is not very common where you are, Jack. It's rain rarely. Yeah, I understand that you get frustrated. because it's probably more like mud. Okay.
Yeah.
I always forget that they have.
Yeah. He's in the same hemisphere.
Yeah.
Actually, if everyone knows, today's the 21st, 22nd, and our month until the summer/winter solstice.
Yeah.
So we're actually coming into that time period now. So, yes. Speak of which, I have to slip out. I'll give 1 minute. Yep. Until that. More. Yeah. Because I already said that earlier. Many more things to do again for the day.
Yeah.
Break time's over. So, yes. I'll try to come back in the chat if I can. Who knows? Maybe you'll go for like 8-10 hours again. I'll be like, oh man, he's still here. Maybe I'll even come back. Oh, back again. And that one time I came back like 4 times. Oh, whatever.
Jack says we celebrate Christmas at the beach.
Whatever.
Summer.
Whatever. I think that's my cue. To enjoy the nice warmth outside. Anyways, I'll get you. I'll try to jump back in if you're still alive. I'll get you everyone around. Later, everyone.
Okay.
All right. Ooh, later.
Later. Well, there's Seer dropped. But he usually step down and join again.
Oh, yeah, I'm keeping that link. I gotta show that one to my roommate. I've never seen Paul Hogan so young.
I will check that link later.
Bye, Creative. Good to see you today.
Yeah, he said he stepped down and he will probably drop in again if I'm still alive. Well, live.
You better be, buddy.
Yeah. I will move up and
Christmas
down.
on the beach. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, when we have winter here, they have summer at Christmas.
Yeah, so plenty of places in California, they may as well be summer around the Christmas time. I know the temperature drops pretty severely once the sun goes down and everything, but during the daylight hours, well, let's just put it this way, unless you're in the upper half of California, you ain't seeing snow. Not gonna happen.
Nope. No snow. That's fascinating. That is different.
I was watching this video about some of the things that people in the military have to do in order to pass basic training.
Yeah.
And one of them is they have to get in frigid, icy waters, and there's a tremendous health concern about, how the body can take it. They have different machines that they have invented, such as these 2 hand grips that you can hold that will warm up and that will help warm the blood that's going to the brain and everything. Long story short, I looked down in the comments and they're from, I'm from like Sweden or Iceland or Greenland or whatnot. That's what we call a morning dip, people. I mean, they're like, that's nothing to us jumping in icy water. And people over here, have, a doctor and 2 specialists on the side of the pool or whatever to make sure that you're not going to die if you're in there 15 minutes. Although they did say something to the effect of if you were on the USS Titanic or USSR, I forget what the British call it. Anyway, if you were on the Titanic and you wound up in the water, the average length of time that you would be alive is 12 to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
That death was going to happen pretty fast.
it depends on the temperature of the water and
the exposure and everything else. Yeah.
If it's windy.
It's amazing that so many people made it out. When Cameron made his movie, The Titanic, he did everything that he could to make it visually appear exactly as they believed that it went down. Now, this is after he saw the movies of the wreck of the Titanic and what they think happened after it sank, the breaking into the 2 parts. And there was a gentleman named Robert Ballard who was known for going out and getting footage of deep sea shots and whatnot. He's a Dr. Ballard, I guess I should say. And at the time, he was telling everyone he was looking for the Titanic, and that was not the truth. We lost 2 Navy subs. The only fast attack Navy subs that we had ever lost. If I'm not mistaken, both were nuclear powered. The sub that my honey had been on was nuclear powered, and his job was to oversee the nuclear stuff. It kept the air and everything else going on the ship, and they were doing a drill, and he accidentally got locked into that compartment for over 45 minutes, and he was almost cooked alive. To this day, he has to take a bag of medication. I've seen people on medications before, but never that many. And just recently, his doctor, who's been with him all these decades, has retired, and he has a new doctor, and she's great. She paid a lot of attention to what the older doctor at the VA had to say, and is following suit. So both he and I fall into medical categories where we can't be vaccinated. There's a high chance that we would go into anaphylactic shock if that happened. Now, the reason why I bring up the 2 submarines that were lost, we wanted our hands on those subs before the Russians could get to them because of the nuclear technology and, whatever else may be included. I can't remember the names of the 2 boats. I think one was was it the Thresher? The Thresher? Anyway, my roommate's into his show and his telephone, so he's not listening. But thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Correction on the steamship or HRMSS. You'd think I'd remember since I've actually done Gilbert and Sullivan operetta, which originates out of England, and therefore HMS Pinafore.
Scorpion and the Thresher.
The Scorpion and the Thresher. Thank you, sir. So basically, that was Dr. Ballard's real job, was to go down and find those 2 subs. They knew the location of one, but they could not figure out where the second one was, and that was a whole cover story so that he could say that he went out to go find the Titanic. They had special RVs the remote vehicles that could detach from the ship and go down and take a look at things, and that's what they wanted. They wanted to absolutely verify that they had located both of those two fast attack subs. I don't know, I get into stuff like that. One of my favorite movies is The Hunt for Red October. I'd probably quote half the movie to you.
That
And
is
coincidentally,
pretty
also one of
famous
the,
movie.
oh, I love that movie. That's a great writer. At one time, when I first met him, my roommate had several books by Tom Clancy.
Yeah.
So he had Up to Clear and Present Danger and everything. It was interesting watching the different people play the parts. I'm a big fan of Harrison Ford. I'm sure it has nothing to do with Star Wars, but you know. Oh yeah, I saw when I was a kid. I saw the first Star Wars movie 28 times in the theater. They stopped charging me after the 8th time I showed up at the theater because I saw it on a Friday night, and the person who took me just happens to be the same person who I'm seeing now. Our families grew up in the same apartment complex, and he asked my parents, could he take me over to see this movie, and they were like, sure. Because he was getting ready to go into the Army. He was in the Army before he switched over and went into the Navy.
Yeah.
And I was real tired that night. So I started to fall asleep the first 10, 15 minutes of the movie, and then I woke up and I was like, holy crap, this is a good movie. So the next day I went back to the theater at the very first showing, and then I hid behind the curtains inside the theater for the next 3 times so I wouldn't have to pay again, and I watched it 4 times in a row. I was like, no, this is the best movie ever made. Tammy, one of my brother's exes, she had a bumper sticker on her car that said, "You can't reach out and hug children with nuclear arms." I always thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Now I've asked my boyfriend if he'll send me a bumper sticker from Virginia Beach, because they always have these wonderful jets that are flying over to go to the yeah, I woke up without my vocabulary today. Anyway, the whole time we're talking on the telephone, there's rarely a day where a couple of jets don't fly overhead, and he'll give me advance notice because you can't talk while they're flying over. And the bumper sticker just says, "We love jet noise." I used to live like a block away from the airport, which now I live in a totally different place, and I'm like all of 4 or 5 blocks away from the airport. Woo! On the other side. After a while, you get really used to it. But in my family's house, that was a block away, they'd have these air shows,
Yeah.
and Mom had converted the laundry room that was at the front of the house, just the very far side of it. She made it all windows so that he would get a lot of sunshine, because my dad's favorite thing to do was reading, whether it was the paper or he could run through 400-600 page books in a day. He's just a voracious reader. And we didn't have to pay tickets to go to the show because we were right in the line that many of these planes would take before they went and hit the tarmac.
Yeah.
And I looked up one day and I said, "Dad, I think you want to see this." There was an AWAC plane that was coming in. The one with the big mushroom radar dish on top of it.
Yeah.
And it looks like a huge freaking plane anyway. And it looked like it was going to land in our living room. Not kidding. We got that good a look at it. And I was like, man, that is awesome. And Dad was in the Second World War. I think I mentioned before that he was Army Air Corps, the predecessor to the Air Force. So he really enjoyed getting to see the planes from his era that were coming in too. So that used to be neat, but I always really disliked the week before because they would be doing the tests, and our airport is kind of famous for being difficult to land in. Even after they've now extended it, there's only a handful of Delta pilots that have the right to land in this airport because they liken it to landing in a teacup.
Okay.
Yeah, which is silly because we're 8 miles away from a very large military base, and Lord knows they have. I'll put it to you this way: if you're ever going to jump out of a plane, you probably have to go to this place or become a ranger.
Yeah. Probably.
Well, it says right on the opening gate, it's the largest infantry military installation in the world. When people hand
Yeah.
out maps of Georgia, I keep telling them, they said, "Oh, this is how big Fort Benning is." And I'm like, "Trust me, you will never see a map of how large Fort Benning is. Trust me."
Fort Benning.
Yep, they're
Famous
not going to put
place.
that on paper.
Fort Benning. It's the Green Berets, if I remember it correct.
Oh, yes. And the movie The Green Berets, featuring John Wayne, was taped. Guess where? In Fort Benning. A great deal of it. Some of it was
Yeah.
soundstage work that was pieced together. But they actually did film that out here at Fort Benning. Last weekend, I love to do this. Shadow, I love to do this. You can always tell when young men are either close to graduating their basic. Hang on.
Yeah, Jack.
Sorry, another coughing
Yeah.
attack. They're either close to graduating basic or they're graduating basic. And I saw 3 of them in uniform very close to where I was pulling out of the gas station. And I pulled up to them and I said, "Guys, where are you headed?" Because I could see that they couldn't even figure out which direction to go in. They said, "We want to go to Peachtree Mall." And I said, "Peachtree Mall? You're closer than you think. Hop on in." And they were like, "Really?" And I said, "Yes. I've only been doing this since I was like 16 and got my driver's license. These are the most trustable people on earth. And it doesn't matter if you're 3 years younger than them, they are always going to say, 'ma'am.' You
Yeah.
cannot get the ma'am out of them. It's drilled into them. But this is the one time where all 3 of these young men were so nice. It took us no time to get to Peachtree Mall. But they said, "We're not in a hurry. We kind of, we wouldn't mind talking for a while." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm up for that. I'd love to, hear about where you're from." One's from Cali, one's from Texas, and one is from Wisconsin. And they all asked me to do prayer requests for their family. They told me these wonderful stories, like the gentleman from California went into the military so that he can bring the rest of his family to America. And just gives me a little bit of chill bumps there. The sincerity in his face and his voice when he told that. And that made the other 2 of them say, "Yeah, the real reason that I'm here is," and they were just awesome. And I didn't know it, but the whole time that I had stopped in front of what I thought was the best entrance to the mall, I was blocking a fire lane, and security came to us after about a half hour, and they said, and of course we were very respectful towards the security man, and he saw their uniforms and everything, and I said, "If I just pull over here up against the building, I know technically I'll still be in a fire lane, but if we're just there for a few minutes, is that okay?" And he was like, "Yes." And "Thank you, sir. We appreciate what you do. Thank you so much." And what I really did was I kind of did a loop and I brought them right back around to the entrance. Then they saw 8 of their people that they were graduating with that were actually in their company. And they saw them go in, and I said, "Hey guys, you want to catch up to your friends? That you might find stores easier that way because it's a very big mall. And I want you guys to have a great time." By that time, I'd written down their names, what they wanted me to pray for them, and everything. And they were like, just kept thanking me over and over, and just a wonderful experience. But if I've got gas in the car, I'll drive them all the way to the the gates at the military installation. Doesn't matter to me. They're so used to running miles that they don't think anything of going to a certain location and saying, "Okay, it's nothing. We'll just hoof it so many miles to." Because these guys are either always close to graduating or graduating. Usually, if they're graduating, their family is around too. So you don't see them in clumps of 3 to 5 and whatnot. I had 5 of them jammed into my 1968 Ford Falcon. That was the car my grandmother gave me. Shadow, when she gave me that car, she literally gave it to me and it was in perfect condition. Mint condition.
That's nice. Really nice.
Yeah. And I did not mind the fact that it did not have, what do you call it? The steering. It didn't have automatic steering. I
Yeah.
loved it because all that turning of the wheel and everything, it really helped sculpt my arms and whatnot and keep my muscles looking nice and feminine and whatnot. I loved it. And it didn't have an air conditioner, but Sarge used to joke. It said, "Sure, it has an air conditioner. It has a 280 air conditioner." I said, "What's a 280 air conditioner?" He said, "Roll down 2 and drive 80. Thank you. Man, why is it I can't tell jokes online?
Yeah.
I sit up here and I tell people I'm gonna just sit there and do like a half hour of jokes that I know are just going to be the worst jokes that I know, just to see if anybody ever laughs. Oh, Ford Falcons are still, to this day, you can still get every part needed to keep the car running. The problem is if you mess up something in the body of the car, you can search all over the United States, and finding replacements is the real pill. I had to let go of it because that's when I got into where I was doing live mixing on radio, and I had to carry my vinyl records with me. So I upgraded to a 1971 Maverick, but the air conditioner did work real well. But
Well, as
yeah, I
long as the air
loved that. I
conditioner
still
works.
think about my Ford Falcon. I just love that car.
Yeah, that is not a. It's a middle-sized car. It's
Mm-hmm.
not a small car, not a biggest car. It's something in between.
It got awesome mileage on the highway. No kidding. It was like 38 miles to the gallon on the highway, 41, somewhere in that neighborhood.
That is pretty good, actually.
It was very nice. Especially to a high school / beginning university kid, that's for sure.
Tammy says Ford Falcons were fast little cars too.
Oh, yeah. I believe the one that I had was, I can't remember, it was a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder. Again, I defer to my roommate, he would remember, but it would haul butt. My very first boyfriend lived like 2 counties over. It's basically a 40-minute drive to get out to his parents' property. His parents used to own a mansion in the city, and they gave it up just because he asked if they would move so that he could have room in the country to run his dirt bike. So they got the house, another little storehouse, and they got 47 acres of property. I went out there one night with him to spot deer. You know, we're just using a headlight and looking for eye shine, and something felt off that night. And there's nothing but a big field before you get to the house. And I heard something I had never heard before, and we started hauling butt for the house. Whatever it was, it had to be cat related. It was either a bobcat or something in that area, because that thing just did get one toe of its claw onto the back of my tennis shoe. Nearly got me, scared the hell out of me. But yeah, there are a lot of people who sit up there and argue with you. Oh, there are no cats in Georgia. My brother's an archaeologist, and I beg to differ with you. Plus, one nearly got me. I think they were just trying to scare us off, really. She might have had a gun den nearby or something. It was that time of year. Oh, you're going to make me want your back scratcher again, too.
Yeah. It's itchy.
I told my roommate, I said, I want one of those. I'm always using rulers and whatnot. Tammy, which movie did we refer to? 67 Dodge Dart. That's another fast one. I don't know. Which movie did we mention?
I forgot that too.
Sorry, Tammy. Give us a hint. Maybe you can jog our memory and we can go back to it.
Ford makes good cars, actually.
Yeah, they've really got us between them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Especially the F-150.
Oh, yeah, I've always heard good things about that.
Yeah, I would like to have a Ford F-150, but when I check the price on them, they are pretty expensive.
Everything is. Last night, Frank Triggs was talking about the fact that he has a guitar that he knows the worth of it, but he doesn't want to sell it because he knows he won't get anything close to the actual worth of the guitar. He said because people just aren't buying things right now. You can't turn on the television without everything connected to news being with the best movie of all time. Well, of course, I mean, it's all just relative, but I love the movie The Hunt for Red October. There was a lot of best movies of all time. I could put a lot of stuff into that, including old movies like I love that movie with David Niven, Sir Laurence Olivier, and I want to say Merle Oberon. And of course now I can't think of the title. It's a black and white film. It's old as heck. And it was Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights. They've remade the movie so many times, and to me, nothing can tape that original. Because Laurence Olivier just... Hi, NC Deb. I was just reading your comments and catching up on the comments in the chat.
Ford Fairlane.
Didn't they make a movie called Ford Fairlane with the guy that would tell such rude jokes. Wow, I really did wake up without my brain today. But I'm here. I'm here. I made it.
Yeah. Yeah, you made it. Actually, when I begin my stream today, well, actually yesterday, I had in mind that you might would pop in, and you did.
Every weekend that I miss it, I feel terrible later. Saturday is usually one of the days that I get to rest from all the medical pressure during the week and whatnot. And very often, I thought you did from like 2 to 6 my time. And it never occurred to me that you might be one of the people, hey, it's going pretty good, we'll extend it a little while and whatnot. Now I could just kick myself because I found out
Yeah.
by accident less than a month ago. And we had the first long one. The first
Yeah.
long one that I was here for, I should say. But I don't go on other people's live streams anymore. They have been so mean to me over in that community that it just makes me mad. There's a guy that does a 1 hour long video and does nothing but trash me and say that he's caught me lying about him. I'm like, this person could not be farther from the truth. I don't waste my time with stuff like that. Why? I'll put it to you this way. 24 hours after I was on his live stream, and that was my very first live stream. He had 10
Yeah.
people up, and when they saw me in chat mentioning my connection to the music industry, they said, come up on and tell us about it. So I did, not knowing what bear trap I was walking into. The guy who was hosting the stream, the next day he went to the head of the community and he said, I want Boo and Dragons, Sunshine Dragon, I want them banned. And the host said, why would we ban them? They've not broken any rules. These are the two, as a matter of fact, except for one person, these are the two people that greet every new member we have that joins. And he said, if you don't ban them, I'll ban myself. So he did. And he made a big dramatic thing about, oh, I had to delete my Discord, and here's the reason why. And he talks for 20 minutes about 2 innocent people that he calls trolls, and then for over a solid hour talked about me, but he wouldn't mention my name. Then he created a new YouTube channel, and now they call me Miss Pooh. And I'm referred to as an it. And they don't know that I've lurked these chats. Because I don't want to take someone's word for it. They say, hey, someone said this and this about you. No, I want to witness it firsthand so I can get the context of it.
Yeah.
Some of the same people that are just treating me nice as can be in chats that are related to this person's chat, they all know each other, and a handful of them do live streams. And I saw all that crap and I was like, yeah, I appreciate this nice act that you're putting on, but I also happen to know that you treat me like absolute shit when you think I'm not around. So I don't know what to do about the situation. I've been hanging out because there's a couple of people that I've been quietly helping behind the scenes. And I don't make a big deal of it, and they don't talk a lot about it, but
Well, trust me, I had my trolls. But after I noticed, after I end my stream and when I check the day after the comments, sometimes people comment afterwards.
Yeah, I miss a
Because
lot
when,
in chat, especially they're chatting faster.
yeah, so when I check and in the YouTube studio, making the comments, and for those who have watched the stream afterwards, and I always check comments for review. And I noticed there that I got 2 comments, but those were to porn sites.
Oh, yeah.
But I blocked them. So
good on you, mate.
That's what I have noticed. But on my streams when I'm live, I haven't noticed that many trolls actually.
I haven't either. I would say that you have the lowest number of trolls that I've seen. Again, maybe that has something to do because I don't notice many trolls bothering with J Mike and Darren. So I don't know if that's something, but I mean, what are they going to say? You're one of the nicest people that I've ever met online, Shadow. Coming up to trying to figure out how to say something about you just doesn't make sense. Douglasville, Deb, I lived near there, and it used to be a lovely place. I have been told that it's changed a pretty great deal. Apparently, after the pandemic hit, a lot of the smaller towns were affected badly. There was someone who drove through town and took film of everywhere he was driving, and everywhere he was driving, this was on a Saturday, there was, number one, there was no traffic. Number two, there was no cars parked at the businesses. It was a very freaky thing to see. And I have a question for you. Is Raleigh in North Carolina or South Carolina? That's one of the places that we're looking at potentially to relocate me, to put me close to better doctors.
Yeah.
That's right. What happens, Charlie was a good friend of mine. So let's see if he can do that trick for me.
Well, I always
I let it drop.
been thinking of you and how you're doing, how's your, if you're okay and things like that. I'm always a little bit worried about it.
Bless your heart. I wish I didn't come with that worry. Trust me, I would love nothing better than to go completely back to work. But I feel really lucky that the people at the record labels and friends that I know through the business, technically they're business associates, but I do think of them as friends because I've known them so long. I told them that I am probably not going to wait until all of this is done, all of this medical crap. Number one, they don't think they can get rid of the lupus anyway. That's not something you heal. As far as the cancer battle, well, number 3 has been a little bit more rough than the first 2 battles, but I'm still very positive as far as the outcome. We're just having everything is slowed down in Georgia. Like a test that they would schedule for you the same week. Right now, traditionally, that's going to be taking a month to 2 months to schedule, and that's an urgent test. and that's pretty regular. Right now, one of the hospitals has had 2 equipment breakdowns on their MRI machine, and I believe their CAT scan. I might be wrong. So a lot of them have been moved to the diagnostic center that I mentioned earlier, and the
Yeah.
diagnostic center was kind enough to extend their working hours from wrapping up the day at 5 o'clock. Now they stay open until 9 o'clock. So we're hoping that they can schedule an urgent test for me either Monday or Tuesday. Because now they think I have kidney stones on top of everything else. Because I really needed that.
Yeah.
I've been in the ER with people who are dealing with kidney stones. It looks like the most painful thing that I've ever seen. And I don't have a history of them, so I'm praying they're wrong. I'm praying it's something else.
Yeah. Well, I have been thinking about how your back is and everything, because I'm just caring.
Yes, you are. You are caring by nature. Something I love about you.
That's why I'm worried about you, because I'm caring. I'm caring about my friends.
Tammy, thank you for that. I always get it confused if Raleigh is in North Carolina or South, and Tammy just affirmed that it is North Carolina.
Yeah. I'm
But this
familiar
doctor,
with.
pardon,
Yeah. Go ahead.
the doctor that I'm hoping will look at my case, he has a YouTube channel. His name is Dr. Thomas J. Klein, Kline,
Yeah.
and his complete fight is really against the CDC taking away pain medications from chronic pain patients. The CDC jumped on this just before the pandemic. I think it was 2016, and basically they came right out and said doctors already have an organization that advises them, and it's not the CDC. That's the Centers for Disease and Control. Their job is to let us know if there's a disease out there. It is not to tell us how to treat our patients. And yet, since they put out this information, and it's shockingly horrible, such as there are people who need as much as, just an example, like say 120 pain pills per month.
Yeah.
They want to put these people down to 8 pain pills per month. Well, my mom and I were born with what neurologists call lacking or otherwise non-functioning opioid receptors, which means almost no painkiller works on us. With Mom, they found one, and that was Demerol. Demerol
Yeah.
doesn't work on me, nor does morphine, nor does fentanyl, nor they have sit there and witnessed putting it through my IV, I don't know, countless times, and found out Dilaudid does not work. None of them work. And there's they tried oxycodone several times, and each time I'd hand them back a full bottle. Well, except once. And there's only one atom of difference between oxycodone and hydrocodone, which is known as Vicodin. Okay, the Vicodin works for me. The oxycodone doesn't at all. So I really got tired of them.
That is
No, I'm reading
pretty
Jack's
strange.
message, and Jack, I wish you would pull in the opposite direction, hon. I really do. It's not that I'm disagreeing with your comment. I'm just saying that your will and your mental ability to affect that outcome is so much greater than everyone takes for granted. And they've actually proven this in many experiments, particularly in Japan. I could go into it, but I don't want to bore everybody. Actually, it's not that boring. They cooked up a thing of rice, or actually, it may have been uncooked rice. The whole point of the test was they had one group of people came in and they complimented the rice and they said all of these positive and Nanette, are you going?
Yeah, she's going for church.
Have a great day, dear. It was good to see you. So these people came in and they said all of these very affirmative things towards rice. Then they had a second group of people that came in and said just everything negative you can think of. And it turned out that they measured it against the test subjects, the ones that hadn't been treated either way, and that rice decomposed much faster. Well, Jack, I'm not surprised that yet again we disagree. You're accepting the reality as you see it. Just the different way that we see people from Arabia is proof that we have vastly different ways of looking at things. And I can disagree with someone and still care for them. Don't worry. I still find you to be a very interesting contributor. And as I've already said, I love your accents. I love things that you have to say. I just sometimes wish that you would please keep. Now, see, if I say please keep an open mind, that's almost a suggestion that you're being rigid, and I don't mean to say that either. No implied insults. What do they call it? Yes, and I think my experiences are as valid as yours. So, in Japan, they did the test on several different things, and it turned out the same every time. Whatever had been subjected to people who were thinking bad thoughts towards the subject matter or saying or even screaming bad things at the subject matter, all of these things would decompose much faster than the control copies of the same thing would do. It's a very interesting psychological experiment, and plus the effect that we have on other humans, nature, crops, all sorts of things. Because one of the tests they did on water.
Okay.
The water went bad. The water that was subjected to, yeah, I don't get it, but especially when you're working under clinical conditions, which they were, so they knew that nobody was like bringing germs into it. It was enclosed, so the people breathing around it couldn't have, contributed to any micro anything getting into the water to help spoil it. Aw, babe, are you getting tired? Shadow?
Yeah.
Honey, you've already gone above and beyond what three extra hours. So if you feel like you need to wrap up, I understand. I'm sure your guests do as well. I mean, you're usually waking up to go to work around this time. Bless your heart.
Yeah, but lucky for me, I don't work at weekends.
Yeah, but you can still get sleepy. You're allowed.
Yeah, but I can hang on for a moment. Well, oh, couple of minutes more so. And why? Because you're such a nice company.
Oh, thank you. One of the one of the very few people in the world that has anything to do with the internet that I trusted enough to give my home number to. So trust me, Shadow, if anything ever happened as far as an emergency and they have to put me in the hospital for gosh only knows what, trust me, you would get notified. You would know.
I appreciate that.
And that's a short list of people because most of my family unfortunately has passed on now. That's what you get when you get born the baby and get born real late in life.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. You get what you get.
Exactly. That is what I have been saying for years. You get what you get. Instead, the meaning of words are also individual basis on how, when, and who we heard them from. I thought that was profound.
Profound.
Profound. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm reading the next comment and I don't understand the last sentence. Can't compare, let's say, my kids and me. Okay, Jack, I don't have children. Lost one. They've been protected from wars and have been removed from the post-war society, even removed from the post-war society, so as to ensure they don't become victims of it. My wife is a child of war. Me, no comment. So the last sentence I don't quite understand, but I do understand. Obviously, your value system is very different when you are thinking ahead for your children. I just knew it was profound because I'm like the worst typist in chat. I'm the typo queen. So I knew he meant profound. The Big Chill is a great movie and a great soundtrack too.
Yeah, there are many movies that has great soundtrack.
Oh, I agree.
The Big Chill.
Did you know that The Big Chill was the first movie in which Kevin Costner appeared, but nobody knows it? The movie begins with a group of friends that they became friends when they were all attending Michigan State University. I hope I said that right. And one of their friends has taken their life. So in the beginning of the movie, they're showing some people preparing a body in a coffin. That's Kevin Costner. That was his first appearance on film.
Cool.
I know, it's such a, I know. Trivia crap, I've got tons of that.
I try to see if I can remember if I'm the
They never show his
titles.
face. They never show his face. They just show you the brushing of his hair and the hiding of his wrists for obvious reasons, and basically just straightening up. But they never show his face. And I found out years later that was Kevin Costner. I was like, what?
What?
Yeah, really?
I try to figure out if the title sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I have watched it. And I'm supposed to be a movie nerd.
I'm kind of a movie nerd. What was it I was watching last night and I fell asleep because I'd seen it before? Salt, starring Angelina Jolie and Liev Schreiber. I always thought it had a wow. Jack, that's really deep. I hope you don't mind if I call you Jack. My name's Becky. But I can see where that would be a real challenge to get them to accept how differently things stand to be in the future when all they've known is something else. So I definitely understand where you're coming from there. And bless your heart, as much as I desperately did want to be a mom, and that was not in the stars for me, every decade since, I cannot help but think, yes, but if you had that child, what all would you be facing now as far as the fear for them, trying to prepare them? That's a lot. And after they told me I was out of the running for good, absolutely not going to happen, I had made up my mind to adopt a little girl from China because the orphanages are more full of little girls. Little boys get adopted to help on the farms and things like that. And even though China at the time went through its one child per family, I don't know it was actually law because people who were farmers were allowed to have more than one child. Anyway, when I made that decision that I was going to adopt, that weekend it was within 72 hours that they had that huge earthquake that occurred during school hours, and the schools collapsed on the children. There was great loss of life to kids, and the Chinese ran to the adoption agencies and cleared them out of all the little girls. And I was like, oh man, okay, God, I accept what you're telling me. It's not in the cards for me. Can't do it.
Well, that is really sad, especially when kids lose their lives in a natural disaster like an earthquake.
Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, China still had one-child policy. but they changed a couple
Yeah.
of years ago to so they could have two.
Yeah. But it was a complete mystery to me. I had no idea that they allowed people like farmers, even when the one child per family policy was in place, they allowed people like farmers to have more than one child. But they did prefer that be a male child because they assumed the male child could take on
Yeah.
more duties to help with the farm. Boy, that Nightbot's going to town. Is it on a timer or is it triggered by? I've always been curious about that.
Nightbot.
Yeah.
It's a timer.
Huh. I wonder if that's another thing that kind of puts off the trolls, if they think that the Nightbot is automatically like screening language and can kick someone out by automation.
Yeah, I can set the spam protection.
Yeah.
Like blacklist words, phrases, something like that. And I can set excess caps, excess emotes, links.
Well, not only do you not do it, I know that Darren and J Mike don't do it. Because there are
excess
people
symbols
that'll
and
they'll do half a page of emojis.
well, I only have blacklist words, phrases enabled. Because I don't think I need the to enable the other ones, but
In most of the large channels that I've moderated, we keep it pretty PG. If someone says the F-bomb or something like that, I very politely give them a warning and say, we keep this family rated. We want everyone to feel welcome of any age to join this chat. So, please don't do that. And then another chatter basically just typed a sentence, and at the end of the sentence, they said FFS. I said, okay, you see what that guy did right there? We can let that go by because you're not specifying the words, and some people may not realize what FFS means, and that's one way you can get around it if you like. Because the guy really overreacted when I told him that. He was like, I'm so sorry, I'll leave the chat if you like. And I was like, no, you don't have to do that.
Well, the only way you can kick somebody from a chat is basically if they violate the, let's say, YouTube's policy and guidelines, and if they are nasty to you as a host or your co-hosts and the other people in the chat, you might consider to kick them out. But
Usually, if the two warnings don't get to them, then yeah, I'll boot them. Usually, I'll shut them down for the 300-second thing, and if they don't get the point, then I'll boot them. But I was trained for 2 years by AOL, and obviously the training that happens on YouTube is they give you a page to look at. Here's what you do. That's a vast difference between being trained by over 20 people, and I was recruited by AOL. I did not ask for the job because I had just gotten online with my first computer. I didn't even know how to use a computer, and I kept telling them this. And they said, don't worry, we'll teach you. I was like, They said, plus you don't have to pay the $34.99 fee per month if you're a moderator. And I was like, I like that a lot better. That sounds very good. Now, if you want basic AOL, it's $4.99 a month.
Yeah.
But for many years, it was like over $30. I kid you not. So Jack is putting some major wisdom over there in the comment section. It's amazing all over the planet. The plight of children. I'll tell you another one that really worries me is that the situation going on in Brazil. I mean, even high-level entertainers, when they go down to Brazil to perform, are told you need to get a fake wallet and a secondary phone that you care nothing about because you are going to get held up. There's over 5 million parentless or discarded children on the streets of Rio de Janeiro alone. And in other cities, I was just watching a video about a city that's very large, that's on the coast, and it's right by the mouth of the Amazon River. And there are some horrible things going on there as well. And again, another high rate of these children that have just been raised by other street children. Tammy, your dad was in Korea. My roommate, his dad did 2 tours in Nam. He was also in Korea. And how can I put this kindly?
Two tours in Vietnam.
Alcoholic and could be a bit of a cuss to be around.
I believe one tour was 1 year.
I don't know.
I think it's 1 year, one tour. Or if it's less, I don't know.
Yeah, Tammy, my brother got sent to Nam, and my parents talked him into volunteering. It wasn't a situation where they had to wait for him to be drafted. I was so mad at my parents I didn't know what to do. Even as a very young girl, I would see the news reports. And back then, the news was actually honest enough to... They would post the actual number of the day's casualties and deaths on our side. I even remember the 2 announcers, even though I was like 3, and it was Chet Huntley and David Brinkley. My father would later become an announcer for NBC too. And the day that they came to him and they told him, they said, you no longer have to go out and report your actual stories. You don't have to vet the facts behind them. We're going to pipe it down to you through the whatever. And all we need you to do is read the stories. And my dad said, you'll have my resignation on your table first thing in the morning. And that just freaked them out because apparently they were going to push him real high up in the NBC corporation. And no matter how much more money they offered him, no matter what desk they offered him, including the New York desk, he turned every one of them down. He said, I know what you're doing. This is the end of free press, and I know it. Now, he didn't have to say that part. He said that part to his family, but we were behind him nonetheless. And my brother got out of the Vietnam situation without a scratch on him. I thank God. He got out just in time for my birthday, had the best birthday of my life. And 5 months later, he was killed by a drunk driver at age 22.
tin star with a
That is really sad.
Yeah. He was such a fantastic guy. He had barely turned 17 and he hitchhiked from the border between Mississippi and Louisiana. So South Mississippi as you can go. He hitchhiked from there to Woodstock and got to meet Jimi Hendrix. He and Jimi Hendrix got along so well that they exchanged belts with each other, and to this day I have Jimi Hendrix's belt.
fast way to sober a man up. Bunch of howling Indians out for hair, but for anything I know. Now they haven't had a recipe. Let's see. Cayenne, mustard, diet, ipecac, acid feta.
Yeah. This week, this Wednesday, Sweden and Finland, we sent in our apply for NATO membership.
Y'all are not members of NATO?
No, we are not members of NATO yet. We applied for it this Wednesday, this week.
I thought it was brilliant that the leader of the Ukraine, this is months ago, pretty fresh into the fighting. It was the first weeks. I thought it was very smart of him after they had 2 or 3 of the emergency security councils at the UN. He put in an application to join the EU. I thought that was exceptionally smart thinking.
Yeah. So now we are in the gray zone. Between sending in the application until we get fully fledged members of NATO. So that increases the risk a lot. So we can probably see an increasing cyber attacks, disinformation, probably more of espionage. So
that all
will
exists
increase.
Already, man.
Yeah, but that will increase a lot more now.
There was a lady that got fired from her job this week. She was either the media contact or a person fairly high up in an organization called the Disinformation Council of whatever of the United States. And there are all kinds of people that jumped onto their YouTube and said, "Excuse me, why do we need a disinformation branch?" This crap is all happening because of all of the liberties they took away after 9/11.
Yeah.
And what do? The first thing we do is jump on a country that had nothing to do with it. Let's go after Iraq. Oh, we've had Iraq in our, I have a Palestinian friend, and they said Hussein has been threatening to take over that area for ages. We have been listening to him saber rattling about it for decades, and the only reason he wants it is because of the oil revenues. That's it. And that's why when everything broke out in Iraq, one of the first things that Hussein's people did was set him on fire. May not sound like much, but the people that had to try to go into that area to do something to tamp those wells that were just going crazy, it looked like seeing another area of the earth you didn't know existed before. It was like looking at a different planet almost. And we got very worried because at the time, one of the preachers that was connected to the station that I was working with then had an adopted son, and he had signed up before all the shit hit the fan, and they wanted to send him out here. This guy was a very slight build, very underweight. We were all worried about Golden. His name was Golden. We were real worried about him coming back. He had just started working as a weekend DJ, did like an hour on the weekends, and would help out the other announcers, things like that. My point was that just shows you how crazy everything is. You're given a list of some 19 people from Saudi Arabia that may have had something to do with 9/11. Cough, cough. Don't get me started on that. And we attack Iraq.
Yeah.
So even Colin Powell came forward later and said, we thought that we had intel about these mobile situations, and they did have a history of using mustard gas on the Kurd people, because I saw
That is
the
what I heard too.
footage of the people after they had been gassed, and it was horrific. Don't know if you know this, but the Kurd people are actually a very handsome people. They don't. Oh, this is going to sound racist, and I don't care. They don't look typical Arab at all. Not in skin tone, not in certain facial features and whatnot. I'll give you an example. When it comes to Persians, the people from the area of Iran, not everybody, but there does seem to be this ongoing thing where there is a certain type of nose shape. It's not that it's large, it's the shape, and where the shape begins, right between the eyes. I call it the Farsi nose, but have been able to peg a lot of Persians because of it. And it's funny because if you call an Arab a Persian, they take offense at it, and if you call a Persian an Arab, they take offense at it. So you want to be kind of, excellent point, Tammy. We had made noise about not liking Gaddafi for decades, but we did nothing to go after Gaddafi, and then suddenly all that crap went down. But I definitely know what it's like to watch the news and just pray to God you don't see a certain name or a certain face, because my brother was my world. Both of my parents worked, so it was only natural that he would take care of me a great deal of the time. And he was old enough to, too. So they told me that they moved 2 weeks after I was born, and we traveled like 600 miles. And Mom said, your brother held you every mile of that trip. The only time he handed you back to me was either when you needed to be fed or have your diaper changed. So literally from birth, we were just very, very closely bonded. But yeah, the whole Libya operation, we were tolerating it when it was in our interests.
Yeah.
When it suddenly became part of the story, then different story. But I got some radical views on that. Let's see, how shall I put this? Get enough mood altering in me, and I will come out and say everything. And another thing about the Libya thing, isn't it interesting who was involved as far as how did they find out certain things about that? And I'm pointing directly to a person with the last name Clinton. When Bill Clinton got elected, there were bumper stickers that said, "I don't like President Clinton, and I don't like her husband either." I mean, basically, there were a lot of people that thought even at that point she was having far too much input into the presidency, which is probably, goofballs. But certain sensitive information about Libya and the people that had to be rescued out of there, which was not a 100% successful extraction, if I'm not mistaken, came up on her personal server. Something she knew very well that she was not supposed to have as being a presidential candidate. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of other nasty stuff that came out of that.
Yeah, that was all over the news, even here in Sweden.
Did they mention anything about Pizzagate?
No, I don't think they did.
Tammy, you don't have to be afraid of standing on your soapbox, dear. We love exchanging ideas here, even when we don't agree with them. There's a lot of things that I agree with when it comes to statements that Jack makes, and there's a lot of things that I disagree with strongly. But I don't judge him personally by it. It's just that I would like to talk to him more in the future. But yeah, she was up to her neck in it. And the Pizzagate thing, Shadow, has to do with world abuse against children. Abuse that is connected to a sexual nature, and that's all I'll say about that.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you something that I do know, and I don't care if you think that I'm crazy. There are people. Sometimes the music industry is far more close-knit than you would ever guess. We already know who killed Tupac. We know who killed Biggie Smalls or Notorious B.I.G., things like that. Here comes the kicker. Chris Cornell was murdered. Either that or that was one of the most bloodiest life-taking scenes. You notice I'm trying to stay away from words that trigger the YouTube hounds.
Yeah.
Yep. Chris Cornell was murdered, and they meant for that scene to look as ugly as it did. It was a warning sign. Chris and Chester Bennington were working on a documentary called The Silent Children, and it was about child abuse. About the kind of abuse I was talking about a minute or two ago.
Yeah.
Chester did not take his life. That's the truth. They meant to take both of them out. They meant to take both of them out on specific important dates. And the cleaner scene would be Chester's, leading more people to believe that it was what it was, and it wasn't. They used an electrical device to stop his heart.
Yeah.
Now, this is nothing new. I have typed that in response to many YouTube discussion areas, because you also got to keep in mind how many teenagers and young adults took their lives after they saw that both of these men did. Same thing after Kurt Cobain. There was a rash of young people who took their lives right after that.
Yeah, I have heard something about that. Yes.
Well, here's something interesting that happened on Twitter a couple of years ago. Chester Bennington's sister came out and tweeted, "I can't stand it anymore. It's time for the truth to come out. We can't live this way anymore." She was making a response to her mom, and her mom responded, "Yes, but we don't want to talk about it right now." Now, this was within 2 years of Chester's death.
Yeah.
Twitter removed both posts. Look it up on Google if you don't believe me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that they removed it.
And Susan, his mother, said, "Don't worry, the truth will come out someday." So we even went as far as some people to have some people look into it. I've read every word and every page of their the reports that they come out with after they've examined the body and everything. The only thing that Chester's says is that he's in remarkable shape.
Yeah.
As far as trace anything in his system, they found a trace of beer, suggesting that he may have had a couple of sips of beer. But there was no drugs in his system. He was very committed to healthy lifestyle, working out, eating healthy, and whatnot. And plus, you also know that when they assign what may be the least best coroner you have to do a report on that famous a person, something's going on. The Chris Cornell death was a no-brainer. Chris was staying in a celebrity hotel. Number one, that means your doors have extra reinforcement.
Yeah.
All the doors inside, extra reinforcement. Yet the bodyguard claims he kicked in Chris's door, then had enough strength to kick in the bathroom door. I'm going to tell you right now, if it takes 6 policemen with a ram to open one of those doors, that man is lying. He would have broken something. He would have broken something on his body before he broke any of the way into that door.
He would break his ankle.
Plus the fact that Chris had 7 fractured ribs. People don't fracture 7 ribs when they're trying to hang themselves. I don't care how much they struggle. Plus, the thing that he used was an elastic workout band. I'm sorry, how do you hang yourself with a rubber band? That's all it is a big rubber band, but yeah. You can look at the pictures that they took after the scene, and there is blood present. It's obvious that Chris put up a fierce fight for his life.
Yeah.
But because they were both connected to that one topic that's connected to Epstein and the St. James Island or whatever it was called, Tammy's on it. Tammy knows what I'm talking about. Oh, Jack, that's awesome. Have a great day.
Have a great day.
And I hope you have a great time with your cousin and whatnot, and enjoy that KFC, and God bless you and your family.
Yeah, what did you stop off for a drink? All right, I may be too late. That's no reason for the rest of
We'll see you next week.
Why do you say that? Because you're out.
He probably pops up next week, yeah.
Beat ever since Nelson McLeod knows 4 gunmen wrote him. Nelson McLeod? Jason's been waiting for him.
Well, I will make it a point to be non-controversial on your birthday.
What do you expect?
Out of respect to your birthday.
Why don't you ask the sheriff?
I appreciate that.
Oh, you're most welcome, but it's not like it's a hard thing to ask. Especially of such a nice friend as yourself. I am so glad that I met you.
Actually, I'm really happy I met you too, my friend.
I'm on your side, and this is no job for amateurs.
I told you when I met that I had just decided 24 hours before that I was not going to make another friend online and sat up there meeting you the next day. And I was like, nope, gotta make an exception. Gotta make an exception. I trust my vibes, and my vibe said you're a good person, so.
Well, I'm just myself. I don't try to be somebody else. I'm just myself.
Well, that's a beautiful thing. There are a lot of people that are on this thing that are trying to be anyone but themselves. And that's sad. But
I
it does
agree.
happen way too often.
I agree with you about that one too.
How is your storage area coming along? Or do you want to talk about it online? Your prepper area?
You mean my having my basement?
I don't know, but it looks like you got a good setup.
Yeah, that's in my basement. But that's not all I have. I have more in my apartment.
Good. I was a little bit worried when you did your first videos, and I was worried about the amount. Um, is it just you and your wife?
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, all these questions I'm asking are kind of personal. I apologize for that.
Don't worry about it. I don't mind.
I appreciate that. But I thought that the way that you had it set up and how strong the Becky, come on, the shelving and whatnot
Yeah.
looks like it's reinforced to have heavier items stored on top. In other words, there's going to be water in those bottles someday, the ones that don't have water.
Actually, I have filled them up with water.
Okay.
One shelf can take 875 kilo.
Wow. See, that's what I meant about the strength of the shelves. I could tell that they were set up to hold some serious weight.
Yeah. And if you count on that, 1 liter weighs 1 kilo. So that is basic. I can fit on one shelf 875 liters.
I thought the smaller containers already had water in them, but the um, rectangular ones, the ones that have a handle to them, I thought
Yeah,
those had not been filled yet.
they are filled up, all of them.
That's great. Because I keep impressing on people, they have these long talks online about what are the best things that you want to store, what is going to have the best shelf life, and all of this. And I keep reminding these people, the most important thing you're going to need is water. The body can live days without food. It cannot go that many days without water. It's down to basic survival, folks.
Water is basically priority one. You can have a lot of food, but if you don't have any water, you're screwed anyway.
Yeah,
So,
I was really impressed with this young lady in Austria who has one of the most interesting prepper setups I've ever seen. I mean, not only has she got a whole system to um, reuse many things, and she can even take soil out of one location and put it in this box, and this box is going to heat the soil to exactly the right temperature that it needs to be to make it basically clean. It's not going to have parasites of certain sorts in it, because she's growing her own type of mushrooms, and she was talking about how expensive it is to grow these mushrooms, to buy these mushrooms in the supermarket. She also went into the supermarket and showed that, number one, how low the stores were on cooking fuel of any kind, be it vegetable cooking oil, sunflower cooking oil, peanut oil. All of them were low, and all the things of wheat, flour, were either half full or less. And she said, this is what we're looking at. Now this video was over 2 months ago. But the most fascinating thing about her video, and it's about 15 minutes long, she gets right to it, is all the things that she's got set up around her house, and they're shielded. I don't even know if her neighbors know what she's got going on. But because of their temperate zone, there are going to be certain types of year when she wants to grow things that she's going to need basically a greenhouse or something that's, will affect the same thing. And she needs clean soil to grow it in. So instead of going out and buying topsoil and whatnot for the things that she's going to grow, she actually has a machine that can make it, that word is escaping me, but basically make it safe for use. And then she opened these cabinets where she's growing 3 different types of mushrooms, and some of those mushrooms just go for a silly price. Because I saw on another show where, I wish I could remember the name of them. I can't. It was a show down in Louisiana about this Louisiana personality, this guy that drives boats crazy and everything else and takes people and shows them gators and crap like that. Anyway, he looked at the bottom part of a tree and he said, these are so-and-so mushrooms. A restaurant will pay me hundreds of dollars for just what we're looking at right now. And it looked about 6 layers. They kind of grow out like a shelf away from the tree trunk. So it kind of looks like, wow. I'm sorry, I just keep getting surprised with what dumb words I can't think of. Anyway, it looks like projections that stick almost straight out from the tree, so they're kind of thin and frilly, if that makes any sense. And sure enough, he went over there and he harvested. He said, I'm taking this into New Orleans tonight. Somebody will pay me hundreds of dollars for it. I'm like, dang. And that's one of the 3 types of, yeah, that's one of the 3 types that she's growing. So, wow. She's got all kinds of things set up. If I find that video again, I will definitely send it to you. I think it's worth a peek. Because she was taking some very unique ways of making her home self-sufficient when it came to electricity, when it came to water. Really good thinking. But there's a guy that shows up on Darren's show sometimes, or it may have been J Mike's. His name is Bob. He's also, that's it. He tickles me. But he knows a lot about, well, number one, he's ex-military. That always comes in handy. But he's also a welder. And we were talking about neighbors that suddenly want to be super friendly to you. They want to get into your house, basically, and see what you've got going on. They're fencing you to see what they can rob you of when the S hits the fan.
Yeah.
And Bob said, I'm not having any of it. No, you're not coming in. Yes, I am aware of these people getting suddenly friendly, and no thank you. And I think Bob has the right idea. There is going to be a time where we're going to have to be very suspicious of the people who live around us, because everybody's going to want a free way out.
Yeah, I agree. I can tell you this: I don't even trust my neighbors.
Well, facing what we're facing, I can understand that, because to be honest, I don't either. In my case.
Well, Bob, he's a great guy. He has knowledge about things that I don't have. So
Yeah, I've only messed with the tiny welders like you would use for electronic equipment and things like that. And on top of that, I use it mostly for my miniatures, not because I know anything about radios and whatnot, or how to construct one. So just the things that Bob can construct, that's pretty impressive. Plus, I thought he was just a hoot. When he said Mississippi Queen and I told him that's my mountain, I thought the man would lose his mind. He was talking about it for weeks.
yeah,
Do you remember that? Were you there for that?
I believe I was.
I'm like, dude, if you, I can wake up and not know my last name, but I'm such a DJ. Ask me a music trivia question. We're in different territory. I can help you out, buddy.
Yeah.
If I had the ability, I would figure out how to go completely off grid. That, because number one, if you're remote, you can protect your space better without going too far into it. But I do suggest that people who look into solar panels think you need to do a lot more research into them, because the majority of solar panels that are available to the market today will require a replacement part within 2 to 3 years. Now, not only are they ridiculously expensive, but guess what? So is the part.
Yeah.
So when it comes to depending on solar, I think you want to look at your other options too. It may turn out, especially if you were able to figure out a way to store your gas, natural gas tanks, things like that. If you're able to store that and figure out a way to, now this is talking about people who go off grid and go away from cities so that they can
Yeah.
protect their area. Well, we know Shadow's got a cat, because either that or you grew a tail. Hello, baby. You're so cute.
Yeah, he's cute.
Yep, so ideally, yeah, I would do that, because I would really hate to be put in the position where I have to take up arms against a fellow American in my case. But I know what they're there for, and they're not there to be friendly. And I'm not ashamed that I have some gun knowledge.
Well, that's good.
Very thankful that I came up with people that made sure that I got some training in that, because I had the kind of parents that were like, oh, the last thing that we'll ever have under the roof of this house is a gun. That was my mom mostly. And I would ask her, why? And she said, how quickly could a robber turn your own gun against you? And I always thought she had a very good point. I also think it's very interesting that, wasn't it Jack who said that something like every 2 years, Australia, their legal system will come by a surprise visit to make him show all of his paperwork for all of his guns?
Yeah, I believe it's every 2 years. Yeah.
That's just crazy. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on in Australia that just really has me worried about my Australian friends. So that's not the first thing, but I seem to recall that someone brought it up. I thought it was Jack when we were talking about legally owned guns and whatnot.
Yeah. I grew up with weapons because my uncle is a hunter and my brother is a hunter. So
What do they like to hunt?
deer, moose.
Biggins. My roommate used to be into hunting deer, and he told me, he said, sometimes I would just like to go up into the deer stand at like 5 or 6 a.m. whenever they go up there. He said, just to get the peace and quiet.
Yeah. So I'm a pretty good marksman myself.
I think it's good that you started at a young age. I wish I had started a little younger than I had, which was my teens.
I learned shooting with BB guns, and then I got tried shotgun, and then I went over to Mauser 6.5 millimeters. And then I tried gun 22. Then I tried 44 Magnum, 357 Magnum. I have
My first
been
handgun was a 9mm that I learned how to shoot on.
Yeah.
And my first rifle was a 22. And then one day we were out at the same place I was telling you before, the guy with 47 acres property. They
Yeah.
had a machine that would shoot clay pigeons.
Yeah.
So my first boyfriend was actually loading the gun for me, so that I was concentrating more on trying to hit the clay pigeons.
Yeah.
And he pulled a real doozy on me. He switched out the 22 and then he handed me a 12 gauge without telling me. Yeah, I remember how long I had that bruise on my shoulder. The kickback was a mother.
Yeah.
Oh, did that hurt?
I have shot with a 12 gauge. And
They told me later
it's
it's
a
like a
good
joke
kick
that,
on it.
yeah, they said a lot of people get that joke
It's like
pulled on them.
you get kicked by a horse. Especially when you're young and try it. It's a pretty powerful kick. You
Yeah.
need to keep it nice and steady to the shoulder.
We looked into it in Florida. The upstart out of pocket. I can't tell if that's 42,000 or 42 million. What? Tammy, that's wild.
That's right. Nobody came in. How come there's a trail of blood leading right up to that tree?
The other thing that would be interesting that you have to think of if you want to go off grid and you want to go into a certain territory of land
Yeah.
is we have all kinds of interesting things out there that the government doesn't want to tell us about. And if you don't believe me, just look up the channel Facts on HowToHunt.com. That Steve guy, listening to him and David Paulides, yeah, there's definitely critters out there we haven't identified yet. Big uns. But if you learn some just a few tracking skills, just a few things to notice, they mark their territory. They let you know where it is.
Yeah.
But I've been listening to that guy hardcore for about 8 or 9 months now. And he invites anybody to send in their stories. Some of them are really obviously either they're taking the topic and going a little bit far with it, or they're flat out making up their story. But he reads those too because he says, I think that the best thing that we can do is empower the people. Now, he's Canadian. And he knows that the majority of his audience is not Canadian, they're Americans. But it doesn't mind either way. And I don't know how familiar you are with David Paulides and the Missing 411 series, about how people just disappear out of the wildest places and they're never seen again. There's no speck of them that is ever found. And the ones that are found,
the name sounds familiar, but
you can find his channel is Can-Am Missing, CANAM, as in Canada, America.
yeah.
Can-Am Missing 411 Project. Now, the interesting thing about David is, 2 or 3 months ago, he started doing a real news segment in his show. Instead of talking about famous cases of disappeared people, he'll tell the real news. And, buddy, let me tell you, there is plenty out there that is, well, we all know we're being snowed through the media. The media is basically 6 humongous corporations. They do encircle the globe. They do affect everything that we're told. And we're not told some of the most interesting information that we need. And this guy, David Paulides, he's a stand-up fellow. They've been trying to find dirt on David Paulides for decades. And the most they have found is something like a weird citation he got for not having something stored in the right place. I'm like, people, come on. This man has a stellar background. He was a policeman, then he was a detective, then he retired, began working with large companies, and then one day he just decided, I'm going solo, there is too much that the people need to know. One of the cases that he covers about somebody that disappeared completely happened about 6 miles away from me, if not closer. And the family that is still looking for this young man, he was 21 when he disappeared. And he was, what they were doing is they were surveying this area that was near a swamp. The swamp had a large fence next to it, a very high fence, and there was a fence on the other side. And all they found was a piece of his blue jeans on the barbed wire on the top level of the 3 or 4 levels of barbed wire that they had. On the other side was swamp. 6 months later, they found one of his boots, and it was 40 or 50 feet up in a pine tree. The sad thing is every few years his family goes to the local news station and they get his story put on the air again. And my heart just breaks for these people because I feel really confident they're never going to find out what happened to their son.
No, and they will probably not find him either.
No, they've even gone over the trees and everything, and they thought that it was very interesting. They found all of the change that was in his pocket directly next to his toolbox. So that means that he either had to be turned completely upside down when he was grabbed, or at a severe enough angle to make all of his change fall out of his jeans. Now, a few months before that, somebody had written an article, and it was in one of the big New York papers, and it said, "Never be the last in line." And this guy just happened to be the last in line of the 4 people working the survey site that were going back to the truck. He was real new with the company, too. He 42,000 for a 2-bedroom. Whoa!
That is expensive.
I'd find another place to live.
Yeah.
Tammy, did you know that there have been articles coming out for the last 3 months about all of the people who are leaving Florida? I'm sure there are a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons that I know of is if you have Medicaid and you've been declared disabled and you go to Florida, you'll wait months for them to recognize it and restart your medications. Well, for 2 of my friends, when they moved down there, one in which they had a son he was like 19 or 20 when they moved down there, and he very definitely needed to have his mental health medications, and those were interrupted for over 2 months. And he was a completely different person when he did not have those medications. He was off his rocker and could hurt people. Who were the gentlemen you mentioned? Okay, I don't recall Steve's last name, but it's real easy to find him. Howtohunt.com. The full title is Facts on Howtohunt.com, and How to Hunt is all one word. David Paulides, Paulides, has written a series of books about the 411 phenomenon, and his YouTube channel is titled Can-Am Missing 411. Might have the word project at the end, but the Can-Am Missing 411. Usually you'll notice real quick that his thumbnails all look similar, whether he's doing the real news or he's talking about people who have disappeared. So I hope that helps. If you want me to, I can try to print it out on the other page. It'll take a second for it to appear in the chat. There's a time delay between the page I've got muted to take out the echo effect. But I'll try to write them down for you. Hang on just a sec.
Hey, Verna. Good to see you. It's always nice. Well, new channels. So wait and see. It's always a delay. It's okay, Verna. No problem. No problem, Verna. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do like this.
Largest 36 will come back ever in a major. I think it was like a 13 shot by a guy named George Duncan over 100 years ago.
Hello, dear. How are you? Oh, good. The links showed up. Okay, good.
Yeah, they showed up.
So that's your link directly to one of David's videos. He just happens to be doing a real newscast on this one, but it can help you get to his main channel and look at his different videos. I did the same thing with Steve. That gives you a link to his full title of his channel, and it's also one of the holy cow, Tammy.
Yeah, for 2000.
Yikes. Hi, Miss Verna. How are you doing? It's good to see you. I'm hanging in there. I'm having a rough medical day. Thank God some people are looking after me today.
42K for solar panel installation. Yeah.
Yeah, no thanks. You are most welcome, Tammy. I'm glad that worked out. I've never tried to do that, and I was worried because when I looked at the other page that I had muted, it was way back in the conversation. I was like, oh no, this is going to take forever to show. So I'm glad you got to see those, and always happy to help. I wish I could think of that young lady from Austria. She looked like a pretty young person to know all of this knowledge about outfitting her entire house. And there's a lot of things that I didn't bring up there too, as far as what she was doing to store paper, the way that she was storing it, everything from writing paper, kitchen paper, bathroom paper, tissue paper, why all of these things were important. And there is another prepping channel that I do like, but I'm going to quit the channel because they keep having titles on their videos like World War III has already begun, you just don't know it. This is an ex-doctor or a retired doctor or whatever, and his wife that sit up there and tell you very useful information about these things. Like, here's an example. People think that keeping hydrogen peroxide around the house is a good thing, when actually a far better answer to, because every time you open peroxide, it's gonna lose its mojo. But what you want is that stuff that they clean you with in the hospital, that it's kind of reddish brown colored, and it'll stain stuff, but it's 10,000 times better for cleaning, and it has a shelf life that lasts much longer. I want to say that it's something iodine or iodized.
Yeah, it's iodine.
But it's way better than treating wounds and things with hydrogen peroxide. I mean, they use this whatever we're calling iodine. They use it to prep you for surgery, for heaven's sake. So
Yeah.
been there many a time. I've had so many surgeries now, Shadow. When they ask
Yeah.
me, a new doctor asks me to write down my surgeries. First, I try not to bust out in tears. Secondly, I just tell the nurse, look, can I just put down my major ones, the ones that really mean something, where y'all have taken parts out of me or something, and like leave it at that? Because y'all can get on your little computers and find out every surgery I've had. It just gets upsetting after a while.
Yeah. Well, the only surgery I have done is on my foot when I broke my foot on 2 places.
What? Did you break the toes or a different part of the foot?
No, actually, my ankle.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I have 3 small metal plates in my foot and 3 titanium wires to hold it up.
I'm part of the titanium club. It never sets off anything when I walk through a metal detector, though. I haven't figured that out yet. But that was actually an accidental surgery. They went in to do something fairly routine, and the doctor that was doing it looked over and he said, well, I saw that your appendix was going bad, so I took that out. And I was like, that's good. And he said, yeah, but the one thing we can't figure out is your fallopian tube wrapped around your small intestine and had it so cut off that the intestine actually died. We're sitting here trying to figure out, how did you get nutrition into your body when your small intestine was completely shut down? So they removed an entire section of my small intestine and then rejoined it and put a titanium staple in there. So I got 3 surgeries for the price of one. They kept me under for a long time, and they were going to do something relatively routine. I was like real happy. I didn't want to do 3 separate surgeries. I didn't want to wake up and get told bad news. I just wanted everything over with. What on earth did you do to break your ankle?
Actually, it was when I was working. I slept. I slept on an ice spot. So.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
Wow.
basically my leg went like this,
Oh,
and then my foot went 90 degrees, and
bless your heart.
yeah,
Oh my gosh.
that hurts.
I bet it did.
Yeah, and I was alone, and I delivered well, commercial print magazines and things like that. Uh, and well, uh, I thought I just, well, heard it just. I didn't thought it was that bad, and
Oh
so
no.
I noticed I couldn't stand on my foot. Okay, probably a crack or something. So I
Sure, and
just
you didn't.
so
You tried to keep going.
I kept going.
Ah,
So I
dude.
delivered the stuff, and for drive to next stop, delivered there, and before I get back to work, okay, I went up to my apartment, get my cane, and went down to my car, company car, and drive. And I have manual gear stick on this one, so you need to use
Oh, you
both
had to
the
use both
feet.
feet. Yeah.
Yeah, in every time change gear, it was
Oh,
more like ow,
oh my
ow.
God.
Yeah,
How long
and
before you figured out it needed hospital?
well, when I get back to work, my ankle was in the size of a football. Well, not a football, tennis ball.
Gotcha. Bad any way you look at it. Enough to
So, and
know.
I showed it for my boss, and he said, you go up to the ER immediately. Okay. So his girlfriend, she drove me up to the ER. So I took my cane and limped into the reception, and
I bet they couldn't believe you walked that
look,
long on it.
I suppose put all my weight on my right leg, and come to the reception, and they opened that little, what do you call it? That's little thing
The
slide.
triage where you first go in and they're taking your vitals before you get into the real doctors.
So no, I had to report that I had injured myself and in the reception.
Oh, like
So
occupational therapy, occupational. They have a word for it here. It's related to, in other words, if you're injured on the job, it gets another entity involved.
yeah, well, so there were behind the desk. There was a nurse. And said, okay, what happened to you? I stood on my one leg and lift up my foot, and she looked at my ankle and she said, "You come with me." So I got
We're
a
going to
room.
X-ray.
So I got a room and lay on the bed and waited for the doc come in. And when the doc come in, now I take the shoe off and take your sock off. Okay. You know what?
What?
My foot was black.
Oh, honey.
So, and the doc said, now I'm gonna be not that nice to you. So he took my foot and moved it. Does that hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, that hurt. I didn't say a beep. I didn't scream or anything. I just, but
No,
yeah,
the
it
face you
hurt.
made just explained it all. Trust me.
It hurts. Yeah. And he compared it to my right foot. He said, okay, it's X-ray. I had to wait a while, and until when I got up on the X-ray, they said you have two choices. If it's broken, you have two choices. We fix it, and we send you back home. The other alternative is surgery, and and then you have to fix that, and then you had to stay overnight, or maybe 1 or 2 nights.
Yeah.
But well, and when they got the pictures from the X-ray, and they said, "Well, what?" And I asked them, "Okay, They said, "Well, you broke in your ankle on 2 places." Oh, nice. So you will put some plaster on my leg and my foot and things and send me home? No, it's surgery. Okay. So I got in on to the surgery the same day, actually, which was pretty unusual.
Well, not considering if you told them how long you walked on it afterwards and used the gear shift, hello.
Yeah. The doctor and the nurses couldn't understand how I even could drive the car.
Yeah, I don't either.
They couldn't understand how I could stand the pain.
Because you got to press the clutch all the way to the floor before you engage the next gear.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So when I got up, I got into the surgery on 8 p.m. And do you know how long that surgery took? 3 hours.
Does not surprise me.
And
the ankle and the feet are some of the most complicated areas on the human body to fix them.
And
wow.
I was awake through the whole procedure. And
what?
Well,
they better knock my ass out to do that.
They put some tranquilizer in my back. I didn't feel my legs.
Okay, so all right, they did a spinal block. Spinal block.
Thank you. Yeah, and the nurse there on the surgery, she said, "Are you nervous?" Yeah, it's first time I get a surgery. Do you want something that can calm you down? Yeah, please give me something. Well, she get me something so I could calm down a bit. You know
That's
what?
pretty typical.
Yeah,
there's one of two that they can put in an IV.
Yeah, but the thing was, I was babbling through the whole procedure.
Wow.
Yeah, I talked about Mai Tai drinks. And pina colada.
Do you like Mai Tais and pina coladas?
I have never drank them before.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
I bet
this
you can
was
blame that on the meds that were to relax you.
yeah. I was drunk. I felt drunk,
Yeah, those
but
two don't
without
work on me, so
but,
I
but without the dizziness.
yeah.
Okay. So the surgeon and the nurses were basically like a pocket knife, a folding knife. They laughed so hard. So
That's
they
what I
had the
want, though. I want happy people around me in a medical room, not people looking all worried and crap, or worse, in a bad mood. I have one doctor, he has the worst bedside manner you could imagine, but he's the best neurologist probably in the Southeast. He's excellent at what he does. He actually added 27 years to my dad's life just by scaring the hell out of him with one sentence. But his bedside manner is just god awful. He's terrible to people, but smart as a whip.
yeah,
We had a specialty hospital out here called the Houston Sports Clinic, and at one time only like the top elite sports figures and the top actors would show up at this hospital. The reason I know this is a friend of mine, her mother was one of the head nurses out there. And she had a big crush on this actor named Tom Selleck. And she'd say, "Oh, yeah, I get to see Tom Selleck once a week," and all this. Eventually, they spread out to where they would allow us regular people to go to this hospital. And right after that was my car wreck.
yeah,
A man hit me from behind after coming from the top of the hill, very steep hill. He never even applied his brakes when he hit me. And I was at an angle, so I never saw him. And I had my foot firmly on the brake. He hit my Maverick so hard that it knocked me 4 lanes over into oncoming traffic. Thank God I did not get hit by a second car head on. It was so close to a four-way stoplight that people really didn't have a chance to gain any speed anyway. But this guy tried to tell me that I wasn't injured and tried to walk away from the wreck too.
yeah,
But the reason I bring up the sports hospital, the first doctor they assigned me to, now my area of injury is right up against the base of my brain. It's the top 3 vertebrae. And it definitely hurt.
yeah,
And this doctor out at this sports clinic treated me 3 times before he told me, well, this isn't my area of specialty, actually. My area of specialty is ankles.
yeah,
Like, I don't specialize in feet or legs, just ankles. So that tells you how specified they were at this place, and they had some big names out there too, as
yeah.
far as doctors.
I'm going for a bathroom break, and I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, I'll do a tap dance or something. Okay, who is still with us in the chat? When you step into the show portion, you can no longer see the number of how many people are watching. Anybody out there having a good night or a good day? See, creative redundancy is much better at this than I am, but I'll give it a shot. You'd think after being on radio it would be easy to fill up 30 to 60 seconds of time. If you think so, get in front of a live microphone and have somebody tell you, yeah, fill up a minute or two. We need to get this piece of equipment ready. We need you to just talk about anything for a minute or two. All of a sudden, 10 seconds turns into an eternity. And even more so if you're on television, so. And And here he comes. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Okay, how many viewers do we have left?
3.
3? They're being very quiet. I asked them to post if they were still there in the chat because I can't see because I'm in the backstage, front stage, whatever. And it doesn't show me that. So you ready to wrap up?
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Well, I had a great time. I had a lovely time, thank you.
So if you want to stay for a couple of minutes after I ended, I would be honored.
Sure. We can do that too.
Yeah.
But I did notice you sneaking in a yawn a little while ago. It's been a little while.
Yeah,
I'm just worried about your sleep. That's all, dear.
Thank you.
I
I
want everybody
appreciate
to,
that.
yeah, I want everybody to take good care of themselves and get enough sleep. And I really worry about how that's going with my roommate. They've changed a lot of things at work and fired the main boss, and pretty much everything else falls on his shoulders until they figure out how to run the place. So he's been doing extra days, working full weeks without a day off, and I'm concerned about him getting enough rest too. And so glad that he had today off. Really
Yeah.
am. And I hope he gets next Saturday off as well.
Yeah, you can't work too much. It's not good for your health.
No.
But I think we wrap things up, and you can hang on a couple of minutes afterwards.
Okay. Tammy, Verna, it was nice to see everyone. Jack
Yeah.
from earlier. Very nice to meet the new people. And thank you so much for having me, ShadowScoutSwede. I appreciate that.
It's a pleasure, an honor.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
Gonna make my head too big to fit in between doors, but okay.
well, guys, take care, stay safe, and God bless. And I will see you guys in the next stream, which will be next Saturday, 8 p.m.
Birthday bash.
Oh, yes.
And if you're on the East Coast of America, that means 2 p.m. Just so
Correct.
you know.
Correct.
And I don't know the time for the Philippines, but if you go to www.worldclock.com, it will let you set up your own time clocks for all of your friends in all over the world. And the clock is white if they're during daytime, and the clock turns black if it's during their nighttime. It's a very helpful tool. www.worldclock.com. World clock is all one word. And to everyone, stay safe, take care, and God bless.